All right, welcome back, folks. Keeping the streak alive. It's day 9. Per usual, konnichiwa, maku desu, irashaimase. So yesterday was our one of 2 super days, and went pretty hard. Tried as much as I can to cover pretty much most of the hiragana. So instead of trying to recall identically, there were way too many elements. So we'll just take a look at these and review. We learned our modifiers from all the the kakiku ke kakiku ke ko. Now we have gakigu gakigu ke go, and then the sashisu se so. Now we have zazi zu ze zo, and then the tachi chu pe po, and then we have the da, and then ji. We're just gonna use the standard dialect, so it's just ji zu de do, and then very near, way at the end, was I think they were the ha, right? Ha, he, hu, he, ho, which is ba, bi, bu, be, bo. Didn't get these yet. It would round up the P sounds, but let's see. This one looks like it uses a little circle thing, so we'll get to that in a bit. So pa, pi, pu, pe, po. We're just off the same kanas of the B's, and these ones I'll just figure out, I guess, because these ones, it's adding the ya, the you, and the yo, so I will be able to figure that out since these use the same hiragana. So that's fine. And then we know the extended consonants. I've seen it somewhere, not in our lessons yet. And then the extended vowels. So instead of using the katakana, where they put like the dash, right, the one stroke, these ones just repeat. So these are still the same kana. So I just need to be aware of associating the little circle thing. Sorry I didn't come yesterday. I'm Jojo Siwa. By the way, I only followed you on that account and not my phone. Oh, hey, welcome. Thanks. I think I remember. Yeah, welcome. Jojo. How are you today? We're just reviewing today, another super day. My voice is kinda hopefully it holds up. I went pretty hard yesterday. Today is day 2. Today is the day we remove romaji and practice our hiragana without romaji. The lesson stuff is gonna be rough because a lot of the current units uses katakana, right? Razu, dasu? No, is that like, and then it's like America, Canada, they're all probably, I'm just gonna have to do the same thing in the beginning as Unit 1 and Unit 2. So this is the natural part where I would remove romaji. If I was doing Duolingo for Japanese people, I would probably encourage about here when you accomplish your hirakana. Up here, if you just remove your romaji right away, you're still doing the same thing you're doing here, which is associating the kana, the hirakana, with the katakana. So you're doing the same bridging step. You're memorizing the shape until you find out the kana for it. Ah, yes, Jojo, indeed. All right, so this will be the natural point. Tomorrow when I get back to normal stuff, there is a chance I'll bring back the romaji just so I can see what katakana romaji looks like, because I want to at least be able to keep up with attaching. I want to go from the kana to the romaji now. So right now, when I started, I wanted to go to romaji to the kana. Now this kana, the hirakana, is gonna be bridged to katakana, and then I'm gonna use katakana to go all the way back to the beginning to romaji. I want to at least familiarize the romaji so I can use both forms of keyboard inputs and help people either make a gigantic leap or vice versa. It's always nice to go back and forth, backwards and forward, so you can remember where you started, all the different steps of the learning, and then going backwards. It's kind of like I talked about this before, and coincidentally a friend of mine posted something that reminded me of why I do this. A lot of times if you don't know where your foundations are, it's hard to go forward. I mean, where the foundations are, if you keep going forward, you never find out how to go backwards. So what I mean by that is, say you do a task and you use a tool, and you use that tool a lot. That means you no longer practice anything that tool replaces, right? Just the same as when you learn something and you constantly use the same thing at the highest level, you no longer use tools at the basic level. So for me, I always practice foundations. And for a lot of people, romaji is not the foundation of their Japanese. Romaji is the foundation of English. So I like to practice all these foundations so that they can be useful in the future for teaching purposes and for educating purposes. So it bridges the gap. So if I become a very great Japanese speaker and I keep using Japanese at the level that I will eventually be 6 months down the road, it will be very difficult to communicate with someone who's starting Japanese. So I don't want to be that. I don't strive to be the best at the specific task. I want to be someone that enables and bridges the gap. It's also the same with communication and problem solving. Problem solving is generally held at a nondescript level. If you constantly solve problems, very specific problems, you get very good at solving those specific problems. However, if you don't practice the foundation of problem solving, you do not know how to branch from you kind of become unpracticed. Not like you don't know how to do it. You'll have to recondition yourself and practice again. So this will be, I think this will be a great place to do our digression for today before we start our lesson. So it's a good inspiration. The person that posted the thing about the teaching, about seeing their students. So let's go into that for a moment. Before we do lessons, I generally start with reflecting on certain things. So We'll call this digression about foundational work. So when we're younger, right? As we're growing up, we young lad being really happy, we take in generally whatever we take in is foundational work. Hopefully, is foundational work. Nowadays, though, there has been a concern. Well, I've heard people giving up on Japanese due to kanji, but giving up for katakana is something I've never heard before. Are you sure? Because if you, again, so Babin, I'm gonna assume that you're, let's say, N2 plus, right? I'm gonna assume now you're about M2 plus. So here's the thing about framework. When one becomes more competent, I'm jumping the gun here, but let me just jump the gun for a moment. When one becomes competent, they tend to project competence. So when you're really smart or knowledgeable, you tend to project being knowledgeable and smart. What happens is that it increases the likelihood that your environment will be self-selected for competence. Oh, you barely N3? That's still fine. N3 is still way past hirakana and katakana. So keep it going, right? That's great. N3 is excellent. Sorry, I was just guessing, right? I was just guessing. Hey, you never know. You might be closer to N2 than you think, right, Bavin? Keep up the. What I'm saying is, this is not N5 or below, right? You're not starting out anymore. So when you become very competent, and this happens quite a bit, I'll share a story from my life where it can be very eye-opening, at least for myself. So when you become competent, you project competence, as your language improves, your communication improves, you start to sound very improved, like, the way you communicate yourself, because communication is a life skill. So you don't necessarily, and even if it's a different language, so your understanding of another language may inherently improve the language you prefer, or when you use that language, in either case, your competence is going to be projected, because those words are necessary every single time. So when you project competence, your environment is going to attract competence. So over time, it may seem like ain't no way people struggle well below my competence. And how this is, we'll skip this for now. So when you become competent, it goes up. The gap grows from incompetence. So we'll just say the unknowledgeable. That's a made-up word, but that's what. Right? So your environment is going to be pre-selected for your level of understanding. As long as you're a person, this is for people who focuses a lot on self-improvement, self-esteem, even actually successful, like mentally, like personally being satisfied and successful. Bonjour. Being successful. So when you become successful, very competent, you project that, and then and what you do is also you pre-select your lifestyle and environment to better cater to your level of understanding. So over time, your environment's level of competence goes up. What this generally does is it creates confirmation bias. And if you're someone who's very ambitious, aspiring, and you're constantly trying to get better, there's another thing that pushes back on you, and that's if you're a humble person, someone who always feels like they need to get better, you get imposter syndrome. So imposter syndrome and also being at the I generally draw this normal distribution graph, but this is what's often happens, the Dunning or the Kruger-Dunning effect. That's always at play here, right? So what this means is as your level goes up, right? As your competence grows up, where you started gets farther and farther away. When you're up here and you're constantly showing that, like providing advice, talking at that high level, the people around you the ones that stay with you will be the ones that resonate with you. The gap is not so big that they feel uncomfortable hanging around you, right? So around you, the people naturally increases in competence. That's kind of like going from elementary school, middle school, high school, college, then university. In that scape, you're always surrounded by people who are equally, if not a little less or above you within your range. And that makes you feel very normal. It makes you feel normalized, as though I'm not that competent, I'm not that special, right? Once you step out of that environment, and that's usually when someone needs to teach through a competence gap. So through a gap. So say you're a college level professor who needs to teach an elementary school teacher. The gap is gigantic. And it takes quite some time to normalize that again, where you have to understand that the imposter syndrome makes you feel normal, as in, as you keep going up, you don't feel very special. Like over time, if you constantly exude your competence level, everyone around you grows with you. They are also all improving over time, and you like to be around people who speak at your level and communicate and interact at your level. So over time, it might seem like, yeah, nah, I'm not that special. I'm barely N3, Babin, barely N3. But you have to remember that you've done a lot to get to N3. People start at less than N5, right? And then we have to understand about distribution curves when you understand that. So your N3 is still probably in the minority up here, like at the other end when it comes to the Japanese. In this context, the vast majority of people are over here. They're up here, which is around N4 or less, actually, when they first start. Like online, when you see people pick up, there's probably a larger population that you're not exposed to anymore because you don't have to. You're now getting now you're over N3. So what happens is it keeps getting smaller. Your population that you're going to resonate with, and we're not talking about the Japanese population. We're talking about someone who is learning Japanese, having other languages. So most people are over on the other side. So if you look at the area, I usually draw a graph on a open surface. So you might be here, right? This barely N3, maybe N1s and plus are here. Now N1s and plus are like this. This is the group. This is how many people, right? This. Now if you, everything over here are the number of people that may stop Japanese. Now when we talk about stopping at hiragana and katakana, where is that? I would say it's probably here and back. So this big chunk right here is still greater than your little here, right? Or anyone above it, because that means anyone over here haven't stopped Japanese before hiragana and katakana or something like that, or it's kind of like here. So we have to understand that there are still a giant population, right? A giant population, if not more. I don't actually know the numbers, so this is not drawn to proportions. I don't actually know the truth. The idea is there are a significant visible but invisible people, because if you're spending a life where you focus, and this is the great thing about successful people and motivated people, is that they look forward, they look up, they don't look back down. Like, you don't look in the past. There's no like application for that yet. You are not motivated to look at the stuff you don't need anymore because you've learned them and you've stepped upon them. So when you're trying to always get better, you look to people who are better than you. You look to things that may make you better. So you rarely look back and see all those people. Well, a teacher's job is literally that, or figuratively. The word would be figuratively and literally, because when they look back they see kids. So oftentimes a teacher's job is to constantly look below their competence level, and they are to raise the competence level of anyone they talk to. So their environment is constantly seeing people who are below their competence level as opposed to being above their competence level. So when you're in like a skill set, right? When you're talking about any skill set, people want to get better. When it comes to that literal skill set, teachers want to get better at teaching. And the paradox here is, to get better at teaching, they spend time looking at skill sets at a lower competence. Without this ability to look at lower competence, you cannot help someone who has a lower competence. So it creates that thing. I got into, I don't know what the argument is, but someone was really upset yesterday. And someone's upset because this person, I was going to use this example to analyze things, but this person has a high level of competence. So naturally, when this person gave advice to me, right? When they talked to me in a condescending way. They trivialized my accomplishments. Personally, I wasn't offended because I obviously know where my competence level is, but like, oh dude, man, you only did this for 8 days, big whoop. That would imply that this person's competence is way above 8 days worth of Japanese, right? But it also implies that they failed at teaching because they don't need to teach anyone. But the thing about these type of stream is people come online and they are very kind people. So this person is incredibly kind, right? They're very kind because they can't help but help people. The problem here is that, can they relate properly anymore? So here's the problem of the internet. That's removed all the time. So when a content creator, to their own right, are really, really successful, when a content creator is really, really successful, they have skills. They have awesome skills. Do they spend time teaching though? They don't. So teaching is enabling. When a content creator is really skilled, they offer advice. That's different from the field of teaching. Teaching is process oriented. This requires a very long time. It requires some hand holding. It requires some pushing. When you offer advice, it cuts the process. It gives you the end result. For example, what's the difference between advice and teaching? So, I like to tell people that Romaji is your starting point. Start with Romaji, take one letter and associate it with a kana, and then try to take that kana and reassociate it with the Romaji. I would probably start with a flashcard with the kana on one side and the Romaji on the back and see if that helps at all. If it doesn't help, we can start from there and access a different type of things. Like, what do you do every day? Do you look at shapes or do you look at syntax, like a character syntax? What do you remember best? This is getting to know how that person learns, and then you step through the process and resolve the problem with them. When you're offering advice, it's a projection. It's a projection of your own experiences. This is what I did, and it worked for me. It probably worked for you. I decided to remove Romaji from day one, suffered through the torture, and I got there faster. You should try that too. That's advice. There's no process. The process is to figure out how that other person learns. The difference here is you have to end up learning with that person. So when you're a teacher, you have to learn how that person learns. And what you end up doing is acquiring a new way of learning. So the more people, how to measure a teacher's skill. How to measure a teacher's skill. You teach a lot of people, and you acquire a lot of ways to learn. So that one day, you hope that most of the kids that come to you, you can use this toolbox of learning techniques. So if someone struggles with Romaji, my advice is not limited to someone who doesn't struggle with Romaji. And then when you give an advice, if the person struggles with kana and not Romaji, it doesn't ignore that Romaji could be useful for that person's kana. Things like that. And you don't need these tools. If you're not educating, if you're not going into education, you don't need these tools. These tools, what these tools will do is you spend more time at lower competence levels. So like, if a Japanese teacher could be a Japanese teacher who starts at elementary school, like teaching elementary school. And you're like, too incompetent. Let's go to middle school. Like, now I'm not feeling it. My competence level is higher than middle school. I'm gonna move to high school to teach, then move to college to teach. That can very much work. What that does is it keeps the level of competence going up simultaneously while investing time in learning how to teach. And that's where my personal life story comes in. I thought that's what was very rewarding about learning how to teach. As I grow up, right? So as early as high school, I tutored, or I helped other people because I'm slightly above them, right? Like anyone who's like 1 year below me, I didn't have any problems teaching them because the gap in competence is similar. This is where the internet comes in. When you're watching someone play a video game, you're automatically assuming that that person has similar competence level. So that's why it feels appropriate to provide unsolicited advice, because it's assuming advice is useful when this gap in competence is small enough so that the two people can resonate. They're like, oh yeah, man, this boss is so hard. It's so hard, but at first you just have to do this and this, pay attention to that, and that person gets the advice because the gap is small enough. When you're teaching, this gap can get gigantic, and it's even more pronounced when someone is learning from scratch and then you want to help them. You want to offer advice, right? As a person who loves Japanese. Now, the problem is here could rise is, how competent are you? Have you asked yourself, how smart are you? How hard have you worked? Because the harder you have worked, it means the more experience you have. And that makes your competence gap larger between the two. And it can be very, very difficult for someone who is getting the advice to understand the advice. And as a Japanese teacher, you could have a Japanese teacher who decided, I'm not going to learn all of the kanji. I'm not going to spend all my time improving the kanji. I have to take some of that time away so that I can focus on all the stuff that my kids are struggling with. So it takes time away to focus on teaching. This is why there's this stereotype about coaches and teachers. And it's a really deep one, and it hurts it really hurt, like my heart gets broken every time people say this about it. These are people that didn't make it. This is something that happens very often, as in like coaches aren't as good at the skill set. Teachers are the same, right? Like, oh yeah, but if you hate your coach or something, it's like, yeah, my coach, he can't even do what I can do. I should be able to. Well, the idea is they can't. Like, but their skill set isn't just the skill. Their skill set is literally in their name. They have to spend time learning how to coach. They have to spend time learning how to teach. And that's time not spending developing the same skill that you're working on. So it's not everyone. Obviously, I'm not talking about everyone. It just breaks my heart when I hear that. I love it when students, right? This is like let's just throw in some Star Wars here. the most satisfying and rewarding parts of being a coach and a teacher is when your student surpasses you in the skill set. Okay? The downside of this happening, the trade-off of this happening, is you will know that the student, you helped the student, but the student didn't practice teaching or coaching. Your hope is that you inspired them to remember or gain self-awareness of what you did as a coach or teacher for them. And one day that when they no longer practice their skill, the skill that they've capped, they will think back fondly on the people that coached and taught them and explore teaching and coaching so that they can pass on their skills to the next generation. Usually nowadays, this part doesn't happen anymore because the skill caps are so high on our skills now. Like, the internet has proved that. The internet is there. YouTube, Twitch is constantly reminding you that the skill cap is so gigantic, because when you look at YouTube and Twitch, you are reminded of what is the pinnacle, what is the zenith of your competence, of the skill set you have. So it hasn't happened yet because the internet generation is still less than 30 years old. Like, I was pre-internet generation, right? So this awareness of where that skill cap is wasn't there when I was like growing up. I didn't look at the highest peak. I looked at what's slightly above me all the time, right? So for me, I have no desire to try to reach the skill cap. And what happens is, if you're constantly looking up, I would say those people who are going to become 30 all the way, they probably have a lifetime's worth of practicing the skill cap. So no, I don't think people are great at teaching or coaching, because I know they're awesome at doing what they do, which is not teaching or coaching. Is to keep getting better, because the skill cap is so high, you can probably spend your entire lifetime doing it and you'll be okay. Like, you're envision. The downside is, which is where the article came in, is a friend of mine that I've known for a while gave me an article, and they're talking about the state of teaching. The punchline here was the state of teaching. They noticed that there were deficiencies. One of the symptoms of the state of this teaching is that there was deficiencies in kids, and not that kids can't do specialized tasks, but they lost foundational skills, and these foundational skills are being augmented or being helped by tools. And these tools are really good. They are really good. Like, I can't emphasize how good they are. They are incredibly good. We're talking about like Google, smartphones. Like, they're excellent. And the better they are, the less you have to do. Right? Because a tool is fantastic. What it does is it removes the need for foundational work. You don't need to learn foundational work because they're so good at replacing it. And right now, teachers, which breaks my heart all the time, because this is not a like a new pandemic. It's been spreading for a while now, and it's been increasing, and I've always been curious how we're going to, as a society of human beings, like everyone around the world, how we're going to address this. Is the idea that our tools keep getting better, which is awesome because it saves us a lot of time, but our competence is getting lower in life skills. Our life skill competence is getting lower, and I see it myself, like in myself. Even at 30 plus, I still feel like my life skills are suffering, right? As in, like, communication, it's my focus, and I still see weaknesses in my communication, even though I spend most of my time focusing on communication. It's still weakening because the tools keep getting better. They just keep getting better. Like, do I call my doctor to make an appointment? Yes and no sometimes. I could rely on a tool to just do it, right? How does that tool work? Well, I have to remember that when I go online and I use an electronic interface, right, to schedule, what I really did was I went to the office, talked to a person, and agreed on a time. That's what really happened. But no, it stops here. It just stops here. Electronic scheduling. You know, go online, tick off a box, good to go. What does that do? Well, it removes one-on-ones in person. It removes negotiation, even though it might not sound like a negotiation. Agreements, right? How to agree on things, how to compromise. These are part of the elements of negotiation. Physically moving there, time management, the list goes on. And I do that. That's what the tool removed from me. So the tool is awesome, absolutely awesome, but we don't practice these skills anymore. Like, and some things I hope the tools will offset that everyone has access to. So everyone, this is assuming this will be okay. This tool will be okay if everyone has access to it. Then that means the human race becomes dependent, fully dependent on doing these things through this tool. That's fair. That can happen. Has it happened now? No. And let's go back to Japanese on how to do that. What are the tools to learn Japanese? What are tools to learn Japanese? Well, this is where Duolingo comes in. Duolingo is something that someone could use to learn Japanese. To what level? Don't really know. So now you have to analyze. So my goal here when I'm using Duolingo is, what is Duolingo doing for me? What is it doing for me? Well, it's doing a lot of lesson planning. It's guiding my direction in vocabulary. It's providing a very specific collection of voices. And you can extend from that, like ethnicity, accents, because remember, those are those are people. Well, there is a chance, and we're not going to go into this, but tools are advancing still, because now you could have AI generated content. So you don't know if the voice sample you're hearing is not just generative AI now. It's very faithful. So even till then, you're saying, well, is it providing an ethnicity or accents? So these things are being replaced right now. Without realizing this, right? This is where the article comes in. Teaching has become almost unimaginably difficult because competence in foundational life skills in kids. So when the kids finally arrive at the grade they are, the teaching grade of this teacher, they notice over the years, like say a teacher that worked for 20 years, they notice that progressively over the years, there's a decline in foundational life skills. And those foundational life skills, even not just life skills, but I'm focused on life skills, but a lot of times it's like knowledge. There are a lot of knowledge checks. Things like adding numbers, how to negate negatives, how double positive still is a positive. Those things, yes, that's pretty typical. But my main interest is life skills. So these things are like doing research. Like, for example, that was listed specifically. How to do research, okay? And I can tell you now, if you're talking to anyone who is younger than 20 years old, research means something very different. It is not the same anymore. Now the question is, what are the pros and cons? Pros and cons of this new age research, right? Well, it's search engine related, obviously. And yes, both older people and younger groups use a search engine. But how do they use it? How do they use it? And that was the topic of this research. You can search terms, right? But the process of understanding the logic behind how to use a search engine based on terms to look for your solution is lost. So, for example, if I ask someone who's less than 20 years old, hey, can you help me search for something? Like, I really want to know how to find the colligative property of water. Immediately, the likelihood is the first search term will be water. Then they might add properties. What they're gonna go do is they're gonna hope that the search engine is gonna find something before it hits something they don't understand, which is colligative. What does that kind of look like? That kind of looks like someone who is using Romaji to learn kana and ultimately increase their bank of kanji. It's the path of least resistance. This pattern isn't just restricted to learning language. It's restricted to learning life skills. The downside is when you're doing this step with tools, it doesn't connect the things. How is Romaji connected to kana, and how is kana connected to kanji? And then reverse in the other direction. So if I gave someone colligative, right, the word colligative properties of water, if they start at colligative, they can't get back to what is the question even asking? Like, what am I even looking for? So when I say, hey, can someone give me a list of the colligative property of water? You're no longer exercising a life skill where you're asking yourself the process of the question. Like the person asking the question, what are they looking for? Why do you not ask back like, hey, why do you want this? Or what specifically is interesting about the colligative property, so I can search for something very specific. And then when I can be very specific, I can answer the question better. So all these things are life skills that are part of skills that are very good. Like, oh man, kids are so fast at doing certain things. They're so excellent at doing certain things. It's difficult when you're a teacher because the learning process is gone. There's no like, this is a life skill. How do people learn now? They learn by getting advice. They don't learn by making mistakes. They don't learn by critical thinking. I mean, they do sometimes. You do still go through these. It's just less. They're less reliant on making mistakes, critical thinking, problem solving. These things you don't need to do these things. Really, like in reality, if tools get better, completely better and better, you will need these skills less. You don't need to solve problems or critical thinking. You just get advice. Advice removes the need to critically think or problem solve. You don't have problems if someone has already solved those problems. So when you're learning Japanese, if you're getting advice on Japanese, you're going to assume, sort of, that you have no problems. There will be no problems that are unique to you. There are no problems that you have to solve or figure out, because everyone else, there's got to be someone out there that has the same problem as you that can offer you advice. And that's where it goes all the way back to Babin's talk. Babin's wonderful. I really appreciate these candid comments, because these candid comments are very helpful. It's illustrating a point that I want others to not have this problem in the future. I hope when you guys become 30, 40, 50, all the way to your old age, you no longer find it surprising that people are very incompetent now. And it's not because they're stupid or unable to learn. Is their foundational skills are low now. Their foundational skills need practice. Like, you don't need to do these foundational skills anymore. Tools, like electronic tools, are so good. And that's the detriment. It's a trade-off of having fantastic tools. If you're ever wondering if you have social anxiety right now, of talking to people in person, what are you not doing when you're online? Well, you're not in person. So obviously, like, it's not like you're incapable of talking to people in person. Is if awesome tools are alleviating this and you keep doing it, hopefully everyone keeps communicating this way. But every time when you think about doing this skill, you're hoping, what you're thinking in the back is you're hoping everyone just adopts this tool so that you don't need this skill anymore. So that's kind of the thing. And that's why when I play video games and stuff, it's kind of my way to talk to people who are reliant on very specific tools to make them feel happy, make them feel competent, and then slowly take them out of their comfort zone. And unfortunately, yesterday, I obviously took someone out of their comfort zone way too much to draw criticism, right? And that's fine. I mean, that person will go on and do their own thing with the tools that they have. So if they really want to talk to someone like me, it's going to be quite difficult because I don't really focus on the same thing, right? I'm not focusing on getting OPOP in Japanese. I'm using it as a platform to illustrate that it's okay not to be the best. It's okay not to be N1 in 30 days. Like this is like my advice videos on how to get N1 in 30 days. This is advice. Ask yourself who is giving the advice. It's not malicious. It's a psychological position that they are in. They are N1 already, and they're trying to help you the best way they can without process. Okay? So these guys are great. They're experts. They're really good. You're really competent too. The idea is, where is N3, Babin, and where is N5? And that can, it's not just a negative thing or a positive thing. You can feel really good knowing that you finally reach N3. That's a lot of hard work. Navigating that, you have to ask yourself how you got there, because it can be very informative. So go into the punchline now. So we have teachers, especially this specific teacher, who talked about the age range of 15 to 18, so high school. I've said this a bunch of times, I focus on 18, specifically 18 to 25, so college level, right? Post-college level. 15 to 18, as you go earlier, whatever 15 to 18 problems are, they get amplified when they're 18 to 25. During this time, I did some outreach to high schools, and the feeling of being a teacher in this day and age, which was 10 years ago really, but now I can only feel like it's worse, is that there's such a huge gap in life skills that it feels hopeless. And the last thing a teacher wants to feel is hopeless for their kids. So what do? They leave in droves. So if you're ever wondering, if you go to school and you find some teacher that just has no idea what they're doing anymore, is because they don't. It's like, how do you solve kids who are afraid to make mistakes? Solve problems on their own. Have foundational logic. Without needing advice. As these people grow older, they become more and more dependent on a source of advice to help them feel better about themselves, right? To help them feel confident, competent. How do you feel competent about your skills? You look at everyone else. Well, to me, what I do as a teacher, generally speaking, I have to look back. Like, N3 is awesome. When someone tells me they're barely N3, I want them to tell me what this means. What does it mean? What does it mean to be an N3? And if they can describe to me all the things that they know as an N3, it helps the person and the student or whatever, like I could know zero Japanese. But if I can get that person to describe to me what they know with an N3 in Japanese, I like to believe that it will allow them to see what they know and how they know it. It reminds them of their journey and their process of getting there. And that's usually what teachers do. Teachers have to focus on the process. Well, if you have kids that has such a gigantic gap, how do you do that? How do you cross that? Basically now high school teachers are struggling. They're not teaching anything. They're not teaching the skill anymore. They're teaching life skills again. Because without these life skills, you can't teach the actual skill, right? They're not actually teaching the skill anymore. You have to give the learning. So even if the goal is to become N1, if they don't have the learning skills to do so, it could be N5 for all I care. It would be very, very difficult. And that's why it's not surprising. It's not surprising to me that people quit below N5. So that's kind of the sad part. I know this sounds really sad. I'm sorry. It kind of sounds a little bit morbid or hopeless. But generally speaking, thinking about these things makes all the people who are already competent grateful, and those people are the ones that I'm trying to enable and inspire to come up with new ways to get other people to want to do the thing they're doing. That's kind of where YouTube started and Twitch started. Somewhere along the line, algorithm and machines have skipped over that now. So now it's about what's the best way to do something, what's the example of the best way, what does fluent Japanese look like? Well, I'm going to tell you that all respects to those people who are fluent in Japanese at the highest level, that's not fluent to me. Fluent is someone who's freely learning Japanese without effort. Like, if you're learning Japanese, you're loving it, you're constantly progressing forward, that is fluency, in my opinion. Because you will eventually get there, to any extent of yourself. I know that is diminishing those who pass way past N1, but to me, it's a necessary switch of perspective in order to encourage all the people you're leaving behind. So all those experts, all those fluent people, good for them. They're so good at what they're doing. They're just so terrible at teaching people, in my opinion. You trade off being able to teach people by being very good at your thing. Those people can choose to sacrifice some of their time at being the best to teach or coach. That's perfectly up to them. They're not obligated to do so. My goal in life is to make teaching seem rewarding and fun, and like practicing it doesn't often seem like fun, because how do you practice teaching? You do things like this. I'm deliberately spending more time on Romaji to Kana and back, because I need to figure out, how do I bridge this gap to be a more effective teacher? I mean, this is a very specific example just for Japanese. And that's even worse, because now I'm only limiting myself to Japanese. So I need to figure out how the techniques that I learned from Romaji to Kana and back, how do I apply this to other languages? right? Because it's not just Japanese. If you limit yourself to Japanese, then this is context specific. That's not learning how to teach. That's learning how to learn. That's just learning Japanese. So when someone offers advice by dropping romaji, they're thinking about all the things that make romaji bad. They're not talking about how relying on one thing without associating it with another thing is what's causing the problem. The idea is people are learning romaji without associating to kana actively. So when they remove the romaji, there's no association to kana. So they'll struggle to drop romaji. I don't see that in myself because I didn't do that. Not only that, today is the day. So this is like the punchline to today. I'm removing romaji today. If it hits a fan, like if I hit a wall, I'll put romaji back and try to come up with a different strategy to offset this. That is solving problems. It's doing and then solving problems. If you're constantly getting advice on what's the best way, you are not solving problems. You are getting advice from someone who have already attempted to solve those problems because they made it. There's a reward for struggle. It's not what you think. It's not that I made it reward, like that delayed gratification. I made it, like haha, I made it, right? That's a haha joke, by the way, guys. Haha, I made it. No, the reward, in my opinion, is you get to learn how to solve problems for yourself. And to me, this is priceless. This is a life skill. So to heck with feeling incompetent, or if you trip, you fall, you get up, you're practicing a priceless life skill. Every once in a while, I'm not saying do it all the time because this stuff kicks your butt. It makes you feel bad. It kicks your butt. You're always feeling like you're incompetent, you're not very impressive. Yeah, it does kick your butt. But every once in a while, you know, do something, in my opinion, do something without relying on advice. Because one day, when you grow older, yeah, you're going to have so much experience that phrase, it depends, which comes up a lot as a youth, because oftentimes it depends means it's advice based. That means you read so much, it depends. One day that XP will be it depends, but it doesn't matter anymore. Do you know why it doesn't matter? Because you can solve your own problems. You never feel like it depends if you're always going to feel confident enough to solve your own problems. This is where I am at the age of 30, 36. So when someone offers me advice, that's cool. That's cool. I'll take it into consideration. When the advice is, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. That's okay. I'm doing it. I'm doing it my way. If you're right in the end, awesome. I've learned something about how wrong my way is. If you're wrong, honestly, if you're wrong, I don't really learn much, right? Like, when someone once challenged me and said that I'm always concerned about being right. It's like, no, I want to rephrase that. I'm always concerned about not being wrong. because being right means I don't learn anything. So I love getting advice, but it doesn't stop me from doing it my way. I don't adopt people's advice. I keep their advice to heart and see if my way falls out or in line with their advice. When you're younger, you don't get this luxury yet, but as you grow older, you will get this luxury. And my goal in the future is that when teachers teach young kids, they're going to become adults one day. And I'm hoping that those adults find ways to, for example, solve their depression. Solve their boredom. Solve their lack of motivation, which is different from boredom. One can be bored and still be motivated to do something. So all these things, the older you get, the more it's going to be it depends. And the more you say it depends, the harder the barrier is to eventually be able to solve it. So hopefully that's not the case. I don't want it's already happening now. Like I usually talk to people around the age of 18, and this whole it depends thing, it means Google it, because Google has a lot of information, so it depends. Well, I'm not asking if it depends on Google and all the information. I'm asking you to form an opinion that can be relatable. That's different from giving advice that is not relatable. You can be the best Japanese speaker in the world and give unrelatable advice. And that's a vicious cycle, because if these are the people who are giving unrelatable advice to young kids, what do the kids do in return? Well, if they ever reach this, they're going to continue giving advice in an unrelatable way to the next generation, and it keeps going back. This is the vicious cycle. That's kind of a morbid standpoint, but I honestly believe when there are enough deficiencies in teaching, it will raise awareness enough that maybe we'll design tools, ironically, for focusing on teaching to go back to raising awareness. Maybe one day. Just teaching is not the same anymore. When I hear and read or see classrooms and seminars, they're not the same as before anymore. They're trying to solve this gap of using tools for the kids. So now syllabus, right? I've always so syllabus, people who go to school probably remember, on the day one you get like an outline of all the courses, all the stuff, just like what Duolingo does, right? When you click on learn, there's like this roadmap and stuff. It lines the things. I would say now almost over 50% of these syllabus is about life skills. It's not even about the content that they're trying to teach. Half the page, when I saw a syllabus recently from a few people who are going to college for the first time, or second, when I look at the syllabus, half of it are instructions that weren't there before. And when I went to college, all it is 90% of, hey, this is what we're going to learn. Like, this is all the stuff, you have no idea what even the words are. Like, when you're looking at the syllabus, it's like, colligative property of water. Like, what the heck does colligative mean? Like, over 90% of the actual text is like, these are English words, but I have no idea what they mean at all, right? What does that sound like, going into kana without any reference? So that used to be the syllabus. Nowadays, though, at least 50% of it is like, okay, so before we learn about chemistry, let's start with spending 1 week learning how to add and subtract numbers. Because early chemistry, you learn about like covalent bonds and ionic compounds, and those things require being able to add and subtract negative numbers. I literally did this before too. Even during my age, when I was in college, when I had office hours to like tutor people, right? Or help people, the first 30 minutes involves foundation. Like, it's not that they didn't comprehend they could comprehend complex topics. Just like, I don't know, how a organic compound, right? How an organic compound reacts with an ionic one, for example, right? However, when you try to get them to do other functions that require just adding like, for example, adding 1 plus -1, right? Then it becomes an ordeal, and it spends 30 minutes. And how long was my office hours? An hour. It was 60 minutes. So it took 50% of the session not reviewing any of the content that they're responsible for on an exam. That's kind of the dire straits. But I don't believe this is going to be the case in the future. I actually think with all these posts, all these awareness, all these tools, humans are going to solve that, in my opinion. So just keep an open mind. And let me read these messages. I'm sorry. When I go into these things in the beginning, I just keep going. Katakana is one of the reasons I gave up on Japanese. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't even read the first one. You turn on Romaji day 1 to torture myself? I see. Give it another shot, you know? Maybe one day. I'm sorry to hear that the whole turning off thing didn't work out for you. Well, I've heard people giving up Japanese. Yeah, we read that. Babin, thank you for your input again. And Jojo got a B in French, by the way. Oh yeah, that's right. Your exam. I hope you're still here. Your exam. I forgot about that. B sounds good. Solid. What were your expectations? What were your expectations on your French exam? JPL stuff. Oh yeah, I looked at this. Turnus, thank you for the link to the the Japanese like language proficiency test. Yeah, that's what I was my YouTube algorithm, Turnus, my YouTube algorithm is all about that now. Like, I clicked on one thing and I just wanted to look at it, see what kids are seeing, like other people are seeing as advice, right, online, and my whole algorithm is like blown up with JLPT stuff, like the Japanese language proficiency test stuff. So absolutely. And this one has the result of what, 60,000 people. Yes, exactly. Yep, I definitely looked at that. Thank you, Independent. Yeah, so I'm keeping an eye on it. Obviously, I don't want to I don't want to be affected too much by the statistics, but yeah, it is pretty eye-opening actually. And also, since that very specific site, the Japanese language proficiency test, I found there were some limitations on they didn't self-survey or voluntarily self-survey and correlate with where the origin of the person taking it was, right? So that type of statistics might be a little bit personal and whatnot. So I haven't really dived deep into parsing some of the data, but generally speaking, whatever I say is often on an individual level. I'm focused more on the micro level because I am not a data scientist. I am not a data scientist, and I do not work for a data hub that would be focused on these tasks, and I don't have those skills either. So just a little bit of digression, I do work with big data before, but big data in the sense of genetics. And the reason why I'm saying genetics is like, wow, that's awfully specific, is because it is. So that means I have less generalizable skills, unfortunately. And that's why I feel, even as a scientist back then, I had too many specialized skills. So specifically, the stuff that I know how to handle with big data deals with genetics. And that means this stuff is not very generalizable to like population statistics and stuff. So I genuinely try to not make it sound like I understand how to handle sociological, demographical, like just big population statistics. I do observe patterns still. So observing patterns is a life skill, right? No, understanding what's a pattern, differences, similarities, juxtaposition. Those are life skills that science has taught me, education has taught me to refine. However, specialized skills, not enough time. That's probably it. Hey Milo, hello. Now we're gonna get back into the lesson. So keep your chins up, guys. I actually think everyone that I have talked to are incredibly competent people, and they have spent a lot of time being competent around people like them, because in psychology, naturally humans exude, if language is one of the selectors of competence, you generally surround yourself with common people, or attract people of the similar level of competence. Don't get discouraged if you look around and everyone feels incompetent to you. That's perfectly fine. That can be a motivator, right? To maybe even help people around you, etc., etc. So, all right. So let's get into the big show today, which is where's the setting button? Oh, is it only up here? Oh, is it behind here? Where is the setting button? I just realized, oh, here it is. Wait, no, that's not the setting that I'm looking for, right? Is it? Hold up 1 second. I don't know if this is the type of setting button, so let me turn this off for a moment. And just to make sure, oh no, yeah. That setting button is not the thing I'm looking for. Where is this? Okay, so hold up. I'm preventing doxing myself. So that setting button. Am I still learning Japanese? I am. Still learning Japanese. For sure. Independent. We are on day 9. Where is it? Okay, the easiest way we're gonna do this is it's a good idea to be able to find it though, because that's a design thing. That's a design choice. The heck? Do I actually have to go into something? Okay. So let's just do the hirakana, right? It's not here either. So is it only when I come here? It is. That's such a weird... That's weird. Okay. Well, anyways, we did it. We're gonna start with hirakana to brush up though, because we got 5x5. We got 25 to cover. Because dakuon. Well, actually, we only need one set, because I just need to associate the little like circle thing, stroke, the little circle stroke with E. So I have to actively do that right now. So let's go in. Oh, because it's only in the lessons. Oh, that's right. It's only in the lessons. So interesting. Does the katakana... Now I want to know. Hold up. Now I want to know. If I click on this... Oh no. Unfortunately, I can't get out of here. Can I back out? I can't. Alright, well that's weird. Okay, I'm finding a bunch of really weird design choices. We'll just... Hopefully this shows up again if I quit out of this. Okay. I was hoping that they would provide... Okay. So I actually have to use... it doesn't impact this section because of the way it's done. So we'll have to go and learn lessons in order to see the impact of Romaji, right? On Romaji. Actually, I have a better idea. Since we turned that off, we can probably do... What is this? The super thing? The super feature where you can just listen? And let's see if it affects this. Oh, it does. It does. So, kakkoi hito. Right? See, this is what I mean. A cool person, like a cool person. So, I honestly think there should be a bigger weight on hirakana and lessons, like putting hirakana lessons, because they already have the lessons. Duolingo already had the lessons for this stuff. It's just there's a different emphasis on the roadmap, right? And I compensated for that. Isha desu. Isha desu. So I actually didn't learn this yet, right? In the hirakana section, but I know this like smaller ya. This smaller ya. So she, ya becomes sha, right? Isha desu. So this, right? So yeah, no problems dropping the romaji. Right. So yasashi isha desu. Isha desu. Isha desu. Isha desu. Yeah, no problems. Removing romaji. The problem now is if the choices, right? If the choices are very similar, like, you know how sometimes when you take exams, they can choose to make the multiple choice context specific or phonetically specific, or like a literally similar. So the choices can be literally similar or context similar. For example, here's a good example. I want to eat blank, right? And there will be 4 multiple choices. They could give you 4 food items, right? And all those 4 food items, like the blank is looking for a specific food item, and all those 4 food items look very similar to each other. Like the actual writing looks very similar. A different way is they could give you 3 non-food items and 1 food item. So this is what I mean. So the choices become very similar. I don't know if they're going to do that. It'd be tricky, right? So those are the things that can push this difficulty. But naturally right now, Duolingo actually stays away from that. They use words and phrases that you already know. So when they're building up their vocabulary, all these are redundant after a while. So now I actually know what all these things are. So I generally can differentiate even just by looking at them. Right? And I had the Romaji enabled the entire time. It's just that when I force myself to look at Romaji and associate it with the kana, it's different from just looking at the Romaji and moving on. That's the difference between the problems. When someone says the advice is to remove Romaji, it means that they don't understand how to learn without cold turkey. So out of sight, out of mind is a great learning technique that only applies to people who are younger than 18. Because they never saw things before, so they only focus on the things they saw. Adults, this problem will come up all the time. Where do you see this problem all the time? When you have an argument with someone and you only hear what you want to hear. That is the adult problem. You've heard this all before. Yesterday, someone got angry at me because they wanted to hear something. They wanted to hear the attitude in my voice. They wanted to filter that stuff because they thought that's what was going on. They only heard what they wanted to hear. That's Romaji without associating with kana. So they misunderstood me, and I probably misunderstood them for the very same reason. It's not just, those are foundational skills that can be illustrated with language. But logically speaking, that happens all the time. You are listening and understanding with a filter. Instead of observing everything, which is a struggle, because I struggle with it all the time. Obviously, you want to turn off the Romaji if you have a problem of seeing what you want to see and not seeing what is there. What is there in Duolingo is that the kana is in bright white letters, or like lines, white, and the Romaji is in a gray shade on the dark theme. I don't know about the white theme. The light theme might be a little bit different, but it's very obvious that Duolingo understands, the people who make Duolingo understands that the kana comes first. So if I turn this back on, the Romaji is in dim gray things. So why does someone focus on this and say the best advice for someone is to remove the Romaji? It's because their learning techniques have a problem. They can't understand how to associate two things, even though it's pretty clear that the thing that is supposed to catch your attention is the white text. They don't need it if they still are successful at learning Japanese, though. You don't need to learn that technique. So what's the downside of it? What's the downside of making it easier for yourself? The ironic thing is, if you don't learn this way, you're not learning how to focus on something when being distracted by something else. Is this a waste of time? It is if you don't learn anything from it. And I absolutely agree with those people. It's a waste of time for them because they don't understand how to focus on two different things at the same time. You aren't forcing yourself to focus on the kana while the Romaji is there. Or you're not focused on making associations. So I spent the last 8 days associating these, and it takes a long time. If you saw my lessons, they're so much slower. So much slower. So I agree with everyone. If you're busy not associating, it won't slow you down. It'll make you faster. You're not practicing something though. I am. I'm practicing how to form associations, and that takes time. And when you practice that, it takes less and less time. It'll still take more time than not doing it at all. That's fair enough. If you don't need the skill to form association, perfectly fine. So like when I go to Hirakana section, right? When I learn Hirakana, it's super fast because I'm only doing one task. I'm not associating with the Romaji and then the kana. It's just, here's the Romaji, where's the kana? Here's the kana, where's the Romaji? In here, I'm listening to the sentence, looking for the meaning, finding the romaji. How does that translate to kana? Or the other way around? It's a lot of extra steps. And yes, it's inefficient. I'm sorry, guys. They're right. If you remove steps, it makes it more efficient. What does it also remove? You don't practice life skills. That's a life skill is forming associations. When you form associations, it helps you remember things. So if you're wondering, in my opinion, I'm probably going to be able to remember the time that I lost doing the association is the time I gained in remembering association, like the memory techniques. So when you go and remember kanji, if you're a person, I would even gamble on this a little bit. I would say 60 to 40% chance. If you're a person who's struggling with kanji, is because you don't know how to form associations. So where your time gained from wasting your time understanding how to learn by association, kanji is going to become easier. You just don't know where those skills are going to be helpful. So yes, you can save time here to lose time somewhere else. It's always a trade-off. If you don't learn anything, then I absolutely agree with you. It's a waste of time if you don't learn anything. You can choose not to learn anything. I usually don't. So when someone comes to me and say something is a waste of time, the challenge here is, can you make it feel like it's not a waste of time? Because it breaks my heart when someone says, I spent 3 months trying to learn Japanese, and romaji got in the way. That sucks. Can you look back and understand what you did in the last 3 months and take something from it so that it doesn't feel awful? It doesn't feel like you just wasted your life, right? That's a sucky place to be. Right now, do you care what the meaning of the sentence is or just hearing what they're saying? Right now, I know what the meaning of the sentence is, so let's go through that.
かっこいい学生です。
Kakoi gatsei desu. That's a cool student. This he or she is a cool student. Yeah. So all these listening techniques in Duolingo, they only use the vocabulary they already taught you. So you should already know all of these meanings. All right.
かっこいい。かっこいい学生です。
Yeah, gakusei desu. So we just learned ga, right? We just learned the kana for ga, which is this one.
学生で
This.
す。優しい弁護士。
Yasashi bengoshi.
優しい弁護士。
Yeah, that's a nice lawyer, right? So I'm looking for a nice lawyer. Yasashi bengoshi. And we just learned ben? Yeah, we just learned ben.
弁護士。
Oh, well, is there a
優
desk?
しい弁護士。
Yeah. A nice
先
lawyer.
生。
Sensei, which is teacher, right? Sensei, I don't think we have any. Sensei? No,
Sensei.
these we have all these kana already. Hirakanas.
かっこいい人です。
Kakoi hito desu.
かっこいい
Hito
人です。
desu. Which is, he's a cool person.
優しい先生です。
Although right now, this is vocab reviewing. I've since stopped telling myself, like vocally telling myself, what they mean. For the first week independent, I've said it out loud to myself. So when it comes to memory, there are senses that you can take into account. The very foundation of getting more memory or improving encoding is saying it out loud so you can hear it, feel it, see it, right? All those senses, that's the basic level. The basic level, you want to utilize those things. At the same time, I also use my brain before where I told myself what the sentence means in English, and I also rehearsed it orally in Japanese. So I did all those in the beginning, and then now I'm weaning off them, just like I'm transitioning away from Romaji. So Romaji is being lifted because I need to add something else onto it now. I have so many tasks. Now the tasks that are automated, I'm trying to wean off so I can put on more tasks. The trade-off here is I will become less and less competent in Romaji. So Romaji is going to take longer and longer. The next time I have to go back to Romaji, like take the kana and go back to Romaji, it's going to get slower and slower. But I'm going to get faster and faster, getting closer to kanji, right? Or katakana, really, because katakana is next. So I'm building myself now to go from hirakana to katakana, and then one day take katakana and go back to the Romaji. Then I will abandon the Romaji completely for the time being and learn how to combine hirakana and katakana and focus it, like excluding it so that I can see the kanji. And then the kanji will use 3 or 4 techniques that I typically use. And kanji is more than you require writing, right? So I'm gonna largely rely on the senses of writing in addition. And then we're gonna use like memory flash techniques and associations to learn kanji. Kanji, the memorizing part, is to me the most basic part. As in, when you're a kid, the technique that you rely on the most is repetitious association. And as a kid, I didn't largely, so as a disclaimer, all the way up till now, I do not have problems with using association. It's my strongest memory technique. So I practice that skill the most. All the other stuff, I don't practice very much. So I spend more time doing that, which is speaking the language, right? Using the words, listening, going through that. That stuff I don't do very often. So I'm going to try to do it as often as I can to keep myself practicing, because in the future, when I go to learn Mandarin, which I want to do next, and then Spanish again, I want to take those skills and apply it to Spanish and Mandarin right away. When it gets to kanji, it will be my favorite part. It will be my favorite section. Without a doubt, just memorizing strokes repetitiously and associating stories and memories with specific condensed meaning. That's kind of what I like. It's what I do. That's what science is. Like if I say the word Avogadro's number is a kanji. Like I only have to say Avogadro's number, and whoever it is that are in science, even at like a college level science, will know exactly what I mean. And it means way more than the actual letters and symbols that make up Avogadro's number, or like the Planck constant, right? A Grignard reaction, reverse peristalsis. These are all elements of strategy you use to learn kanji. Kanji is a reflection of that. You're having a cluster of characters that stand for way more than it is. I'll give you an example that most people kind of know. Pi. You're probably thinking of the symbol pi, but it means way more than that in English. Pie could be a slice of pie. You could be thinking about a cherry pie, a pecan pie, a pumpkin pie, or you could be thinking about the mathematical constant. So that's kanji. And to me, I'm only getting to the fun part, the part that I feel most comfortable part. So I spend most of my time doing this. This is the hardest part for me. Like, it's skills I don't use very often anymore. Like, I stopped playing a musical instrument. What is this whole Romaji kanji, feeling, writing is related to, I stopped playing musical instruments a while ago. Like, this is the same as, in my opinion, the same as learning how to play a violin and guitar. This very specific part. And then the other stuff, it's association. Just, you gotta get really good at condensing ideas, right? I threw out science terms because generally people who like to learn language aren't really concerned with complex like numbers and empirical theorems and stuff. Like, for example, what's the third law of thermodynamics? I'll let people think about that. Usually it's like Newton's first law of motion or something that perhaps people will remember, kind of thing. Like, what's the difference between potential energy and kinetic energy? Stuff like that. That's kanji. The strategy to learn kanji is associated with how good you were when you were in school remembering mathematical theorems and physical and scientific theorems. Could you remember those really easily? If you can't, welcome to the world of kanji, right? Because those symbols are abstractions until you ascribe meaning to them. What does the infinity sign mean? Things like that.
優しい先生です。
優しい先生です。優しい right?
かっこいい、
Oops.
かっこいい。優しい、
what is it?
優しい先生です。
Sensei desu. A nice teacher, right? Did I get sensei? Yeah.
先生です。
Yes.
弁護士です。
We're gonna be doing this the whole day now. Since this is what I would like to do the whole day. So we're not doing any lessons today because that involves katakana. We'll struggle through it when it's not a super day. Today's a super day, so we're just gonna bootstrap listening, finding the kana, and then rehearsing the... Oh, we might want to add more vocabulary though. I am 2 lessons away from adding another vocabulary. They're probably going to be katakana though. Like my current section is America, Canada, Igirisu? Yeah, Igirisu. I keep forgetting the Brazil one. Brazil. Yaru. I don't know. Brazil. So yesterday I did like the first set of lessons for those, but they're all in katakana. So even if I had all hirakana, it would be a bit to get used to seeing the katakana without meaning or association at all.
弁護士です。
弁護士です。Lawyer. He, she, a lawyer. We just got Bay yesterday.
弁護士です。
This is everywhere, so easy to pick up.
優
the
しい
this.
学生です。
優しい学生です。優しい。優しい。We got Yasashi. We got Yasashi 2 days ago.
優しい、優しい学生です。
学生です。
学生です。
She's a nice student. Yeah, not too bad. Okay, they count as lessons and spent 20 minutes learning. I didn't even spend 20 minutes learning. I spent 20 minutes rambling. Ooh, you get more XP. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I
優
love it.
しい人。
優しい人。優しい人。
優しい
人。
人。
A
学
nice
生で
person.
す。
学生です。
学
学
生
生です。
です。
A student. She is a student. Or
先生です
sensei desu. Teacher, a teacher, right?
先生です
かっこいい弁護士です。
A cool lawyer.
かっこいい
Ben. Gotta get used to singing. This?
かっこいい弁護士です。
Yes.
です。弁護士と先生。
Bengoshi to sensei. So a lawyer and a what?
弁護士と先生。
A lawyer and a teacher.
弁護士
So
と
sensei? Yeah, sensei.
先生。
優しい人です
Yasashi, a nice person. Yasashi, oh man, it's so much more efficient too. You
優しい
don't need to worry about A's. That's kind of nice. Sorry.
優しい人です
Hito desu.
人です
I'm starting to enjoy that I don't have to write articles and stuff. Like I stopped thinking about it anymore. Like so here, like as an English person,
優しい人です
when I hear yasashi hito desu, I don't hear a he or she is a nice nice person. I just hear person nice here. Like I literally hear yasashi hito desu. Like but I can process what they're trying to go for. But I've already eliminated the habit of saying he or she is a nice person. Sorry, pronouns.
かっこいい医者。
Kakoi isha. Kakoi isha.
医者。
And this is something we haven't learned yet. The isha, the sha. But we know that ya, you, and yo can be added to a kana, a hirakana of before to add that. So ryo, you know, ryu, or sha, cha, etc. Chu. I don't know if that exists. We'll see if it exists.
弁護士です
Bengoshi desu. Sorry.
弁護士ですかっこいい弁護士です
Kakoi bengoshi desu.
弁護士です
Yes.
かっこいい弁護士です
優しい学生。
Yasashi gakusei. Yasashi.
学生。
Oops.
学生。優しい。学生。
Oh, was
学
that
生。
bengoshi?
優しい学生。
Yeah,
学
gakusei.
生
Yes.
です。
Oops.
優しい学生。
Oh, no this. Oh.
優しい学生。
I just added it myself.
優しい学生。優しい。学生。
Okay. Nice. I love these listening ones. When it's not a super day, so when super is over, what I'm going to probably do is I'm probably going to write out the stuff as I'm learning the lessons. So if it's something I can write already, I'm on the lesson stuff, I'll probably practice writing out the clusters together, like gakusei, just like write it out to myself so that I can utilize writing at the same time. But today, since we have this feature, right, it's listening is only part of the super thing, and I have one more day. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to get up and start do a few hours of it, so we're just sampling how useful this is. I think this is super useful. I don't know if you can do this yet. Oh yeah, you can. Let's see.
お茶とご飯です。
Ochato gohan desu. And still, that the bottom one is also restricted to your vocabulary. So how far you've gone through the lessons, right?
お茶とご飯です。
Ochato gohan desu. So,
お茶とご飯です。
green tea and rice. This is green tea and rice. So, ocha. Wait.
お茶とご飯です。
Oh, right. Cha. Right.
お茶。
Forgot. Cha. It's the chi and ya. That's why it took me a little bit.
お茶とご飯です。
So, gohan. What the?
ご飯
This.
です。ご飯と水です。
Gohan do mizu desu. So rice and water. This is rice and water. So,
ご飯と水です。
so
ご飯
gohan
と
do mizu
水
desu.
です。お茶、ご飯、
Ocha gohan. So green tea, comma,
お茶、ご飯、
rice, right? Green tea, comma, rice. Ocha. So I'm looking for
お
ocha.
茶、
Gohan.
ご飯、
That's it.
お茶、ご飯、
That's so. This stuff is kind of weird. So, no phrases without
ご飯と寿司
Context.
ください。ご飯と寿司ください。
gohan do sushi kudasai. Rice and sushi, please. So,
ご飯
gohan
と
do sushi
寿司
kudasai.
ください。
お茶と水、
Ochato mizu, which is green tea and water.
お茶
Ocha
と
do mizu.
水です。
Oh,
で
not
す。
this.
お茶と水、
That's it. No, this is
お茶と水ください。
ochato mizu kudasai.
お茶と水ください。
So green tea and rice, please. Oh no, green tea and water, please.
お茶、
Ocha
と
do mizu
寿司、 寿司
whoops.
水です。
Oh,
です。ください。
水とお茶です。
Mizu do ocha desu. This is water and green tea, right? It takes longer to translate now.
水とお茶です。
Mizu do ocha desu. So
水
mizu
と
do ocha
お茶
desu.
です。
水、ご飯、
Mizu gohan. So
Mizu
mizu gohan.
ご飯、
水ください。
But it's worth it. It's worth it in my opinion. Yes, it's pretty cool to so here's another thing, right? I'm spending time to translate it because I want to keep on being able to translate it to English. I don't necessarily want to go and skip that step just yet. But maybe one day I will focus more on just getting the kana. What happens is then you would reach that quote unquote fluency, right? Yeah, where you just, oh yeah, so this is this, and then someone's gonna ask you, what does that mean? Like, wait a minute, and then you have to do that process anyways, right? So I do that already inherently when I tell someone, what did I learn today? Well, mizu, right? Mizu, that's water. But if I keep saying mizu over and over again without associating it with the English word water, then it'll slow down. It'll take longer and longer. in my opinion. It will take, but negligibly longer, because if I continue to use English in my daily life, it will still come back. So I'm trying to get faster and faster at Japanese. However, if I immerse myself completely, you'll see that things do slow down little by little, going the other way. And do I really want to be super, super into Japanese? Well, I don't live in Japan. So that's kind of a thing, right? I don't live in Japan. I only want to be just as fast enough to do what I want to do, which is to have a conversation with a Japanese person online or some way, or maybe talk and explain enough to deal and compromise and converse with someone over business. That's probably all I want. And then, read things that I want to read, play video games that I want to play to get different experiences. I'm not learning Japanese to only play video games and anime in Japanese. I actually do watch things in both English and Japanese, even without knowing any Japanese formally. And I expect, if I was a Japanese person, right? This is what I mean is, if I was a fluent in Japanese, I would still do the same. I would watch anime in Japanese and I would watch anime in English. That is the difference. I want to be both. Those are two different experiences. A lot of people compare them, where like, oh yeah, this is a conversation I always have, and this is why I'm learning Japanese. One of the extra birds that you take out with one stone is the idea that I want to be able to explain to someone the hurdles and the difficulties of making a single product in Japanese, and then finding a crew and cast of rewriting that in English. I want to be able to explain to people and teach people using my understanding of Japanese and English to point out the things that people are doing when they need to translate something. And what I want to do with that skill is that one day when I go to write something, or I go to make something, and I want to resonate with a Japanese person and an English person, when I make a product, I want to do two different versions. One that is appropriate for Japanese and one that's appropriate for English. And then how to marry them. As in, how can I make one product that takes the element of English and the elements of Japanese and marry them? Because my life is a hybrid. I'm neither just white American, I'm Asian American. So I live in a life where I want to have all those perspectives. It's not the English dub sucks in anime, it's the English dub has things that English do well, and this anime does not highlight what English does well. And then if there's an English show that's being dubbed Japanese, I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to see an English show and listen to the Japanese. The same way I watch anime in Japanese and also listen to it in English. And I also want to read that stuff. I want to listen to an English show and read Japanese subtitles. I want to read English subtitles, just like I do now, English subtitles, and understand the spoken Japanese. So none of this is abandonment. Romaji is necessary. Associations are necessary. If you want to become a really, really great Japanese person, you're going to become a suckier and suckier English person. I'm just saying. If you spend immersing in one thing, you're giving up another thing. It's a trade-off. I want to be like in the middle somewhere. I want to keep experiencing both. Because that's how I connect with Asian Americans. You can't connect with an Asian American if you're a native person, and you can't connect with an American if you're just an American, like a white American. Asian Americans are stuck in a pocket where it's in between. And I'm not even Japanese. I'm actually Chinese American, so we haven't even gotten to Mandarin yet. But it's that mentality. If you're multicultural like myself, I would say it's always constantly about having both perspectives, or 3 perspectives, or 4 perspectives. And it sucks because you don't have time to be individually good at all of them. It takes away from each other. There's a lot of interference. That is the life struggle of someone who's born multicultural, in my opinion.
水ください
And I love it, by the way. It's not a bad thing. It's not a negative point. I love it.
水ください
Mizu kudasai.
水ください
寿司と水ください。
I wouldn't get to meet people that I meet, right? Like Milo. Like, I wouldn't be as open to meeting people who don't speak my language, or meeting people who speak other languages that I don't understand. That's kind of what it means to be multicultural. You're always in between something. So you're always being scrutinized, in my opinion. So like, my Chinese will never be good enough, usually, for a native Chinese speaker, because they're immersed in Chinese. And then my English is pretty good for like a scientist and whatnot, but ultimately, if you go to the sweaty scientist and ask, how much do I know? It's not good enough, because I'm constantly dividing my time. And that's kind of the lifestyle of someone who's stuck in between. They're just moderately good at everything, but not good enough to be the best, right? So that's the lifestyle that I've embraced. And learning is something that benefits from that. Learning, problem solving, and critical thinking, it's selected itself. Those are the skills I focus on, because I will always, as a person who skirts, right, as a hybrid generalist, I have fewer specialty skills. Doesn't mean I don't have any. I have fewer, but I have more general skills. And those general skills are what most people would euphemism. The euphemism for being more general is more worldly, more open-minded. These things take away from being a specialist. If you become more open-minded, you're going to be distracted more from your specialty skills. It's about maximizing your specialty skills. When you're open-minded and worldly, it's about taking volume. You want to know a lot about everything. You want to know, you keep striving to learn more about everything, but really, if you try to learn about everything, you don't particularly be good at learning about one thing. So that's kind of the story of my life. And what are those fewer specialty skills? Problem solving. Because when you're someone who just doesn't understand enough about anything, you have to solve problems all the time. And then you have to critically think to solve those problems. And then you're always constantly learning. Always constantly learning, because you're generally not going to be interested in becoming the best at anything. So you always have to remember to specialize in learning. So ask yourself, are you an open-minded person? Are you a worldly person? Welcome to my world, because these are the skills for an open-minded person. When a lot of people would say this is called enlightened, which I don't really like this term sometimes. And open-minded, the problem with open-minded is when people think narrow-minded, this is somehow negative, right? Which I kind of get, but what I see is someone who's dedicated to one craft. When I see narrow-minded, specialists. So when you specialize, that's the euphemism for being narrow-minded. When you're not worldly, you're focused. These are the common, like, positive words. Instead of saying, if you're not worldly, you're uncultured, right? People use the phrase uncultured. Like, well, uncultured also means very focused. So those are like the dualities of stuff. And obviously we're not talking about zeros and ones. Human being is on a continuum. Like 0 could be uncultured and 1 could be cultured. And you're basically dialing it in. Where are you between 0 and 1? So it's everywhere in between, right? And you can put extremes at each end. And for myself as a multicultural person, generally all the stuff you see about being open-minded, worry, like concerned with too many things, like overly concerned, maybe sappy, it's over here because well, if I live my life in between, right, you have to be responsible for both sides, like the both extremes. So kind of just how I approach learning as well. So how does this translate to what I'm doing now? I'm gonna pick this stuff up fairly quick. I'm not gonna end up mastering it though. So am I gonna reach N1? Nah. You know what else is nah? Was it nah? Nah. No N1. Maybe N3. Possibly N2. Possibly. Sure. It whatever is enough to match the thing. But do I want to prove that I'm N3 or N1? Nah, I don't need to prove myself on anything. I'm not a specialist. I don't have goals to specialize in anything. If I get to N3, I've proven learning strategies. Now I'm moving on to the next thing to learn more. I could pseudo learn from other people though. Then when I reach here, I can take advice from other people. Only then will I take advice from other people. I need to decrease the competence gap. I need to decrease the competence gap between someone who's really good at Japanese and someone like me who's not good. Once I decrease it enough, I will start taking advice from those people, right? If there's someone like learning with me, we exchange advice when we're learning because the competence gap is smaller, so you can relate to each other. That's kind of the idea of watching your favorite pro gamer, and what you're doing is you're being entertained if you're not a pro gamer yourself. If you're a pro gamer, I know I'm saying pro gamer, but just say like Souls games or something. I like to be entertained. When I'm entertained, that means my competence is too low. So I have no advice to give to this person, right? It doesn't stop other people from doing it. If you think your competence is too, like, overestimate your competence, then you will still give advice to someone who's more experienced. And that's what that person was assuming yesterday. They thought that I thought I know more than them, which is absolutely incorrect. And I pointed that out to them. I literally said, I don't know kanji yet. And they read it as, I know more than them. That's overstating your competence, in my opinion, ironically. But when you're a pro gamer yourself, like a pro Souls player, then it's entertainment, but you might also be a participant. And one day, I hope that if I could reach to a place where I can be a participant, I'll just actively take advice from people and not continue learning. So when I start taking advice from people, I stop learning. Like, I understand some people think that if you go on YouTube and you take advice from advanced people, what is oftentimes people ask, what is the best way to learn Japanese? And they would say something like YouTube. They cut out the process because the people that gave this advice probably already know Japanese. They went through it already. So it's advice on getting advice. There's a difference, but YouTube is the answer though. YouTube do have people that use process-oriented content. As in stepwise, like, hey guys, this is gonna take like hundreds of days. I'm not gonna boil it down to 15-minute days or 15-minute advice lessons, right? This is there are literally people that have day 160 easy listening for Japanese. These are the process-oriented things. But most of these people, when they hear, oh, YouTube is the best way, so they go to YouTube to look for advice. They don't go to YouTube to look for process-oriented things. That's just a little deep cut there. So for me, I hope that I become competent enough to just take advice from people. And that's how I passively learn. When you take advice, there's a difference between learning and passive advice. Which usually which people would say is the difference between passive learning and active learning. I want to actively learn until I don't need to, and then I can passively learn. And to me, when you become a passive learner in a language, you are officially fluent, in my opinion. For all intents and purposes, if you're passive learning, if you think that someone gives you advice and you just integrate it in without even thinking, like English, for example, if I keep using the word colligative through this entire stream and tomorrow you're just gonna be like, I know what colligative means now. That's passive learning. That means you're fluent in English. That's my arbitrary status of what is fluent in communication. When you're listening to someone and you just absorb it, you're not actively problem solving or anything. You're not actively learning anymore. We're like, oh wait, was it this? Like, did that person say this? Man, I have to look up this. Like, what does that even mean? That's active learning. You're gonna end up problem solving. If you just suck it up, like just, if I'm giving you a life lesson and you just suck up the life lesson, it's like, oh, that's a good point. That's passive learning. So I hope that I will become a passive learner in Japanese in some way. Right now, it's I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm expending a lot of effort. Like, you have to, in my opinion, expend a lot of effort to active learn. If you're sitting here, it's like, oh yeah, this is easy. Like, I'm just gonna pick up the things and it's not exhausting. That's passive learning. Even you can passively learn things even before you become competent enough. So YouTube has made that content creators, in my opinion, that are selling you life hacks and stuff, have made you into a passive learner immediately. Which is great if it works. Because some people, like for cooking shows, that's great because cooking, you probably had to do, hopefully, enough so that whatever cooking advice that shows up, it can be passively absorbed. So that stuff's great. Language, in the beginning, not so much. You cannot pass, in my opinion, you cannot passively learn something that's abstract. Just like you can't passively learn science. You cannot passively learn biology, chemistry, organic chemistry, mathematics. Those things are not intuitive yet. They operate on logic. Logic is an antithesis of intuition. You have trouble with longer sentences in Japanese? What do you think this is? Unfortunately, I probably need a lot more information than. What do you think you're having problems with independent? Because I haven't gotten to longer sentences in Japanese yet. So unfortunately, I don't really have any advice for that. The longest sentences I have is like a nice student and a nice teacher. And I would say, if you're using Duolingo, my preferred way is to imagine it like this. So if you're an English native, I'm not sure if you're an English native, by the way, independent. So if you're imagining this, right, this clustering, one thing that I usually do right now, since I'm not really trained, is I think of the sounds, how many sounds and how many kana are in each idea. So like kakoi, right? Kakoi, there are when I see it, I usually see 5 kana. You are an English native. One of the things that English natives do a lot to get over the hump, right? Like it will become automatic at some point, but English does clustering a lot. So we do clustering. Basically, like, for example, you see that, just imagine there are spaces in between all of these. So, des, right? This phrase, when you hear des, you're gonna hear 2 sounds. So you're always telling yourself there's 2. So I'm looking for 2. So if you focus on looking for a cluster of 2, on Duolingo, just on Duolingo alone. If you're using this type of interface, what you can shortcut for the time being until you find out the things is when I hear des, yeah, subject, verb, noun, yeah. So when you're looking for 2, like say desu, you're looking for desu, you know that it's 2. Let's go look for 2 symbols, 2 kanas first. 2 kanas together. So immediately you eliminate these. So there's only 2 possibilities, right? So there are only 2 possibilities, and this is sushi. So what happens now is you've clustered. You've already clustered it because you know the sushi cluster is also 2. So now you know that, now you recognize grouping. So you know that grouping of these 2 kana is sushi. And these are, this is desu, right? What happens over time is you're going to become so efficient at this, eventually you won't need to do these steps anymore. Like these steps will go away. And then you'll constantly just realize it's desu and sushi. So that can help. It takes a little, it plays to your natural rhythm of clustering. And not to belabor the point, but remember that once you get to the answer, you have to register the kana. So once you register the kana, you can skip over these steps over time. And that's what I would do. That's how I'm speeding up at the moment. That's a great way. So like, say there's a huge sentence, right? You have a huge sentence. In the long run, if you start learning clusters, you can picture the spaces, that there aren't spaces. I know that, like say, when you look at a sentence, there are no spaces most of the time. It's all like one line. But generally speaking, if you're into clustering and you're trying to get through to longer sentences and getting faster, you're going to be able to see where the ideas are separated. When you practice this, it's utilizing what you do in English a lot better. And then eventually it's going to fade away. You're not going to be thinking about where the clusters are because you'll just see them instinctively. And that's where I am right now, if that helps. So, unfortunately, I didn't get really long sentences. I'm not even in the place with sentences yet. The closest I can think of is having an adjective, a noun, an adjective, a noun. Sometimes maybe a verb. So yeah, what Fictitious is saying, the subject, verb, noun stuff. Once you get kana clusters also form subject, verb, noun cluster. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, try that for a little bit. It's still going to be slow at first, but once you practice that, that's like English 101. Like English loves clustering. And soon, the whole like clustering thing, like the subject, noun, verb, you can reduce that down into kana, like hirakana. You can apply the same strategies with hirakana and katakana, and then condensing them into kanji. Right? That's the same technique. But now you're using kana, like hirakana and katakana, to compress into kanji. And that's what we're doing in English. When we do subject, noun, verb, or subject, verb, noun combinations, we're basically taking separate English words and clustering it into a single unit. So then very large units, right? These used to be small units, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. They will eventually become a cluster of 2, then a cluster of 1. And then eventually everything just becomes one unit. So what that does is it helps you condense more and more information. So then this stuff, like this huge line of kanji, and like Japanese, is going to feel like just one thing. As opposed to, oh my gosh, like this is huge thing. But it'll come naturally, in my opinion. Just like English. English words have become so hard, condensed. Like for example, what's a great word that has become condensed so hard? A meme. Like, think about how you define this, a meme. And that's kind of what I would consider as how to get more efficient at Japanese. Like kanji, long sentences. You gotta practice condensing slowly. So if you're clustering, it can help alleviate how big this thing is. You break it up into smaller parts. And then when you break up into smaller parts, you can start getting bigger. And then you can, those smaller parts will lead to a bigger part. They become a little bit more emotionally manageable, in my opinion. Duolingo kind of does that already though. However, not as apparent as one would say. Like this is what they're applying here. So when they are teaching you how to pick these separate ideas off, I think the developers know for sure that this is the way English people would do. So you literally can use the blocks in the program to imagine them separately. And then when you look at a long sentence, you can already imagine where the blocks are. It will eventually go away though. I actually think intuitively when people get faster, they don't even think about the clustering anymore. And like verbs are at the end, subjects before wa, locations before day, and stuff like that. Yep. Constantly adding more and more clustering strategies. And then when you become fluent, you just don't think about it. Like for English, that's how you learn. That's how we learned English. That's the learning techniques English has done to cluster really long sentences, like horrendously long sentences. Like I could say the terrifyingly horrific, evanescence, ethereal experience. What is that? That's just one idea. That's one cluster. I just basically added 4 adverbs. Like 3 adverbs, 1 adjective to 1 noun. But if you hear me say it, you know it's only one idea. It's not overwhelming no matter how many adjectives I add to the noun, because there are a bunch of adverbs and adjectives to the noun. Even though I said a bunch of crazy long words, it doesn't feel overwhelming because you can separate it. Horrific, terrifyingly, ethereal, fleeting experience. Those are, it's just, you feel like it's just one thing as opposed to all those things. But if you ask a Japanese person what that is, they will see like 7 things, like 7 separate things, because they have no clustering yet. Kind of like that. And with that, I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. My bladder was screaming at me for a reason. All right, you know, we're just gonna stick with my mouse today. I thought I was gonna try to practice writing some, but I love this better. I really enjoy listening. Okay, it's a shame the vocabulary. I should have learned more vocabulary. It's kind of nice though. It looks like they are only picking the ones that for the listening thing. So far, it might be a coincidence, but they've only picked. It only shows the hirakana. Like, I don't think I've encountered any katakana yet. Weirdly enough.
寿司と水ください。
Yeah, 人、
寿司と水ください。
人、水、ください。Okay. 人、し、sushi? Whoops. Oh man, mouse.
寿司
Sushi?
と
人、
水
ください。
ください。寿司と水ください。
I have a question, Fictitious. I don't know if anyone else. When you're listening to Japanese, do you hear the pauses in people's voices when they talk in Japanese? Like, do you hear like that where like you can hear the pauses in between the in between like the noun or the object? Do you say it with a pause? Like when that person said shito, sushito, mizu, kudasai? More or less? Okay. I didn't know if they're doing it intentionally for learning or not. where you can kind of like hear them pausing. That's what's helping me anyways. It's helping me a lot to find the parts because when you hear the Japanese, it's very different from reading the Japanese. I almost feel like hearing the Japanese feels like English more than reading the Japanese. And I think that might also be why it's kind of hard. I was told when it's spoken, there is a pause, but I can't hear in the hearing lessons. Oh, interesting. So you don't hear it? Yeah, I hear it. I can like literally see it, like shito, right? Sushi, sushito, sushito, mitsu, kudasai, right? Yeah, because people still think about what they're saying. Yeah, they're naturally pausing there. So I think that might help too, independent. Like over time, if you're clustering, you become more hyper focused on where those pauses are. Because like shito, like when you say sushito, it's like sushi and I'll have some water. So sushito, mitsu, oh sorry, kudasai, please. So like when you're, a person who's learning, going to order something, sometimes you might forget to say please or something like that. Yeah, you'll hear ano. Yeah, in ano, mizu, kudasai, arigato. Right? So it's like English's pattern where you're like, ano, sushi, sushi do, mitsu, kudasai. Yeah, so they have filler words. So I think the way that whole clustering thing works, and I'm looking for large sentences, I'm also imagining where I would pause naturally. So if you're thinking about yourself speaking English, where would the ideas connect, right? So when you complete a sentence, there's going to be a pause before you think about the next idea. So English, in that way, it's still universal. It's still universal when that happens. The downside is, here's the downside that I'm thinking that might become a problem with this. When you're watching something, if it's scripted, there are less pauses. You're probably going to say something about anime. When I try to listen to anime, I also don't hear many pauses. That might just be me. Hold on to that thought. It might not just be you. When you're thinking about scripted language, so like in English, if you watch an English program, if it's very well rehearsed and scripted, oftentimes it can become robotic. There are less and less pauses. They move faster, but the cadence is different. So in English, when you have great writing, right, they add pauses for dramatic effect and stuff. I think it's less and less in anime, actually, because the things, you're reading it off, right? So a lot of times scripted language is rehearsed and performed to cadence. So in a natural speaking environment, and this is why a lot of people say, how do you get better at speaking to another person? The way people speak improvisationally has pauses more often than hearing someone scripted. So in anime, I agree with you, actually. It's very difficult. It's not just you. I don't want to make it sound like it's a little bit of both. I still hear some pauses every once in a while in anime, but we have to remember that anime characters, like writing, are scripted. So the performers have rehearsed and practiced these things. So they won't naturally need to pause. And the characters, some characters are like really well spoken. So when they're really well spoken, the pauses become shorter and shorter. For example, if you go to a TED Talk, right? You wait and watch someone do a TED Talk versus someone who is public, like online, who's talking. There could be more pauses to someone who is less well spoken. So we have to keep that in mind. because anime is a production. So if you're watching a lot of characters that are supposed to be well spoken, or they're hyper, or they're rapidly thinking, which honestly, if you're into shonen, most of them are kind of rapid characters. They're very hyper and high energy. The pauses are very short, and it's probably a combination of taking time, needing that time to hear the pauses, versus overall the characters that you are listening to are probably very well spoken, like they're very rapid, right? And when you go out and talk to other people, you have to remember that people still have to form those ideas without rehearsal. And there are well-spoken people and not well-spoken, or more thoughtful people. Like for me, when a character feels natural, in English at least, I would choose to pause. Not because I don't know what to say next, a lot of times. It's to allow the person to process. And that's kind of one of the speaking techniques when it comes to teaching. If you keep talking rapidly and just throw out a bunch of words, then you've already lost your audience, right? However, you could speed up and go through those things, because if your audience already knows all these things, you're trying to get rapidly through them, and then you pause for the most important things and slow down for the most important things. So when you're speaking, that whole cliche about going out and speaking Japanese with people, that can come in handy. It might actually make you feel less anxious than watching a production. And in a production, we have to remember the people who are speaking have lines, right? So just to keep that in mind. I don't think it's just you. It's a combination of both. And now I'm thinking about a deep cut into why speaking to people comes ease into a language more than watching performances. There is an exception, independent. If you bring up Japanese texts, so like if you break up your favorite book, like your manga, right? If you break out your manga and you read it out loud, this is an English technique that I think it works for transferable to all languages, in my opinion. When you break out a book and you're reading at your own cadence, you will come to realize where you naturally pause in your idea. So when you break out your book and you read at your own cadence, you might end up feeling out exactly where you're going to pause, right? So you don't necessarily have to listen to a production or listen to an audio sample. If you have all your hirakanas, katakanas, and it's enough kanji to read something, if you read it out loud to yourself, you are actively saying those things and listening to those things, and you will naturally insert your pauses where the ideas break down, like, oh, I need to think about the next idea here, and eventually you'll develop in key ear training for where ideas pause and whatnot. In my opinion, that's why one of the greatest strategies after you learn like the basics of phonetics, sentence structure, and grammar, like in Spanish, for me, after 5 years of Spanish, you have to try reading Don Quixote. Even though you struggle through it, I naturally found out where my clusters are and where my ideas and ums and fillers will be. And over time, that's when I enter a conversation. If I'm not having a conversation with myself, I can at least know the framework for where I pause, and then you can compare it to the framework of where someone else's pause. Because when you're having a natural conversation with someone, people will be better at forming ideas in different places. And that can get you to train where you can hear the pauses in different characters and different people. Right? It still ends up becoming an exercise in clustering and repetition. So for me, after, I'm sure fetishes have already gotten used to how I pause and where I pause and when I become rapid and not rapid at this point, right? And sometimes when you're performing something, that cadence is entirely different. So switch it up, right? If you're listening to anime, you can pull out a manga and hear yourself talk. Hear yourself talk where the pauses are. Sushido is naturally where I would pause, because whenever I say and, it can lead to another independent clause, or it can lead into another modifying phrase. So I often, instead of saying like sushi and I would say I have naturally removed the and just say sushi and water. And that's kind of the idea of where I found the natural pauses. Do everyone do that? Not really, but the idea is there. Like, you're trying to fill out your natural pauses. It all comes out so fast that it feels like I don't think fast enough in the language. I think Fictitious break it up into capturing the concepts while listening. Yes, capturing the concepts of listening. Eventually, when you capture the concepts, the clustering concepts, then you can fill those concepts up. So like, you have an idea of what they're saying, then that idea becomes more and more nuanced. Like what Fictitious says, like, know enough definitions and you'll be able to understand sentences through context. And then eventually you can spend all the time in the world to dive deep into the nuances of the details. Well, Babin, you're skipping a step. You are doing the thing where to get a deep understanding doesn't require understanding sentences through context first. So it's a chicken or the egg thing. So Fictitious' advice is focusing on the next step. So whose step is closer is what I'm saying. So if you don't know anything, or you didn't retain anything, giving advice on deep meaning is further down advice. So how do you bridge this? Well, Fictitious broke it up into two separate parts, and he added a third part, which is context first. So the more steps you break up, if you break this up into 3 steps, when you practice these individual steps, you don't get overwhelmed. So if you're saying, yes, we all agree, you need to focus on deeper meaning to enjoy the content. So guess what? When our friend here gets these steps down, they can rewatch for deeper meaning. Just like you said first, listening takes patience. Rewatching is also an act of patience. It doesn't have to be, I should slow down and learn from left to right. That might not work for everyone, where you have to go from left to right. So slow down the content so the first pass is focused on deep learning. That may work for you though, Babin, for sure. You might work better where you don't move on until you get deep meaning. You don't move on until you go deep meaning. For me, I rewatch things. So even in English, some of my favorite shows, I extract more deep meaning after multiple viewings, because I will be no longer distracted by the things I spent time on. So at first, I would watch first, cluster, right? Cluster, get general ideas. And those general ideas are already specialized because I'm an English speaker. However, if you rewatch, you get more deeper meaning. So you're constantly rewatching. And what happens is, some people would say, what's the point of rewatching? I already know everything, right? Well, that's fine. That means you won't get any more deeper meaning. For me, when I rewatch, I'm always trying to find other things to think about, right? As an English speaker. Now, this is when you're fluent. You can still apply this strategy to non-fluency. Your goal is baby steps. Grab one meaning. Like if you watch a scene, right? Say it's a 15-minute scene. If you grab 0 ideas, grab one idea first. Go back. And you grab another idea, making 2 ideas. It doesn't have to be this slow because patience is a virtue, but generally speaking, learning like what Duolingo is trying to do is the same. They give you 4 vocabulary. They only stick with 4 vocabulary. They could have gone like kanji style and just give you 50 kanji right away. Like just start with a bank of 50 kanji. That will definitely get you deep learning sooner at this pace. Some people can do this, just hardcore 50 kanji every single day. Or you can just grab on to 4. It's not going to be deep learning. Nope, you're not going to get to deep learning. However, over time, you're going to cluster these 4. So these 4 are done. They're going to be permanently clustered. Out of the way. You're basically fluent in the 4 words, or fluent in that idea that's in that segment. And that's kind of the idea. So yes, and both, you and fictitious combined. So as to synthesize all of the points that are being made for independent, it's all of the above. However, now we're going to be overwhelming, right? If we combine all of our advice right away, like all of our advice all the way, it will lead to deep meaning. The problem here is if someone is very insecure and is starting really far back here and trying to get to deep meaning, and we're basically giving the person all this advice at the same time, this is overwhelming. This is a huge gap in competence. So the first thing to do is give a very comfortable small step forward. And one of the small steps is if you understand 0 from one episode, right? Suggest some strategies to get one idea, just one idea. If one idea is too much, start counting words. How many words can you pick up? If you picked up 10 words the first time, pick up 11 words the next time and build up. Always aim for higher word count. And those word counts then will be natural and they will cluster into ideas. And then ideas will cluster into the full thing, and then the full thing will cluster into deeper meaning. So we're trying to pick advice where independent is not going to be overwhelmed and scare away. So a lot of times advice is the finish line. Advice is the finish line. So you are focused on the finish line, which is deep meaning. And we all want to get there, honestly. Like truly and earnestly, the finish line is the deep meaning. Unfortunately, like most things, being patient, the finish line may be all the way over here, and there's all these steps to get to the finish line. I really appreciate it though. Like, don't stop doing that, Babin and Fictitious. I actually love talking about these things. It's so great that there are different people at different places. Because if you have different if you don't have people at different places, I don't get a chance to practice like how to bridge these places back to the beginning. So there are going to be smaller steps, bigger steps you take, and the smaller steps and bigger steps you take are, the bigger steps are like, I am good with this. So that you can take a bigger step. And then smaller steps like, I am bad with this at the moment. So those steps are going to take long, right? Hi, today, can I stay? Yeah, sure. Oh, hey, Angel. Welcome back. Yeah, just a thought. Guys, just a thought. I think any advice is great advice. It comes from the kindness of people's hearts and whatnot. And when you're really passionate about what's important to you, it can be a little intimidating sometimes. So we want to not scare people away and make them feel incompetent and overwhelmed. At least in my opinion, when it comes to encouraging people. So great ideas, guys. Great ideas. Wait, how come I got 40 XP? Oh, so if I keep doing this, I actually get more XP back to back. Is this person still gaining XP? No. Yesterday I secretly locked horns with the second place person. I thought it was really fun. It actually kind of pushed me to do the hiragana way more. It's kind of exhilarating. Your last 2 days were really cool. I got a drift while I have 4-wheel drive. Wait, you literally drifted? Like in a car? Where? That, I hope it's not an accident. Like you had to drift because you had to avoid something, but that's pretty crazy. A forward wheel drive? A front wheel drive car? How do you drift? Oh. Snow, ice, and handbrake? Oh gosh. That's what I was afraid you were gonna say. I'm like, how the heck do you drift? It's so hard for me to imagine drifting properly. Like, that's skill work, but my thought was, man, did you hit ice or something? That's my only that's the only way I can imagine drifting in a front wheel drive vehicle at the moment. That's crazy. Are you okay though? Everything's fine, right? You said it was really cool, so I'm assuming it was in the middle of nowhere. You're okay, your car is okay. And now I'm afraid that's not the case. And you're just oh, it was amazing. Okay. Whew. I'm gonna tell you now, Angel. Not long ago, I would say 6 months, maybe within the last year, someone said, oh yeah, it's so cool that I did this. And then I say, oh yeah, okay, so everything's fine now, right? It's like, no, my car is totaled, but I'm okay. I'm like, you're very positive look. I'm glad it didn't scar you or cause trauma. You're a very bright, shiny person. I hope you're okay. That kind of thing. But it's nice that it's always nice when the story comes out that no one was hurt. It was just a cool thing. No accidents. Awesome. How was your experience with that? Snow. I don't know where you are. Where'd you got the snow? Is snow common where you are?
優しい人
Yasashi hito. So, yasashi hito. So, yeah, we just got yeah, right?
Yasashi
hito.
人優しい人
Yep.
優しい先生です。
Yasashi sensei desu.
優しい
Sensei.
弁護士
Whoops.
弁護士
I got no, I didn't get sensei.
Sensei.
Sensei is old.
優しい先生です。
Yes.
です。
弁護士と医者
Bengoshi.
弁護士と医者
Oh, bengoshi.
弁護士と医者
Oh. Wait, what?
弁護士と医者
Bengoshi to isha. Oh. Oh, yeah. Bengoshi to isha. Okay. We got Bei recently.
Bengoshi
to isha.
お茶
Oops.
お茶
Just
医
kidding.
者
I looked for the sha first. But this is cha. And this is sha. Gotta make sure I remember these. We haven't gone through these yet.
かっこいい先生です
Kakoi
か
sensei
っこ
desu.
いい
Uh,
先生
yes.
です
優しい医者と優しい先生。
Oh, this is why you're confused about the pauses after do? Oh, the and? Because you can't hear the pause in Duolingo? Yeah. I inserted the it's a slight pause. Or I hear it, like I improvise it. So yeah.
優しい医者と優しい先生。
Yeah, see, yasashi hito,
優しい医者と優しい先生。優しい医者と優しい先生。
there is somewhat of a pause, but yeah. Next winter, maybe you'll find $500 to $700 to buy a car named Ziguri and drifts on this car. Weird idea, but a Ziguri. I'm not familiar where that is. What is it? A Ziguli or a Ziguli? I'm in like the habit of Japanese sounds, but where is that from? Yeah, so
優しい医者と優しい先生。
so yasashi
優しい医者と優しい先生。
isha. So yasashi isha do yasashi
優しい医者と優しい先生。
sensei, right? So yasashi isha do yasashi sensei. So that's where I would get it, but I can see what you mean.
優しい医者と優しい先生。
Yeah. So here's probably why I hear a pause. When I hear the word do, it strikes me as the next idea. So whenever I pick up the do, and that's kind of what Fetisha said earlier, where like things that are after like specific sounds, they can be places of implicit pausing, right? So yeah, I always imagine, in my opinion, when I'm speaking, after a do, I would naturally, right now, obviously it might not always be the case, but just at the moment. So yasashi isha to yasashi sensei. So how do they repeat things? Do they just give you probably two of the same thing? Wait,
優しい医者と優しい先生。
yeah, yasashi twice.
優しい。
So yasashi isha, right? Isha. So we're looking for sha.
医者。
So isha because this is new. Isha to, and then yasashi again.
優
right?
しい。
And then sensei.
ご飯。
Oops. Let's go on.
ご飯。先生。です。
Wait,
です。
was there
優
a
しい
des?
医者と優しい先生。
No des. A Soviet copy of Fiat 140 or 124. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
先生と学生
I'm not familiar with enough with that. What I hear is similar to fish and chips, where there is no pause. Yeah, I see what you mean though when you say add a pause though. Yeah, fish and chips. So, but in so in English, unfortunately, I agree with you. When we think of series of items, like it's not just fish and chips. It could be like burger, french fries, and a drink. Burger, french fries, and a drink. Burger, french fries, and a drink, right? Because we cluster list of nouns together. right? Recluster, but you could say, and it's just different clustering for me. I like the do being a pause. You could like the pause somewhere else in clusters, right? So I totally agree with you. If you're thinking about a list of items, I wouldn't pause at and, right? So fish and chips is a great example, or hamburger, fries, and a drink. Hamburger, fries, and a drink. However, you could say hamburger, fries, and a drink. It's up to you on how to clustering it. So sometimes when someone isn't sure about the last item, you could have like fish and chips, like fish and water, thanks. Listen in Germany, great play, great car prices, buy, learn, I drive 18, 16. I mean, those are very similar in other places too. Below, but yes, Germans are almost cliche known to have great cars and car prices for sure.
先生と学生
Sensei to gassei. So sensei, that's not
ご
sensei.
飯ご飯
I just instinctively sensei
先生
do, right? Because now and the reason why I'm pausing, here's a great example, independent. The reason why I pause at do is because it feels to me it runs with the next thing. So they say sensei do instead of sensei do, like the way I'm doing it in like English, where I would say sensei and something in the same cadence.
先生と学生
Yeah, sensei do gassei. So it feels like the do is separating it for me. So sensei do gassei, it's my natural inclination. It might not be your same one, but the idea is to look for those things. You're looking for where you can naturally cluster something so that it makes it less overwhelming. It might not be the exact one. These are just advices from someone who has other experiences. You're looking for your divisions. Like, where are your divisions so that it can help you aid in it? Eventually, you won't need these strategies anymore. Like, these strategies will kind of fade into the background. But for me, I like to picture this like do. So I'm clustering these two, but I could, if I'm too slow, right?
学生先生と学生
If I'm too slow, I would
Sensei.
visualize sensei, do, gakusei as three separate things. So when I started, I saw three separate things. But now I think of everything before do as one thing, and then after as another thing. So now there's only two things left. And then eventually, I'm going to cluster all of them together like fish and chips. When you cluster them together as fish and chips, it'll just become one thing. And you're constantly working up. So you want to break it down, in my opinion, and Fictitious is kind of on the same page as I am. You're trying to break it down so that it's more manageable in order to build it back up. So Duolingo works really well this way, in my opinion. That's what they're doing with these boxes. Sometimes longer words can be a little bit more overwhelming than shorter words, but what they're mixing it up is they're mixing up like single kanas with multiple kanas. So you're used to grouping different lengths of kanas and getting used to the idea that, oh, these four kanas like to be together. Do likes to just commonly be used as a standalone, and then that. So I'll pick where you comfortably want to start. Originally, 9 days ago, I keep looking for a do. I keep looking for a wa. For example, wa and do comes up a lot. And eventually, I combine the wa with everything before it and after it. And then now I did it with do as well. and eventually I'll think about it as one phrase. So this would be sensei do gatsei. Wait, actually, yeah, gatsei, right?
先生と学生。医者です。
Patience, of course. Patience.
医者です。
Isha des. So isha des. I always separate whenever I hear the days. I always separate that idea. But at now I generally habitually add days where I think it fits, right?
医者です。
And sometimes that's a bad thing because when they don't say days, like they don't form a sentence, the idea is just a phrase, I get it wrong because immediately I want to make it into a sentence, or like the only way I know how to make it into a sentence at the moment. So not moving at the pace that I would like when it comes to it, but it's gonna be a while till I get to grammar and any form of sentence structure. So I just have to understand that.
医者です。
Isha des.
医者です。
優しい人です。
I didn't think I would. It blows my mind how much more fun I'm having doing this. I think language is so much fun doing it this way. I have an idea 6 months down the road. So I've already planned out my next 3 months and my next 6 months. The 6-month one is what I'm looking forward to. So I also have something like way down the road that I'm really looking forward to doing. And it deals with my spiel about using technology, right? But I think there are different ways to use technology to aid and, you know, condition yourself to practice learning, right? Much like the way I'm using Duolingo. I'm probably not really using Duolingo quite the way everyone else is doing because I'm spending so much time just sitting here and talking about random things. That's how I learn language, in my opinion. We talk about these things. We talk about people's problems, what they're learning, and that breathes meaning to all the language learning. Not really, it's not going to help me with my kanji word bank or anything, but that's what makes learning very rewarding, in my opinion.
優しい人です。
優しい人です。優しい人です。人です。
です。かっこいいです。
かっこいいです。
学生
Oops.
学生
I don't want to talk
か
about
っ
it.
こいい。
I'm still confusing ga with ka because we just learned that yesterday. かっこいい。
かっこいいです。
かっこいいです。
です。弁護士です。
弁護士です。
弁護士
です。
です。
Wow, you get so much experience from just learning. Like, oh, not just learn, just listening. Like, it goes by so much faster than the lessons, weirdly enough. Sorry, now I'm thinking about the gamer side of me. How to farm XP. Because it's so much fun farming XP too.
人
人
優しい弁護士とかっこいい先生。
Okay. Alright. And my training here is I try to remember everything instead of trying to like repeat too much. So what I heard was Yashashi Bengoshi to Kakui. I think I might have heard a
かっこいい。
Isha? Or, oh man, it might be sensei.
先生優しい弁護士とかっこいい先生。
Nailed it.
医者です。
Okay. Isha des.
医者
Isha
です。
des.
優しい先生です。
Yasashi sensei des. So, yeah, Yasashi
優しい
sensei des.
学生、
あ
学生、
I don't want to talk about it.
先生です。学生です
学生です。学生で。
ですす。
かっこいい学生です。
かっこいい学生です。
かっこいい学生です。かっこいいです。
かっこいいです。
かっこいいです。
かっこいい弁護士と優しい医者。
かっこ
かっこい
いい弁護士 Did you say
弁護士と
弁護士と優しい right? I think that was a 優
優し
しい学生
学生
Was there a des? I don't know.
かっこいい弁護士と優しい医者。
Oh, it's 医者
学生、
Whoops.
医者。
かっこいい弁護士です。
かっこいい弁護士
かっこいい弁護士です。
弁護士
かっ
です。
こいい
弁護士です。
弁護士です。弁護士です。
弁護士です。
弁護士です。
This listening is fun. Oh man. I have to remember that I'm having too much fun. That means I'm not trying very hard. I am running away from responsibilities though. I haven't clicked on the lesson in a while, so there is some diminished return. But I'm just having a lot of fun doing this because it's my excuse is that this is a super my excuse independent. my excuse is I'm gonna lose this feature, this listen up feature. Because I'm still on that free super from the 7-day streak. So I want to use it. Yeah, it's practicing. Yeah, so I'm doing practicing right now. I'm not learning at the moment, which is funny. Like I get some people use study, learn, and practice. I'm basically just practicing right now. So I'm solidifying all the things I know. I'm not actually learning any new things. So there's no like fun and like there's no fun part, no struggle in learning new things. I'm just basically just practicing everything I learned, which is kind of fun too. It's very rewarding because it reminds you when you're practicing, it reminds you of what you know already. That's why back in the day, here's a little deep cut. When kids don't like to review, right? For example, you're getting ready, it's been 2 months in the school cycle and you're about to get ready for a midterm, right? A midterm or final exam coming up. Oftentimes the difference between someone who's looking forward to reviewing and a person that don't want to review is if they're practicing yet. A lot of times the kids that struggle the most don't look forward to review because they're not actually practicing yet. They're actually learning while reviewing. And for me, reviews are my favorite parts when I was younger because I already know the stuff. So I look forward to the review, which is the practicing part, because it reminds me of everything I already know. And yes, it can be boring too. If the review is boring, then there's either you don't care enough and you didn't learn it, or you already know the stuff and that's great. And I often try to remind kids, if the review is boring, ask yourself, is it because you already know the stuff? If you already know your stuff and your reviewing is boring, guess what? You should be excited and happy because it means you still know the stuff. And that's why this is fun for me. Like when you're practicing, you're doing things you already know how to do and you're being reminded that you already know how to do it and you're just slightly getting better at the repetition. You're basically like repeating and getting it slightly faster. You're not focusing on having to learn new concepts and new ideas. And this is like the relaxing part. So the relaxing part is fantastic. I just enjoy it. It's so vibing. I'm like vibing with these phrases right now. It's a summary of the 8 days I've been working on. Like everything is just like, yeah, it's a good time. In Serbia, you get reset. Like you change class 3 times. I see 1 to 4, 5 to 8. Yes, yep. In the United States is roughly 3 and 4. Every 3 to 4 years, you get reset and get moved out of your comfort zone again. After 11 to depending, you have to, yep, which is college. And now, Milo, you knowing that is you're way ahead of the game. You're way ahead of the game. Whenever a student has trouble understanding why grades are separated and clustered, one of the biggest motivations is to change of environments. And when they're clustered in that way, the very first year of the readjustment is something that is almost necessary. Like it's conducive to getting a person into gear again. Yeah, and then you should be able to get used to it. Yes, you got used to it the second time. That's exactly it. The first time, you haven't done it before. It should be, and then you get used to it, and then it keeps going up. So when you get to college, right, it's gonna be big. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna become I imagine you're gonna have another movement in some way, because you're in high school now, so grade 9 through 12, right?
かっこいい弁護士です。
かっこいい弁護士です。
弁護士です。優しいです。
優しいです。
優しいです。
かっこいい人です。
かっこいい人です。
人です。
かっこいい学生です。
かっこいい学生です。
学生
です。
です。弁護士。
弁護士。
弁護士。優しい学生です。
優しい。優しい what?
優しい学生です。
学生です。
学生です。
かっこいい人。
かっこいい人。
人。
医者と先生。
医者と先生。医者と what?
医者と先生。医者と先生。
Oh, 医者と。Oh. 医者と。医者と。先生。I'm like, what the
先生
heck?
学生です。
学生です。
学生
です。
です。
弁護士です。
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 It's so comfort. That's like mad XP farming. Mad XP farming. I'll learn. I don't care if they fail school. They should have studied. I will learn. I don't care if they fail school. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Milo? Very, very self-motivated.
かっこいいです。
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 弁護士です。
弁護士です。
弁護士です。学生。
学生。
学生。
医者。
医者。
医者。弁護士です。
弁護士です。
弁護士です。かっこいい学生です。
かっこいい学生です。
学生です。優しい人です。
優しい人です。
優しい
人です。
人です。優しい先生です。
I'm not even thinking about the English translations anymore. That's kind of weird. I need to slow down a little.
優しい先生です。
優しい先生です。A nice teacher. A nice teacher.
優
優
しい
しい先生です。And that distracts me.
先生です。
Yeah, so when I start thinking about having to translate it back into English, I'm slowing down again.
弁護士と先生。
Of course, independent. As much as I want to like just speed through everything, I do want to learn how to translate. So I gotta keep. I will slow down from time to time. Yeah, I'm in Japanese at the moment, so that's not. I want to make sure that I keep remembering to translate it because I don't want to forget how to translate because I want to be able to translate to people. So I want to keep deliberately building off English, so that one day when I'm talking to English people, I can try to explain Japanese things to English people, or vice versa. But for a moment there, I was just clicking on whatever I hear and whatever I read, and I was just clicking and say, wait a minute. I stopped telling myself what it means in English.
弁護士と先生。
弁護士と sensei. So, lawyer and teacher. Oh, a lawyer and a teacher. Right.
先生。
優しいです。
優しいです. So, he or she is nice, right? He or she is nice. So, 優しいです。I do want to farm though. Okay. Let's farm a little bit. I love farming XP. I don't know why. It's so fun. Like XP is literally XP now. Like life XP. All right, let's try.
優しい先生です。
優しい先生です。
優しい
先生です。
先生です。
医者です。
医者です。医者です。
優しい弁護士とかっこいい先生。
Okay. 優しい弁護士とdid they say かっこいい先生
優しい弁護士とかっこいい先生。
Nailed it.
優しい学生です。
優しい学生です。
優しい
学生です。
学生です。
かっこいい人です。
かっこいい人です。
かっこいい
人です。
優しい人です。
優しい人です。
人です。
先生と学生。
先生と学生。
学生先生と
学生。
かっこいい弁護士です。
かっこいい弁護士。
弁護士です。弁護士です。
弁護士です。
です。
かっこいい弁護士です。
かっこいい弁護士です。Okay. All right, we got to do some lessons. Let's go back to do some lessons. Actually, no. Let's do some hiragana practice. Let's do some hiragana practice, because we need to get pa, pi, pu, pe, pu. Pa, pi, pu, pe, pu. I would. Oh, you know what? Some part of me want to make music out of this. I have a great idea. Maybe later. I would love to make like just like gaga, giku ga, and then like pitch up and down and make like a, I don't know, a DMB track off of these phrases, just because it sounds great. Except for no Z's. I don't like ja, ji, ju, j, jo, ju, like zoo. Like I don't want to do the zoo thing. I like the ga thing. Like I'm applying Mandarin stuff. So like Mandarin would be like ja, ji, ju, j, jo, as opposed to za, zi, zu, ze, zo. Oh my gosh. Anyways, let's do hiragana. All right, gi. Oh no. Yeah. What'd you call it? Oh no, Romaji looks so weird now. Oh no. But yeah, gi. Gu. Gu. Gay.
Go. Shiga.
Shika. 아고, 아고,
顎ハゲ
하게, 하게.
ハゲ
Man. Oh heavens, no. Yeah, Milo took took up the keyboard, the Romaji keyboard input, so that they can type it. Yeah. 하고,
タゴ
하고, 나게,
投げ
고고,
午後
고고, 고고, 고고. Um, 가이, 가이,
害
기, 기가, 기가,
기가.
oh, 기가, 기가. Sorry.
卵
Tamago,
た
tamago.
まご
So yesterday we like hammered home all the extra hiragana, so like all the dakuons. So we're still a little bit slow at reading dakuons because dakuons are new. All the dakuons are new. Oh, tamago. We can finally say tamago, which is
仕
egg.
事
Shikoto. Ageru, 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 ageru,
あげる
ageru,
言語
gengo, gengo, gengo,
言語
gu, gu gu gaga, gu,
げ
ge, gu, gi, go, ga, ge,
元気
genki, genki, ki, sorry, wait, just kidding, wait, genki?
元気
Oh, genki, lively, lively, saga, saga,
かご
kago, kago, kai, kaigi, 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 hashiko, oyogu, right? Mugen, and then gohan, right? Rice, of course. We've seen gohan before.
人間
Ningen. Oh, hey, that's a word we know. Definitely from anime. Ningen. That word comes up specifically in anime that, for me, comes up all the time. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist, both. Ningen. That is a word that you can pick up in that show. This is a word that comes up a lot in
人
conversation.
間
Yeah, ningen. So ni, n, ge, n.
人
Ningen,
間
which is human, because Full Metal Alchemist deals with like homunculi, and the way they besides homunculushu or something, I forgot how they do the cognate for homunculi, but a lot of times it deals with humans and homunculi. So ningen comes up a lot, extra more, like extra more often, quite often. My English is suffering. nageru, 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 nageru.
儀式
Excuse me?
儀式
Gichiki? Wait,
儀式
okay, gichiki. That's an interesting word. Doesn't tell me what it means though. Megane. 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 Usagi. Usagi. Oh, hey, Usagi. Usagi is bunny, I think. Bunny. Usagi. The reason why, here's another one. The reason why I know what Usagi is because there's a show back in, I think 10 years ago ish. It's called Usagi Drop. And the synopsis is a middle-aged man who found out that his grandmother had a daughter. So he's raising his aunt. It's either his grandfather or grandmother. I think it's his grandfather had a daughter who now he's in charge of raising his like 6-year-old aunt, and it's called Usagi Drop, Bunny Drop. It's a great show about family dynamics. It's an awkward situation, you know, like your aunt is 20 years younger than you, but it was a really wholesome show, super wholesome show. It's not the type, it's a seinen, so it's a seinen show where it's about family matters. That's how I remember Usagi. Let's see. It's so fun learning Japanese because all the whole like titles and animes are coming back to me in a different way now. It's been a while since I watched Usagi Drop. I've recommended it to some people before. Ageru. Oyogu. Kokugo. Yeah, Kokugo.
ひらがな
Wait, did you just pull?
ひらがな
I see what you did there, Duolingo. Did you just see what Duolingo just pulled? I'm pretty sure they just pulled a hirakana. Cheeky. Hiragana.
ひらがな
Hirakana. And of course it means hirakana, but so. Hirakana. Alright. We still haven't got to the pa, pi, pu, pe, po. Okay. Too much fun. Naze. That's... Oh, we should practice the other stuff too. So, naze, right? This is naze.
Naze.
But let's practice all the other ones. Jiko, jika, zika. Yeah, zika. Iji. Oh no, ize. Nazo. So, oh boy, this is gonna be Kaji. No! Oh, Kazu. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I'm thinking of she instead of
家族
instead of Sue. No problem. We're gonna shake it off.
家族
Kazoku. Kazoku.
ぞく
Okay. Sure. Family. Kazoku. Okay. Yeah, there's a kanji section independent. Yeah, there's a kanji section. I'm looking forward to it. I think there are, what is it, 60 kanji as well on top of like the, I don't know, 200 vocabulary for N5. I don't remember, but there's like 100 to 200 total vocabulary, and there's like 50 to 60 kanji for N5. So I imagine they will at least cover those 50 or 60 kanji. That's probably where they're gonna get their first set of kanji. Kazu, like number, yeah. The thing I love the most about Germany, you could use your German skills, which are less than A1, but talk to strangers, order fast food. Yeah. Talk to German friends I speak English with. That sounds great. Yeah, so the way the rating systems work, I did like some, I did watch one or two deep cuts about the rating system, like the standardized rating systems that vary between different languages. Kind of interesting. Lots of deep cuts. Obviously, I'm not a linguistic teacher or an administrator of standardized fluency in language and whatnot, and I actually fundamentally disagree with standardization a lot of times, but that's only because I favor learning capacity and pragmatism over standardizing. Standardizing is very difficult. It's a field that I don't really touch too much upon. More about the micro, less about the macro. Macro involves standardization. Naze? Maybe. No. Yes. Naze? Yes.
なぜ
Naze. Kazu.
数
Kazu. Kaze.
風
Zoku.
族
Zoku. Saji.
Saji.
Saji. I wish the Japanese language was English, but instead of the normal alphabet, we use Japanese to pronounce the words. Yeah, like you know what the words mean, only writing, reading left. Yeah. Iza. I typically, again, Milo, I typically write and work on meaning, but you met me when I have super days, and super days are working on using features, specifically using features that are available for super. So tomorrow I will be writing and learning new words again. It's utilizing my
い
time
ざ
with things that are outside my control. So I want to go back to listening. Unfortunately, the listening has limited vocabulary because you don't get to time when you get the super. You only have 7 days when you get that first 3 days of super. And this isn't even using super. Yesterday I spent most of the time learning the hiragana in order to listen without romaji. Unfortunately, we're gonna try some lessons today. Unfortunately, the words are using katakana most of the time. The unit that I'm in uses katakana most of the time, and I only know all the hiragana at the moment, or supposed to know all the hiragana so far. Oh, this is getting tougher now because I'm not used to writing the romaji today. Za, so, za, iza,
富士
fuji, fu,
ふ
ji.
じ
I wish there was one language in the world, and I wish that it stayed the same. Like we all speak the same, but on the other hand, we learn and discover cultures. I have a counter argument to that, right? it's kind of like wishing everyone's very similar but different at the same time, and you can't have that. That's a paradox. We have different languages is because we have different cultures. Cultures lead to different languages. Languages lead to different cultures. So if you want everyone to be identifiably different and fun to discover new things, you can't discover new things if everything stays the same. Yeah, it's a fundamental paradox, but you know, it would be interesting to imagine how that's possible. Yeah. We wouldn't find each other as interesting. You know? we like independent, Milo, me, like the reason why we like to talk to each other is not because we all stay the same and speak the same language and have the same problems. Generally, humans are very curious about each other because we are different, right? And different things make life worth living. Unfortunately, humans are really well equipped to become bored and disinterested in their life if their life constantly stay the same. And then everyone they meet constantly stay the same. Like, imagine a room full of friends who are bored of each other. Yikes. I've been there. Some of my best friends, for better or for worse, we are still best friends. But we don't really hang out too often because it takes us like 10 seconds to catch up. It takes like 5 minutes to catch up with like 6 months of activity because we're so much alike. We are incredibly alike to the point where we have to do new things together to make it exciting to be friends. If we sit there and try to talk to each other about what happens in our lives, it's not really interesting. As we do the same thing. Yeah, it's more interesting to learn. At least that's personal bias. Yeah, personal bias for me is it's always interesting to have something to learn. When you practice and studying only goes so far, keeping life interesting. Practicing and studying is great. They only go so far. When you learn new things, you have more things to study and practice. If you run out of things to study and practice and things get dull, you gotta find new things to make your life exciting again. Okay, so Zoku.
族
Zoku. Zoku. Nazu.
謎
Nazo. I'm just kidding. That's a zo. Okay. Jiko.
事故
Hizu. Hiji.
肘
Zeni.
銭
Kazu.
数
Katsu. Man, the Z's get really short after a while. It's not like pizza. Whenever they say pizza, za is so strong, but this is just katsu. This is za.
自然
She's
自然
man. She ze
Ze,
nature. She's Zayn. Okay. Niji.
2時
Niji. My dad told me it's great to fail to see where you're wrong and fix it. Yeah. I can see that. I would phrase it a little bit different. It's great to make mistakes, to grow from from the mistakes you made. There's nothing wrong with mistakes. And you don't fix mistakes, you grow from them. Za looks like a Serbian character. Oh. Oh, I do see that. Huh. There's another character that's kind of close to it. If that's the, I mean, if that's the Serbian character, that kind of reminds me of wa, ne, all those roots. So wa, ne, and di. I'll point it out. So yeah. Wa, ne, and di is re, di. Yeah. So those are closer to that Serbian character. What the heck? You just triggered a art detector auto mod. What does this mean? Milo, what did you just do? Why was this? I don't know. It didn't tell me which letter. It's all of it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't know what that, but language. Okay, so this is ha za no hazu
hazu
kaze
kaze
G oh my gosh, Giji
giji
and then zoku
zoku
za hazu
kazan
so wait
kazan
oh volcano kazan. Oh, gay? Interesting. It reminds me of a person making like a, you know, a ballerina dancer when you're looking straight on and they're like T-posing with their feet crossed. If you put in a little tiny head on top, it looks like a ballerina dancer. Whatever that pose is it a pirouette? I don't know what, but I don't remember what the pose is in a ballerina. That's what it reminds me of. Iji jika jiko hazu giji. Dang it. Kazu. Dana. All right. Let's go to the lesson. I'm gonna have to guess on all the katakana, but that's fine. I'm gonna guess on all the katakana. It's all fine. Let's go. Big. It's ooki.
大きいこれは日本です
これは日本です。これはこれは Alright. I think Nihon is all hiragana. Nihon desu. Because not borrowed, right?
日本
Nihon desu.
です。
Kore wa Nihon desu. This is Japan.
小さいです。
Chisai desu. Chisai desu. So chi sa i desu. So it's small.
日本とアメリカ
Nihondo America. Nihondo. At least they're not being mean, and oh no, they're kind of being mean. Because I definitely see two of them. 3 of them. Okay.
日本とアメリカ
Nihondo America. So, Nihondo. Nihon
日本
do. Huh. It's not. This looks like
アメ
ka.
リカ
That's fine. That's fine. We got enough. Like this ri looks like ri in hiragana, and ka looks close enough to ka in hiragana. So America, that's just how it goes.
小さい。
Chisai. Chisai, which is small.
日本は小さいです。
Nihon wa
日本は小さいです。
Japan is small. Nihon
日本
wa chisai.
小さい
Wait, des.
です。日本は小さいです。
これはアメリカです。
Kore wa America desu. This is America.
これは日本ですか
Kore wa Nihon desu ka? Is this Japan? So, kore wa
これ
kore wa Nihon desu. Nihon desu ka? Nihon
で
desu
す
ka? The letter, you know what's crazy? The letter A in English is the same as A. What? Okay. Interesting. The 2 letters E and J sounds like the letter A in English. In Serbia? In Serbian? E and J? Huh. I see. Is it big? Don't answer that question. Sorry, kids. Sorry, kids. I think there should be a lot of apologies for big and small right now. All right. Is it big? Okay. It's oki, right? So it's like oki desu ka?
大きいですか。
日本は小さいですか
Nihon. Wait, what?
日本は小さいですか
Cheetah. Oh, it's Japan is small again. Nihon wa chisai
小さい
desu ka?
ですか日本は小さいですか
Apology accepted. Yeah, sorry. Loot alert. America wa oki desu. Oki desu. America wa oki desu. Yeah, no, just desu. So which one was America? America wa
大きい
oki desu.
です。
アメリカは大きいですか。
Okay, I just said that. Oh no, you're asking. I just said it was big. is America? Oh my gosh, I'm starting to say America. Big. Sooner or later, mild humor never hurts. We're trying to be appropriate. Remember, just to keep in mind, Milo, my streams and my channel is also strictly mentioned that it's 18 plus. So just we gotta be mindful, you know. It's nice that you have a mature mind, but I don't want to be responsible. Sorry, kids. You know what? Sooner or later, I'm gonna talk to someone, and I'm gonna say America, and it's gonna be funny as heck. When someone's like, "Oh yeah, I'm, America Gene," all of a sudden I'm like, oh, "Wait a minute, hold up. Sorry, I'm American." Oh no. My search history makes you look like a warm-up? Dang. Dang. Is Japan small? Nihon wa chiisai desu ka? Right? Nihon?
America.
Oh. No!
America.
I didn't do that. Sorry, you didn't hear that.
Nihon wa
chiisai
chisai
desu
desu
ka? Yes, this is yes, this is America. Height. I actually haven't seen height in a long time. Height.
Hai.
それは
それは
アメリカ
アメリカ
です。
です。
Oh, did I screw up? Oh, did I pick? Oh, I picked. Wait. Oh, I picked the wrong one. No, wait. Oh, I did. That. Yes, that is America. I picked that is America. My bad. I said Sorewa, I'm pretty sure. I meant Korewa. Korewa. America does. Is America big? Is it though? Is it? Okay. America wa oshi.
大きい
Oh, oki. Whoops. Oki
で
desu ka? Yes, yes, yes. Hi.
は。
はいい。これは
これ
はアメリカ
アメリカ
です。
です。
What about me? You don't like racism? That's fine. I don't get it or get from others? That's fair enough. Population 337 million. Where's that come from? It's a paradox, Milo. This is the mature. This is probably going to be like a more of a deep cut into adulthood. In order to understand racism, you also have to be able to understand how it happens, right? So like, in order to get it from others or resonate from others, you also have to have been either the victim involved in racism or not. So a lot of times, yes, it is a universally negative thing, but it also makes sense that you don't understand it either. It's a paradox. The closest thing is bias, confirmation bias. So if you use something like a psychological bias, that's probably the closest feeling you can get to be either the target of racism or participating in racism. Prejudice is the closest thing to actively involving in racism. So things like you did the wrong thing, I know what to do the right thing, that is the basis of racism. That's yeah, it would be different in that case, but that is the basis. Yeah, if you dislike someone because someone dislikes you, that is just actively racism. You can choose to like someone even though they dislike you. That's a little different. That would be different. So no, he's Canadian. No, iie. Where's that iie at?
いいえ
Iie. He's Canadian. So that's implied, right? So Canada-jin. Probably this.
カナダ人
Canada-jin. This.
です日本人です
Nihonjin desu. Nihonjin desu. Nihon
日本人
desu.
です
いいえ、日本人です。
No, he's Japanese.
はいアメリカ人です
Hi, America Jin desu. Hi. Where's hi?
はい
Hi. America Jin desu.
アメリカ人
America Jin desu.
です
No ka.
日本人
So that's another thing. When you have friends of a particular race, it's not exclusive of being racist. So that's also a distinction. It's admirable to respect everyone, but you cannot respect people you don't know. It's very admirable to aim for it. It's a goal that is incredibly admirable. Yes. Yeah, the people you know. That's great. That's the more realistic thing. It's to aim to respect and share mutual respect with the people that you know. Yes. Yeah, it's very difficult to respect people that you don't care to know.
日本人
Nihonjin. Nihonjin? Japanese. Or no. It would be Nihonjin desu, right? No. Iie. When I said no in English, I thought I was saying iie. Like I said no, but I wanted to say iie instead. My brain was thinking iie, but I said no. Like no came out of my mouth when I said iie in my brain. Things are getting a little weird now. America Jin.
アメリカ人
America Jin. This.
はい日本人です
I'm Japanese.
これはカナダです
Or he. Japanese. I saw that he was the alternative.
これはカナダです
Korewa Canada desu. Korewa I gotta make sure I don't do this again.
Wa.
I'm hesitant. Korewa
これはカナダです
Canada. I guess it's this.
ブラジル
No, that's
ブラジ
Brazil.
ル
Uh,
カナダ
okay. Oh, I suppose there's 3 kanas. Should have
です
gathered that.
カナダ人です。
Oh Lord, katakana is your worst subject so far. Go get him. Independent. Show the katakana who's boss. Independent.
カナダ人。
Anadajin. No des, so sure. Oh, it is implied by I'm Canadian. Huh. Kanadajin. Hi はい、カナダ人です。
カナダ人
です。
アメリカ人です。
アメリカ人です。アメ
アメリカ人
人
で
ですす。
アメリカ人
I'm American. What? Oh,
カナダは大きいです。
there's no this, I suppose.
カナダは大きいです。
カナダ大きいです。カナダは大きいです。大きいです。
カナダ
カナダ大きいです。大きいです。
大きいです。カナダは大きいです。
I'm Canadian. So I didn't add des before, even though they accepted it. So can I just go Canada Jean?
ブラジル人、
Whoops.
ブラジル人、カナダ人。
And is implied? No, you do need this. That's weird. So that one solution accepted it, but the other way around. If you translate Kanada-jin into I'm Canadian in English, it's fine, but the other way around, it's not fine. Funny thing, huh? Funny thing, huh? No. EA. Hit it again. I said no, but I'm thinking EA.
いいえ、
So I'm thinking EA in my brain, and I'm saying no instead. Weird. Canada wa oki desu.
大きい。はい、
Why did I?
はい、です。
アメリカ人
America Jean. I'm American. Apparently, that's how that works. No? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing. Okay, don't worry about it. What humor do I like most? Can you be more specific? Like, I can tell you what type of humor when. Yeah, it's because it is in a sentence. Yeah. It's tough when you only think of it in sentences at this point. Dark? No. Not the type of humor, but I guess when. So like how, or how I feel. So oftentimes, I guess to answer your question, most of the time, I like situational irony. And situational irony can be all of those things. It can be dry, dark, happy. So situational irony. And then situational irony, I like situational irony to be metaphorical. And they're using metaphors often to be satirical. And satirical things can be both dry and dark. But usually it's not haha funny most of the time. Like, it's not haha funny. So let's break this down. So basically, to better give an example, right? A show that talks about how older people have trouble understanding younger people about topics that younger people find intuitive, but when older people try to do it, it's funny because they're so out of place. Things like an older person trying to figure out what a meme is by talking to their Zoomer kid. That's funny to me. Like, that's usually things that I enjoy because I'm always from the perspective of an older person most of the time. I like that there's humor that show that older people may be a little bit out of touch with younger people, but what it needs to do is to have a level of understanding that shows that time have changed. So it's funny because if you're a kid in this situation, you will relate to the kid and it's humorous. If you're an adult, you'll relate to the adult and it's humorous. And for me, it's humorous because I feel like I understand the kid to some extent and the older person to some extent. So in that way, the humor lands most of the time. Because if one falls apart, like the first half falls apart, the other half is good. If the other half falls apart, the other one is good. So most of the time, that humor, yeah, I would say 80 to 90% of the time, that type of humor lands for me. It's very deep. There's metagaming and whatnot. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the most frequent type of humor. So when we're talking about frequency, like how often humor comes up, it's whatever is most popular. So the most popular type of humor right now is Zoomer humor, which is nonsensical. So when I'm online, YouTube blasts me with Zoomer humor more than the humor that I like but don't get exposed to frequently. A lot of times the things you like are the things you expose yourself to most frequently because they're the things you like. But typically I don't do that. I don't seek the humor. The humor comes to me. So the most frequent things I see is Zoomer humor. At least Americanized Zoomer humor. So the stateside Zoomer humor. Because of the internet. Okay. I'm Canadian. What did I mess up? I didn't write des, right? Oh no. Yes, I didn't write des. So, Canada人です。
カナダ人です。
アメリカ人
America Jean, I'm... Oh. Not a sentence. Right. Don't forget that it's not a sentence. Okay?
イギリス人
Igirisu Jean. Oh, man. British Igirisu? I want to know the origin of Igirisu. So, it's whatever I haven't seen yet. Igirisu Jean. This is Canada Jean.
イギリス人
Igirisu Jean. Igirisu. Oh yeah, there's the Ri. I guess it's close enough. Ri. Su. Igirisu Jean. Wait, is that
イ
it?
ギリス人
Oh, okay. Oh no. It's bru
アメリカ人
No, no, no.
アメリカ人
it's bra
ブラジル人
bra zu bra
ブラジル人
brajuru jin brajuru
ブラジル人
burajuru
ブラジル人
burajuru burajuru jin. Holy heck. That's gonna be a problem.
ブラジル人
Burajuru jin
ブラジル人ブラジル人
Say it slower.
ブラジル人ブラジル人
Brajiru 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 jin Brajiru. Okay. Brajiru jin. Hi, Brajiru jin desu.
です。 ブラジル
Brajiru jin, yeah. Brajiru. And it's Brajiru. 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 Brajiru jin. Okay. What'd you say?
ブラジル
Oh yeah, just rub it in now, huh? Brajiru. Brajiru. Ru.
ブラジル
Brajiru. Okay. Yeah.
いいえ。
いいえ。ブラジル人です。
ブラジル人
です。ブラジルで、ブラジル人です。
ブラジルですか？
ブラ
ジルですか？
ブラジルですか？ブラジル。
カナダ人。
That's not
カナ
it!
ダ人。ブラジル
ブラジル
で
ですすか？
か？
Is it Brazil? イギリスイギリスOh, Britain. Yeah, イギリスイギリス
イギリス。
イギリスイギリスイギリス
ブラジルは小さいですか？
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 So,
ブラジル
ブラジルは小さい
小さい
ですか？
ですか？
これはイギリスです。
これはイギリスです。So, this is Britain.
ケンさんはブラジル人です。
ケンさんはブラジルです。ケンさんはケンさん
さん
は
は
ブラジルOh, wait. ブラジル人ブラジル人
イギリス人
That's not it.
イギリス人ブラジル人
ブラジル人
で。
ですす。
ケンさんはブラジル人です。
これはブラジルです。これは
これは
ブラジル
ブラジル
で。
ですす。
ナオミさんはブラジル人ですか？
ナオミさんはブラジル人です。Oh, there's a
です
car.
か？
My bad. That's a question. Is that Britain? イギリスですか？イギリスですか？
イギリス。
イギリス。I like this character. This voice actor, extra points for being so apathetic. イギリスイギリスですか？
ですか？
Oh, no,
イギリです
that's wrong.
か？
Is それは
それ
はイギリス
イ
ですか？
ギリスですか？
イギリス人です。
Don't. I'm just gonna be real. I'm looking forward to the lore. Like, I can't wait if they expanded like the story sections and stuff about these characters, because that would be great. I would love it. I want to learn more about these characters. Oh, they only the purple character? I wish all of them had characters. Oh, YouTube short? Oh, interesting. I'll have to take a look at it. What did you say? Can I see this? イギリス人です。
イギリス人です。
Okay. Yes. So I'm British, or he's British. I think they accept I'm British too, but oh, I'm British. Okay. Yeah, either.
花さんはイギリス人ですか？
花さんはイギリス人です。Okay. Hana is British. Oh, Ka.
This-
I did it
イギリ
again.
スは小
I
さい
didn't
です。
read to the end.
イギリスは小さいです。
Whoa, you sound really different.
イギリスは小さいです。
Igirisu wa ichisai desu. Okay. Britain is small. Is it though? I guess relatively.
ナオミさんはブラジル人ですか？
Okay. Naomi's is Naomi Brazilian? Yeah.
花さんはイギリス人ですか？
It is just an island. Independent. You want to hear something really, 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 really contentious? All continents are an island. Think about it for a moment. How big you want to go, man? All continents are islands. But I get what you mean. I understand. I'm just being difficult here. No, if island is a landmass surrounded by water, all continents are islands. So how big an island is arbitrary. The size of the island is arbitrary. That's logic. We don't use logic here, right? When we talk about language and communication, it's about colloquials. It's about understanding what the vast majority of people. So when we talk about what real Japanese people say versus what the logic dictates, yeah. So yeah, like to Japanese people, Japan is big, America is small. Like, if you know what I mean, like figuratively. So when we start using logic, that's when everything breaks down in categorization. Yeah, categorization is arbitrary. It's one of the really fun things I like to hear authors talk about. Like, if you ever have a really, I don't know, famous talkative author that you like who writes books, like book authors, they talk about categorization all the time. And the richness of categorization is often used to the author's advantage. So like, how do you make something very interesting? You could say things that they aren't, but they are actually true if you think about it. So they break down logic. So abstract stuff like Japan is big if that is your universe. Japan is small if America exists, right? That kind of thing. So categorization is so one of the fun ones that a person that I like, an influencer that I listen to, he's a really well-known author, and I think he was the one that talked about Pluto. You know how Pluto is not a planet anymore because of categorization. But when you start thinking logically, right? Because the funny thing is, astronomy is a science a lot of times, but science uses categorization. So categorization is subjectively arbitrarily designed in order to simplify and cluster. And we just talked about this earlier, Independent, on how to cluster words and sentences, right? Clustering is a representation of subjectivity, but it's helping us use our logic to dictate where the clustering is. Yet it is the least logical thing, right? So a lot of times, all rocks that are orbiting, that are in space, could be categorized and fit a lot of the definitions of a planet. It's only arbitrary that Pluto doesn't qualify as a planet because the categorization just excludes it. Inherently, though, logically, they're very, very much quite similar. And that's kind of like the sizes of things. Small, big, hard, easy. To me, it's the fun part about being human. We use categorizations and it leads to so much fun discussions. At least in my opinion, it leads to fun discussions. Lots of people don't have time or place or patience to have a fun discussion about what they think is big and what they think is. It's understandable. The internet hustle culture kind of makes it all about time. But I would sit down and talk to you about what you consider as small and big all the time. Just trust me. At least this one, you'll trust me. If you think something is really hard and scary and it's making you feel bad, tell me about it. Please explain. I'm here to listen and probably offer my 2 cents in some way. I wouldn't offer my 2 cents unsolicited, right? Exchanging things is what we're here for, not one-sided exchange. That's kind of weird. Or that's what lots of people look for anyways.
花さん
Okay, so Hana-san, how did I mess up? Oh yeah, it's because it's a question. Hana-san wa Igirisu jin desu ka? So is Hana British? Okay. All right, review time. Okay.
ナオミさんはブラジル人ですか？
Is Naomi British? Brazilian. So Naomi-san wa Brazil jin desu ka? Okay. After like 2 or 3 days of saying Brazil, maybe it'll come out, right? I'm Canadian, so Canada jin desu. Canada jin desu.
カナダ人です。花さんはイギリス人ですか？
Did you say Hana?
花さんは
Oh
イ
wait, I
ギ
can
リ
just
ス。
read
花さ
this.
ん
I've gotten such in a habit of relying on my hearing that I'm like, oh wait, I can just read this. I don't need to hear this anymore. It's so weird. Okay. So, Hana-san wa Igirisu jin desu ka? Fair enough. So is Hana-san is Hana British? I can totally see myself randomly going to my friend and I'm gonna say something like Eric-san is like Eriku-san is and just catch myself saying, why am I using honorifics when I'm speaking English? It's going to happen at some point. It's gonna slip. The brain remembers 2x less when it's in stress. That's not specific enough, Milo. The brain remembers 2x more when it's in good stress. The brain remembers 2 less when it's in bad stress. And it's not really 2x. Those are just arbitrary numbers. But the brain actually ends up remembering more over time when good stress happens. What is good stress? Good stress is something that you intend to do. So it's a crazy thing and it's difficult to replicate. You have to fill it out. So if you intend to struggle, like if you accept that you're doing something difficult and you will struggle, that intention creates stress that upon resting, you'll remember a lot more. When stress is induced on you passively, as in you have no control over it, and this stress is placed on you and it creates negative, emotionally compromised situations like negativity, depression, feeling of inapt, that stress will cause you to not remember most things. That's definitely true. So yeah, negative stress for sure. So taking up a challenge is different from having a challenge placed on you. So life sucks, life skills suck because oftentimes the stress is placed on you to develop the life skill. So you develop the life skill less quickly because it's going uphill. However, if you take on a video game challenge because you like video games, it's accelerated. It's good stress because you're taking on the challenge. So that's kind of one of those things that kids, at least younger people, and maybe even adults, but generally younger people need to hear. Because when you're struggling with something you want to learn, keep going. You'd be surprised how well you remember and improve over time. And it's oftentimes you get confused with all the stress that you get elsewhere. So when life punches you down into the ground and all you're feeling is negative stress, and then you try to learn something and all you can think about is, oh, I'm getting stressed, so it has to be negative. It doesn't have positive results, right? That's kind of when someone is really upset and really angry and stuff, they're already going into it not being able to receive positive stress, like intentionally learn. So it's always nice to make sure you're in positive energy, right? And you know that you're going to do something difficult. And when you know you're going to do something difficult, that pays back in dividends. Because effort's going in, as opposed to efforts being sapped away. The other two words that I would use is negative stress is coping. Good stress is practicing or challenging. So challenging versus coping, right? So those two words get thrown around a lot. Coping is you've lost something and you're trying to mitigate the damage. Coping is bringing you back up to normal. Taking a challenge is trying to push past your normal. You're trying to elevate where your current position is. Yeah. Great example, by the way. Great comment about how stress is related to learning. Or memory in that case. In terms of memory itself, like the events, any stress leads to great memory. So the most stressful things in your life, both negative and positive, are the things you remember. How they make you feel are polar opposites. So good stress and negative stress, right? However, the stressful things you'll remember really well, regardless if it's good or bad. You typically remember those experiences. What you intend to remember suffers. So when you intend to remember something, negative stress is going to make you not remember those things. Positive stress is going to reinforce those things. When something happens to you, all stress will remember the event, not what you intend to remember. All that is super important because if you know this, you can help a lot of people. If you know how to channel, know like a friend, if you know someone who's really stressed out, family members, friends, understanding this and understanding what you know about them, you can really invisibly like kind of encourage them to do things that will enhance good stress overall without needing to say any of these things. Because when you have good stress, you form associations already naturally. So you will naturally end up going into gear and focusing on those. They don't have to understand how that works. Yeah. Yeah, methods and discipline. Discipline is good stress. Discipline is a great example of good stress. And then method planning is good stress. Because it provides restrictions and you don't really like restrictions. You want everything to work out. But method and discipline is a great example of good stress. So, yes, this is America. Okay. Sorry, I always like saying height. I love Japanese for height. The way they say yes is so amazing.
Hi.
Yes just doesn't have that. Height. I guess it's so close to the word hype, I suppose. Hi. これはアメリカ。
アメリカ
アメリカ人
Oh, I forgot this. I forgot to put this there.
That's fine. アメリカ人
イギリスです。
イギリスです。I, he, I, she, she's. Oh no, this, it's Britain.
イギリスは大きいですか？
イギリス大きいですか？イギリスは大きいですか？
イギリスは大きいですか？
Question. Okay. Not that it matters, but is British big? So, イギリス
イギリス
は
は
大きい
大きい
ですか？
ですか？
Is Japan small? 日本は小さいですか？ Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. 日本日本は小さいですか？
アメリカは大きいですか？
アメリカ大きいですか？アメリカは大きいですか？アメリカは
は
大きい
大きい
ですか？
ですか？
Is this Japan? I don't know. Is it? これは日本ですか？ですか？これは
これ
は
は
日本ですか？日
日本
ですか？
いいえ、カナダは大きいです。
Sorry, I just thought about the sentence in English. No, Canada is big. いいえ、
いいえ、
いいえ、カナダは大きいですか？
いいえ、カナダは大きいです。
Yes, right. カナダ
カナダ
は大きいですか？
です。イギリスは小さいです。
イギリス小さい。Britain is small. イギリスは小さいです。
です。
Hey. All right. Time for I got some jemmies. Let's go. Oh, wait. I don't need jemmies because we still have super. Right. いいえ。アメリカ人です。
アメリカ人
です。
です。
いいえ。
いいえ、
日本人です。日本人です。はい。
はい、
はい、カナダ人です。
カナダ人
です。
です。
Oh no. Every time I try to start the bra, it's Buddha. I keep trying to say bra, like in like a rolling R sound, and it makes me laugh because it's Buddha, Buraziru, jin desu.
ブラジル人。
ブラジル人。it's not English. It's actually Spanish. I keep thinking of Brazil. So the rolling the R in it, and there's no syllable bruh. Kind of reminds me of bruh. bruh. Okay. ブラジル人です。
です。
America and Japan. アメリカと日本。アメリカと
日本。
カナダ人です。
ブラジル人。ブラジル人。
I don't know why I
カ
clicked
ナ
that.
ダ人。
I just clicked on the first thing that was closest to my mouse. I need
This.
to stop doing that. This is Canada. This is Canada. これはカナダです。カナダです。これはカナダです。これはカナダです。
です。
Written in small. Is it though? Is it? イギリスは小さいです。
イギリス。
イギリスは小さいです。
です。
カナダは大きいです。
カ
カ
ナダ
ナダ
は
は
大きい
大きい
で。
ですす。Brazil is big. ブラジルは大きいです。ブラジルは大きいです。
です。
日本は小さいです。
日本
は
は
小さい
小さいピザ
ピザ
です。
Japan is pizza. Sorry. I just thought of Japan is pizza. Is it Brazil? So, ブラジル Wait. I've been saying Jiro is ブラジルですか？
ブラジル。
Oh, is it Ru? Oh, no, it's Ru. ブラジル Yeah, ブラジルですか？
ですか。
Is Hana British?イギリス人 Oh, Hanaはイギリス人ですか？ Right? Hana san? Okay. So,
花。
Hana san はイギリス人ですか？イギリス人 What?
イギリス人。
Wow, you say it.
イギリス人。
Ooh, you say it really interesting.
イギリス人。
イギリス人
です
ですか？
か。
Is that Britain? それはイギリスですか？イギリスですか？です。
です。
Yeah?
か
South America? それはアメリカですか？アメリカですか？それは、
それ
それ
は
はアメリカ。
ラーメンラーメン
No one saw that.
アメリカ
アメリカですか？
ですか
Is Ken British? Ken さんはイギリス人ですか？ Is that what happened? Ken, Ken さんはイギリス人ですか？イギリス
イギリ
人
ス人
ですか？
ですか
Is this Japan? これは日本ですか？ですか？これは日本ですか？これは
これは
日本
日本
日本 I'm starting to lose my energy. 日本ですか？
ですか
Oh, I love the double thumbs up. Oh, new stuff, right? Oh yeah, we get our jammies, right? Get our jammies. Ask for directions. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I love this animation. I love these guys. This guy is pretty chill, man. I don't have a well, wouldn't mind a fabulous mustache, right? Where are we? In Japanese, most questions words come right before desu ka. Sure. Compare the following questions. Those are new symbols. Hoteru wa koko desu ka? Hoteru wa koko desu ka? Koko is
ホテルはここですか？ホテルはここですか？
Oh, I get it. Hoteru.
ホテルはここですか？
Oh, that makes sense. Hoteru wa koko desu ka? Okay. Fair enough. And then hoteru wa doko desu ka? So, here and where?
ホテルはどこですか？ホテルはここですか？
I see. Okay.
ホテルはどこですか？
Got it. Okay. Remember that words like hotel in Japanese can be translated as hotel, a hotel, or the hotel, depending on the context. Yes. Exactly. So, hoteru wa doko desu ka? Hoteru wa koko desu ka? Okay. Koko, doko. And those are not, those are actually hirakana. Fair enough.
これはホテルですか？
これはhotel desu ka? Okay, so they're getting us used to seeing hoteru, even though we don't know any katakana yet. Katakana. So kore wa, this is a hotel. Store, convenient. Ooh, convenience store? Oh, rip. I
です
didn't.
か
It's a question. We're gonna be reminded brutally that we need to read to the end of the sentence. Yes, it's a hotel. Okay. Wow. Oh no. All right. I feel like I want to start katakana at this point. Okay. So let's just figure this out, right? Ha,
は
I, I. Gotta go to rest. Get well soon, Milo. Yes. See you next time. Get well soon. Yes. Oh yeah, independent. My sentence has fallen apart. What do? We're gonna plug it back together. You know what we can do though? Here's the clustering thing, right? We can do clustering to our advantage. Like this is des, right? So we know hai and des. That's my hiragana working for me, right? So now we just need to figure out how to put together. Oh no. We also know what. Yeah. Now we know the rest is hotel, right? So I remember this. I saw this. Ho.
ほ
Te. Which one's te?
に
Ni?
にこるこるて
Te.
て
Hoteru.
て
Teru.
る
Okay. And this is what I mean by why I chose to do hiragana with romaji the other way. So now I'm trying to use it doesn't translate. So there is a chance if I'm gonna learn katakana, I might use romaji and then go back and forth again. I don't know yet. We'll see. Hoteru, I mean, you could just learn it raw if you want. Hoteru. So, I don't know any of these kana. So, hoteru, sure. I mean, I'll remember the clustering, sure. Clustering is gonna help us. Until we get to, katakana.
それはコンビニですか？
So, それはコンビニ. Oh my convenience. コンビニ.
コンビニコンビニコンビニ
Konbini. Oh, B.
コンビニ
The B is good. I sort of know that. I haven't actually gotten that yet either. No, I don't got any of those. No, none of those. Yeah, the whole thing is katakana. So that's a convenience store, or actually, sort of what that? Yeah, that is a convenience store. Oh, is that a convenience store? Oh, is that a convenience store? Oh yeah, true. I'm eliminating articles, but I need to put the articles back in
コン
English.
ビニです
Okay.
はい
はい。コンビニ
コンビニ
です。
です
Yeah, I dislike when I mess up in English. Like when you start getting closer and closer to Japanese, you just stop translating those those letters anyway. It's like, who needs those things? Come on. I'm starting to feel that way though. I really do. I'm starting to relate to why, like, what? Come on. A hotel and a convenience store. Oh no, it's fallen apart and it's two things. Wait, I remember hotel. Te ru and do. I think I remember konbini actually. Kon be so kon be ni. Oh, B? Yeah. Konbeni. Konbeni.
B.
Or is it B? B. Konbini.
に
So. Konbini. Okay. Yeah, why the heck do we use articles anyways, guys?
コンビニはどこですか？
Konbini wa something desu ka?
コンビニはどこですか？
Doko desu ka? Oh yeah, that's right. Doko desu ka? So now I need to learn how to cluster differently. Doko desu ka? So now I'm thinking konbini wa doko. Konbini wa doko and then desu ka? So those are going to be my separations. Konbini wa doko desu ka? Right? Konbini wa doko desu ka? So doko is where is the convenience store?
これはコンビニです。
これはコンビニですか? Or
これはコンビニです。
oh, これはコンビニです。これはMan, it's so hard to think about it in separate things now. これ
れ
は
わ
Thank you, Wa. Thank you for staying chill and
Wa.
staying alone on your own island. Oh.
こ
Ko. De. Ko. B. 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 Which one's B? B. Ni.
にで
Desu.
す
Desu. Sorry. Desu. Yeah, so the way I separate things, I want to separate it even on the left and the right of very incurring hook words. Or I don't know what they're called, but I'm just gonna call them hook words, as in conditional words. So I've been deliberately separating them in conditional words. Like des, ga, wa, do. Those are all, like, in my opinion, what I would classify as conditional words. So I stop and pause where there are conditional words, and I put like left and right conditional words. So it helps me prioritize all the different parts of the sentence. They're what I call sentence modifiers, I guess. Like doko and koko are now an additional sentence modifier for the time being, until it becomes more automatic. Oh yeah, and this stuff, this is the second time this has ever happened, where we had enough, really a lot of vocabulary, enough vocabulary to be doing this more regularly. I kind of like this format. This format is fun. The pairing format. It kind of reminds me of here's a advanced version. I don't know if they're gonna do this in Japanese. It would be really fun if they do this in Japanese. In English, another way to make this more, if you want to double the frequency, like double the association, this is the association task. In English class, you're often given synonyms and antonyms, right? So when you say something's cold, hot, right? So you pair antonyms and synonyms by association, and that's kind of, it gives the student, like early on in when a student's growing up, right, when they're a kid, they can form relationships and form associations. So it helps with memory techniques, and that's probably what I'm going to use with kanji, only a higher level in my opinion, like more stacked relationships, like complex stories and whatnot to put them together. The more you get used to using higher and higher level of complex storytelling to associate two things, the more likely you're going to remember it. But this is one of the basics where you pair two writing systems together, or two languages, or two sounds, etc. It can be relational as well, where like you know, hot, cold, high, low, yes, no, kind of thing. Ko, oh, so, sore,
それ
yeah. What was this? This is hoteru.
ホテル
This is doko, our new
ど
one.
こ
Doko. We have not seen Doko since yesterday, and we had one episode, like one lesson with the D's, the Dokos. And this is actually we didn't get this yet. It's a pizza. Yeah, pizza.
ピザ
And then keiki. Keiki.
ケーキ
ホテルはどこですか？
Hoteru doko desu ka? So, where is, I guess, the hotel? A convenience store and a hotel. And all my kana has... I have a new phrase. Oh my kana. I mean, it should be oh my kami, but oh my kana is just as great. This is oh my kana version right here. All right. Ko
こ
mm.
て
Oh, whoops.
て
Oh Bi
び
ne
に
ni sorry ni company to hotel
てる
コンビニはどこですか
company doko desu ka? Company
コンビニ
is it wa?
コンビニはどこですか
Okay, wa
わ
doko desu ka?
どこ
Desu ka?
ですか
これはコンビニですか？
Kore wa konbini desu ka? Kore wa konbini desu ka? So this, oh, is a question. Is this a convenient hotel? No, I'm just kidding. You can make a different sentence in this. Like, is this a big convenient hotel store? That's actually a thing. That's actually a thing. Is this a big convenient hotel store? Do you just add on? Oh, someone explained it to me. How they add more adjectives. But let's not talk about that for a moment. But we'll get to that at some point. Is this a convenience store?
それはどこですか
I find that interesting because technically you could drop the desk. Yep. And that would still be a sentence. Yep. Definitely been there, done that. Yes. For sure. I was like, what happens when you drop it and they just say another solution? It's just another solution. So maybe one day I will decide to playfully drop desks and here and whatnot. Maybe one day it'll be I can fill it out, I guess.
それはどこですか
それはどこですか? Wait,
それはどこですか
それはどこですか? Really? それは that is, where is that? それはどこですか? Where is that? Yeesh.
どこ
I'm just gonna be real. If in English, if you say where is that? Oof. Don't like phrasing. I understand. This is where my like snobbery in English comes in. If you ask where is that? Ugh. That's high level English don't practice kind of thing. like asking where is that, that doesn't explain a lot of things. It doesn't add, it's not a very helpful way of asking a question. Where is that? Oftentimes you replace at least one of the things. That is a it's a replacement noun, right? It's a pronoun, so to speak. So you need to place a noun in there, and that's in the passive voice. So where is that? It's in the passive voice. It's using two different holders, what and that. It's so nondescript, but I get it. I wonder if Japanese people actually use this phrase. Where is that? Or do they like put in just as much, where they would replace that with something? Because I honestly find it really uncomfortable when I would say, where is that? So where is what? Where what are you referring to? I know you can have a contextual conversation, but generally if you default to just using the noun, it removes a lot of misunderstanding in English. There's this active feeling. Yes, in English it would only be a follow-up question. However, there is a distinction between being well-spoken and less well-spoken. So when you say, where is that, instead of where is the movie theater, oftentimes 9 out of 10, when you say where is the actual place, you end up being viewed as someone who is a bit more well-spoken. It's kind of like just a nuance, right? Now we're talking about nuance of English. So in a place, like say among my colleagues or at a university, when you say where is that, that's kind of confusing, even as a follow-up question. Like that's very colloquial, very casual. It's kind of like why Japanese people kind of feel weird about adding des, right? Adding des and gozaimasu, right? Like the masu thing, where there's elements, and that's kind of where I would draw the parallels. When you say where is that, it's so informal, like quite informal, to the point it can lead to confusion. A follow-up question would imply that other person is also paying attention. It removes the need to point out if someone's paying attention or not. So if you're wanting to be a very agreeable and charismatic person, you would provide the noun for them, so that even if they're lost, they would still be able to follow you. That's kind of the nice talk about English language. A lot of times English language is very dexterous in describing. It's a really highly descriptive language. So when you use a lot of descriptors, you naturally sound more sophisticated and charismatic. If I said where is that, even after a follow-up question, that other person is responsible for understanding the context of what I mean by that. And even then, they will probably ask, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Do you mean the thing that I just mentioned previously? Or you're asking me for something else? There's still ambiguity when you say, where is that? Even as a follow-up question. You're inferring that the person you're talking to is always on the same page. And you can remove all doubt by just not using ambiguous words. And it's kind of like a put. Yeah, we could go to the new movie theater. Where is that? And then to compare it with, we could go to the movie theater. Oh, so where is this new movie theater? You know what I mean? Like immediately when the person asking where is this movie theater, what does it tell you? That person is listening. And it also means that if the other person may confuse what that is, you already remove the shadow of a doubt what you're referring to. Yeah, it's active listening. Exactly. Active listening. So it gives everyone reassurance that is very polite. And I feel Japanese people do the same with their like additional words, like additional phrases that they add into it, like gozaimasu, that type of thing. It adds that extra effort so sentences don't get like truncated down. So I'm kind of curious if Japanese people do what we're talking about here, where they actively listen. So when they respond, they use very specific context, very specific words, and add it into their sentence when they're responding to make sure that the person you're talking to knows you're also actively listening back. The reason why I say this is the internet doesn't help you with that when it comes to English. So what I mean by this is when you spend a lot of time in chat rooms and threads and like DMs and stuff, and then you go to an interview, right? You go to interview at a job or something, that habit of omitting specific details when you explain things transfers to the habit that you're speaking in English. So here's a great example. I hang out with buddies quite a lot, and we chat in voice chat. Whenever I ask things like, oh, so how was your day? Can you explain some of the specifics? Or like, how was your day? And it would be like, it was fine. Like, can you be more explicit? English is an incredibly descriptor language. So this is fine can mean anywhere from I'm not okay to I'm getting by to this is actually fine, or to I'm feeling really great. Because English words bend too far. Like when, I don't know if Japanese people have the same issue where like if I say I'm fine, it doesn't mean I'm not fine all of a sudden, because in English it does. So oftentimes when I'm talking to someone, it's like, can you be a little bit more specific? Like, can I get more detail from you? Because I want to make sure I'm on the same page, right? And speaking to people online, it can be tough to break out of the habit of being nondescript with the descriptive language, and that is English. English requires a lot of words to get a meaning through. I feel my brief 9 days of Japanese, it feels like Japanese wants to get a lot through with a lot less, as opposed to the other way around. To sound eloquent and sophisticated, you're constantly looking to balance how much detail you can describe in your English, as opposed to, I put the ball in the hole, my guy. You put the ball in the hole. Did you kick it? Did you slide it in? Did you pick it up and place it down in the hole? Like, what the heck does put mean? How'd you do it? Did you stand upside down and like just nudge it into the hole? Like, please. Most Japanese sentences are specific to point. It's redundant. Exactly. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that they're so specifically redundant. At least from that it's such a different feel. And I'm so curious if Japanese people are ever concerned with these things, because that's a great way to get a Japanese person to understand when they're learning English how you get immersed in English, in my opinion. Obviously, it's not really necessary if the Japanese person is interacting with English speakers online, because the English speaking that is online is like this. So now I'm starting to wonder if our Japanese, when we're learning Japanese, is it really appropriate the way we're learning it? As in, where is that? Is that really what the sentiments of Japanese is saying with where is that? Because that sounds pretty pep. I mean, like, it's void of meaning a lot of times. Anyways, just a lot of thoughts. Lots of things that make learning a new language really fun. Sorry.
それはどこですか?
Koen, Kore. I just said Koen. Kore,
これ
which is this, sore,
それ
that. uh, uh, 小さい, no, お、お、wait, おいしい,おいしい, おいしい,
おいしい、
おいしい. I have so many thoughts going on in my head right now. ホテ
ホテ
ル
ル、
and どこ,
どこ、
which is where. Is this a pronoun? What they're asking about has already been established? Indeed. Yeah, これ means that thing. Yeah. Because it's, yeah, Like, think about this. If you want to immediately distinguish between someone who is a college level English speaker versus, and just so, in my opinion, this is kind of probably what I'm going to feel like when I keep learning more Japanese. English, you don't need N1 English, so to speak. Like, what I mean is, you don't need an N1 equivalent or N1 plus equivalent of English. Actually, the average English level is actually quite reasonably, like, below. So when we think about those rating systems, the vast majority of people that you're going to encounter is almost superfluous. The English that is necessary for elegance and, like, leadership and charisma and politics and stuff, that stuff is almost viewed as excessive, right? Like, when you think about listening to a tech talk, like a TED talk, or a Google press conference, or a political campaign and stuff, that English becomes so excessive. It's like superfluous to the point where it doesn't resonate with the vast majority of people. And those individuals' job is to reduce the level of English down to something that is resonating so that it's appropriate. That's where you get that whole, am I nerding too hard or am I being charismatic? And I honestly think there's a way larger gap, but it's not important. It's negligible. And for me, it's kind of like the difference between saying, yo, that is a really hard thing you did, versus, oh, that seemed quite difficult for the performance of that task that you just did, requiring lots of physical exertion, right? So, like, on the one hand, I don't even know what that task is doing, but I've used vocabulary that emphasized that I understand some characteristic of the thing we just observed, instead of, yo, that's whack. Well, that was most certainly disagreeable and unexpected. You know, the contrast between the two, right? On the second hand, you're sharing something that is like it's more expressive. English has become more expressive when you use more descriptors, and the internet culture, the internet platform doesn't encourage that. It definitely does not encourage that. So oftentimes I get comments about, oh, you sound well spoken, or oh, you sound like you work, like you sound like a therapist, or you sound like a teacher or something. It's like, that's kind of true, but at the same time, anyone can sound like this. It's just their environment don't need it. You don't need to sound like that. And I don't. And I've been quite out of practice. So oftentimes, on occasion, I talk to my friends, my colleagues, in order to practice. If I were educating, there's a clear separation between who the teacher is and who the student is. And that's not intentionally supposed to be like some sort of status or power play. It's to establish what Japanese people do, right? Who your superiors are and who your subordinates are. and it's more of a formal thing. But in the United States, at least in the United States, it feels like it's like a status measuring competition, which is unfortunate. But I don't feel like Japanese people expressively have that in their language. Like you could sound stuck up in English, and then all of that is relative. So how the heck do you communicate that to a Japanese speaker? How do you communicate that to a Japanese speaker that the way you say English stuff, you can sound stuck up, but it would be not stuck up if you were someone else? Like, if you were a 13-year-old and you say, wow, that I put the ball in the basket, that's fine. But then when you are an adult and you say, I put the ball in the basket, that's kind of weird. I'm so curious if that's what Japanese people think when we're learning Japanese independent. Like, it's just, they're all like simple sentences, right? But you keep it simple. I almost feel like that's not the case because it's so exact. So there's no like room. It's so efficient. You don't have to be throwing around multiple words that mean the same thing. I don't know. We'll find out.
それはコンビニですか?
These are the thoughts that I've been thinking about as I'm learning more vocabulary. これは I mean それはそれはコンビニ right? コンビニですか? Is that a convenience store? Yeah, Japanese have default respect for their elders, right? And Americans believe respect is something you earn. Yeah, that's it. That translates so much. What you just said is so poignant. It translates so much to the behavior of our language. Like, English is used to establish respect, and you have it's like a game. It's almost like a extra step that you have to establish using your language. So like, if someone is talking like, yo, bruh, I had a great time. It's like, yeah, it was, you know, it was awesome, man. I'll hit you up next time. When you establish that, you're meeting, the levels are meeting, but it can just fluctuate. Like if a professor comes to you and say, have you completed your assignment yet? And you're like, nah, that's whack. Like, backhand you. So, instead, in Japan, in Japanese, at least these phrases would suggest you don't need to do that. As long as you provide, like, you know, as long as you modify your sentences to the level it's already understood that you're mutually respecting each other. So you don't have to like modify all your vocabulary and your tone and your... It feels less messy, in my opinion. And I really like Japanese for that reason. There's implied rules. All the rules are so implied that it's kind of makes me think, live in two worlds when it comes to languages. That's how you really start feeling the culture through language. The Japanese language, all our languages really do reflect our cultures. I used that example a lot, so it's really rehearsed because those are personal examples. I actually had a student that said, nah, that homework sucked. And I'm like... And of course, as a teacher, I would ask them, so why did it suck? Can you explain why it sucked to me? What are you having trouble with? Can you explain that? It's like, well, you know, it just sucked. And I'm like, oh gosh, please try to use your words. Like, describe why it sucks so I can help you. When you say it sucks, it's an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity to explain why it sucks. Or, I don't believe I should get this low of a grade. Okay. I'm listening. Explain to me, why don't you why do you believe you don't get this low grade? And it would be something like, well, I don't know. I thought I tried hard. What does that even mean? You tried hard? Like, I don't know what try means. I don't know what hard means. Like, are you establishing a relative? Because I don't know what hard is to you. And like, you didn't explain what is considered hard. You don't have an example, right? There's no examples. There's no specifics. What is hard? What is easy to you? Without that, most of those words don't mean anything. They're basically meaningless to a stranger. So if you look online, you'll know exactly what I mean when people use English as advice. Oh, dude, what is the hardest language to learn? That's the level of English, in my opinion. That's the level of English that you get. And so I'm always constantly asking, what do you mean by hardest? How do you measure hardest? Can you be a little bit more descriptive? English at a higher level requires explicit description. Unless you're talking to your brother from another mother. As in, this person's like, oh man, dude, this is the hardest language. It's like, yeah, I know, bruh. Like, this is the hardest thing ever. Then you're in line. Like, that's the rare occasion when two people are literally thinking the same. And that's how I feel Japanese people talk to each other. What I mean is, when they go, like when two strangers come together and they start talking, there are already rules that put them on the same page. There are already fixed rules that don't flex at all. Like, when you meet a stranger, you have to be polite. So your sentence structures have to accommodate that level of thing. In English, doesn't happen. It just doesn't most of the time. Like, someone's like, yo, this is mad hard. And then someone's like, well, I don't think this is too hard. And then now both of them are already arguing about what is considered hard, because the word hard sucks. English's words like hard, the relative words like hard, easy, like boring, all those words are so nondescript. It's just not enough detail. And it's so big in detail as well, because when someone says this is the hardest thing that I've ever done, it means a lot to you, but you have to be able to express it to the other person, because English sucks. It has so much weight, but its words are so non-explicit. It's like terrible. So when someone says it's sprinkling outside, my mother doesn't know what to make of it, because what the heck does sprinkling mean? It's like, well, it's raining, but it's not like rain, it's sprinkling. Like, then what's a shower? It's like, well, it's rain, but showering. And it's like, what? And it's like, no, it's not showering, it's like storming. It's like, what is storming? Is that like sprinkling? No, sprinkling is at the other end. Storming is at the other end. Like, it's just, I don't envy people needing to learn English, in my opinion, but I'm having a blast learning Japanese. It's like abandoning everything you learn. All your mannerisms with English, you're abandoning them. How you cluster words, how you define meanings. It's basically working uphill. You're trying to abandon all your tendencies as an English speaker and embracing you just gotta embrace the rules, man. English lets you bend rules all the time, like throw words anywhere, and you still get away with it. In Japanese, you don't get away with it. You gotta bend over backwards to relearn and educate. Words are not flexible in Japanese, and that's kind of nice. I kind of like it. It's a great departure from English. So you're kind of like learning the two ends of a spectrum here, like close to the opposite ends of a spectrum. And I can understand now why a lot of people, and what I mean by a lot of people, there's English again, let's use some numbers, like greater than 50%. The majority of people would consider, if you're a native English speaker, Japanese is a popularish spoken language that have lots of characteristics that would challenge an English speaker, because the culture, the methodology, the writing system and stuff is contrast. It's very contrast to English. Yep, and that's what you also love about Japanese. Me too. That's also what I love about Japanese. It's so sharp. And when you learn it, when you nail it, you just nail it. Like once you get it down, it works. In English, when you nail it, I don't know if you nail it. Like I can't tell someone, hey, oh, you learned all of this stuff. Now you're gonna sound great all the time. No, like you can never make a guarantee that you're gonna sound great. Like you can't nail English. What is it? What is the target of English? There's no target. In Japan, when I think of like, you know, we talk about N5s, right? N5s to N1. That's what I mean. When you become N1, it means something. Like it means things that are more concrete. If you're a great educated English speaker, I don't even know what that means anymore. Because even if you speak really elegant, high-level English, that doesn't mean everyone's gonna understand you. like actually that kind of means most people don't understand you. And it actually makes you, sometimes it actually makes you a worse communicator than an English speaker. So you can be an incredible English speaker, but not so great at communicating. Case in point, go to a scientific seminar. Just go to the most brilliant scientific seminar, sit down, and try to gather the words they're trying to say, right? And then go to a teacher seminar who is a guy that's just telling you what they're gonna say, but they have no background in teaching, right? The English is just, you're saying English words, but like you're saying words that I understand, but when they're like put together, I don't know what they mean anymore. Like what does it mean to be high-low redacted? Like what, like I know what high and low means, but when you put it together like that, what is a high-low? That's a real thing, by the way. So there are phrases where you just have like oxymorons. So like cold fires, you know, explaining to someone what the meaning of cold fire is in English when it comes to the specific disciplines, things like that. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever master Japanese to a level where I could explain the language in the same way. So this is probably going to be a biased take. But Japanese is great. I really enjoy it. Okay. I, e, e, right. We know this. O, de, ru, desu ka? Desu, right? Where's the hotel? So we gotta get used to this. Hoteru wa doko? No. Hoteru doko desu ka? Right. Because it's not doing the wa or the, yeah. Wait. So hoteru doko desu ka?
desu ka?
Oh, nope. I missed something. Oh no, I do need the wa. Okay. I'll remember that. You always need the wa. What am I doing? Pizza.
ピザ
そ
Sore.
れ
Doko.
どこホテル
Hoteru.
これ
Kore.
これはホテルですか？
Okay, これはホテルですか? これ. Oh, これは okay. Is this a hotel?
それはコンビニですか？
それはコンビニですか? Sorewa. So that is a convenience store. Oh, nope. Is that a convenience store? Where's the hotel? Let's try this again. Hoteru wa doko desu ka? Right?
ホテル
Hoteru.
か
Whoops.
は
What?
か
Doko desu ka?
どこですか
This is so much fun. Doko.
どこ
Where?
ホテル
Hoteru.
ケー
Keiki.
キ
Sore.
それこれ
Kore.
ホテルはここです
There's the other word. Hoteru wa koko desu. Here is the hotel. Oh. The hotel is here, right? Is it here? Is it here? What is where? It's like here. Well, here or there here? Like where's here? And what is it? Is it here? It's dumb. Oh man. Oh man. That's great. Okay. We had Coco, right? Coco. So is it like Coco? Coco desu ka?
こ
Probably Coco desu ka. Desu
で
su
か
ka? Coco desu ka? Yes.
デパートはどこですか
What the f...
デパートは
Depato wa. Depato wa. It's, yeah, because of the... I already know that line notation. So, depato wa. Depato wa. Doko desu ka? Okay. Where is the department store? At least I
デ
think.
パートは
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the vowel
Depato wa.
extender. So, depato wa. Depato wa. Depato wa doko. So, depato wa. Depato wa doko desu ka? So, depato wa doko desu ka? That's my clustering.
コンビニはここです
Konbini,
コンビニ
wa
は
desu ka. What did you say? Koko? Koko desu ka?
ここ
Koko desu
です
ka? Or des? Oh, it's not a question.
コンビニはここです
Koko desu. Yeah. So, I'm doing it. This is how I would probably keep rehearsing until I don't need the clustering anymore. So hopefully that's, since you're already doing that, that's pretty much all I can think of when it comes to really, really long sentences. Yep.
これはバス停です。
Korewa, so korewa. Bus, what?
バス停。
Bus day. Ba,
バス停。
bus. Oh, is that su? Or, yeah. Basu.
バス停。
Yeah, bus
Bus
day.
day.
Yep. Basu day. Bus day. Okay, bus day. So, これはバスday. Desu ka? Or des. Okay. これはバスdayです. Okay. This is a bus stop. Interesting. Wa establishes the topic or subject, so you likely pause there. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. You always require a topic or subject for a question sentence in Japanese. Yes. Yeah. I get what you mean there. Yep. So find the natural pauses, right? Oh no. Oh my kana. It's the oh my kana section. Oh my kana.
Ha.
I. Oh my kana. Oh my kana. Hai. De. Okay, so this is the first time I'm trying to reconstruct. So it's like de.
Pa.
Right? Do. Whatever do is. Or da.
To.
Oh.
To.
Wait. Yeah, depato. Yeah, depato. Des.
Des.
Wait.
Ba.
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 Why is there a ba here?
Ko.
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 Depato. Okay, buste, right? Buste.
Baste.
Oh, baste. Whoops. Ba. Oh my gosh. Okay. Baste.
Baste.
Baste. Okay, baste.
Baste. Baste.
Yeah. So it's like. Okay, baste. Right. This looks like te actually, and e. So baste. Combini, right? Combini.
コンビニ。
Combini. Kore.
これ。
Hai.
はい。
Sorry. Hai. Doko.
どこ？コンビニはどこですか？
I'm gonna be such a bad person to talk to because I'm gonna be unnecessarily enthusiastic when I say hi. Just to be a. I feel like I'm gonna offend people whenever hi comes up, like hi. Just sounds like, you know, any Westerner trying to be over enthusiastic.
コンビニはどこですか？
Konbini doko desu ka? Oh, konbini wa doko desu ka? So,
コ
konbini
ンビニ
wa
は
doko
どこ
desu ka?
ですか？
Where is the convenience store? A hotel and a convenience store. Hoteru do konbini. That's just it, konbini. I feel like I want to finish the sentence, but it's not a sentence. Wait, is there... That feels so weird. Like, wait. Like, stop. It's, what you call it, my example of this is when I listen to someone speaking English and they end in uptone and you're just expecting something. You're expecting. You're gonna finish your sentence, right? You are gonna finish your sentence, right? You're just not gonna leave me hanging. That's kind of how I feel when I'm reading these things in Japanese. Like as I'm reading the sentence, I'm like, oh wait, no, that's where the sentence ends, or that's where the phrase ends. It's like, hey guys, you know what? I have a really great time and I have something really important to share with you. And the thing is, oh, that's where the sentence ends. That's kind of how I feel right now. Every time this happens, just unintentionally feel that way. Hoteru to
と
konbini.
コンビニ
ホテルはここですか？
Hoteru koko. Hoteru wa koko desu ka? Hoteru koko desu ka? Where the hotel is. Oh no, where is the hotel here?
いいえ、これはデパートです。
If there were pauses like you were talking about, I'd be golden for listening exercises. Yeah. So, the thing we are definitely in agreement that I say this. I asked other people who speak who already learn all this stuff. I asked them like, is it my imagination? And it's usually my imagination. So a lot of times it can help you and it can hurt you. So I don't want to make you think that there are actually pauses in there, because I don't think there are actually pauses in a lot of pre-recorded phrases and stuff. You might be able to hear pauses and filler words in the future in regular conversations. Although when you think about anime, right, when you're writing scripts, they have to be deliberate. People are deliberately adding filler words to make the character feel grounded. So that stuff can get really confusing. Is your character that you're listening to naturally adding filler words and naturally pausing, or are they supposed to be performed without pausing and always know exactly what they're supposed to say? Generally speaking, when you're talking to people, it's a mix of both. You'll know when they know what they're talking about because they stop filling in with filler words or pause. Then you get like the mega universe brain level where people use cadence and dynamics and volume to emphasize the most important messages. And I don't know how often Japanese people do that. I know that if you're listening to someone who's very provocative and charismatic in English, they will know how to adjust their volumes, slow down, cadence, pause, to demonstrate periods of significance. So whenever you're swept up listening to someone read an audiobook, I think the greatest part you can see when it comes to someone's reading ability is listen to some audiobooks. I would probably encourage most people nowadays. It's kind of very receptive. Listen to audiobooks and you can see that you'll start to notice all the different cadences and pitches and rhythm changes. And to me, Japanese is a lot more regular. In fact, one of the hallmarks of Japanese language is that mora is consistent. Mora is constantly consistent. It's the element of sounding Japanese, actually. When you suddenly get it, when someone thinks you suddenly sound Japanese, it's not just knowing what the words are, what the sounds are. When you get the mora, you just inherently sound more Japanese. English doesn't have that, in my opinion. English is very flexible. Sometimes words are held for 2 beats, 1 beat. It can be dissonant. Suddenly it just speeds up and slows down. And that's just a normal word. Like that, the word itself naturally just speeds up and slows down on its own. And then we trail our vowels, our end of letter, like our end of the syllables trail all the time. We have uptones, downtones, quieter tones, silent tones, like whatever. Everything just goes. And somehow the meanings of our words are still very just, you can't confuse them somehow. There's meta level I suppose. I think that's also why I like when I hear Japanese speakers. When I hear Japanese, it's like, oh, here's a musical example. English sounds like I'm listening to jazz music. Japanese, I'm listening to a drum line. Like jazz, drum line. Jazz, drum line. Like when you go to jazz, like when you listen to jazz, you have no idea what you're expecting. Just, it could be like not for you, or you can totally vibe and, you know, you totally vibe it out. And Japanese is drum line. You gotta hit your cadence. You got to hit the timing. It has to be, you know, just, yeah. In Japanese, they use mora, where there's a cadence to how they speak. Yes, exactly. And somehow the English speaker is gonna have to unlearn how fruity, I don't know what else is, how jazzy the cadence is, because the English language is so like, it's just wavy everywhere. It's just like jazzy all over the place. Like when we talk about superfluous or formidable or amenable, austere, all those the words kind of just, they're not on the same cadence. They just don't feel like they're on a drum line. Like they don't feel like it's sharp, it's regular, and it's pronounced. So weird. And it's always the same Japanese try to keep the same mora, right? So the emphasis is not, it's always like really evenly distributed. So when I'm saying height, I'm literally saying height like an English speaker and not like a Japanese speaker, because I want to emphasize like an English speaker, even though that's not what Japanese people are doing. They're distributing the emphasis across all their sounds, so it's like kind of really flat, right? Meanwhile, literally what I just did. Meanwhile, there's like, it just goes up and down. Another fun analogy I would say is, I feel like when Japanese people possibly listen to English speaker, it sounds like all our pronunciations are like when we're drunk, like a drunk Japanese person. Like when we're under the influence, that's probably the closest thing to get a Japanese person to sound like an English speaker. When they start trying to say English words by slowing down and slurring everywhere and just combining all the syllables and losing their cadence, like sometimes they go fast, sometimes they go slow. When you hear a Japanese person, yeah, I am very interested to see what that sounds like. I don't personally have anyone who's a really heavy native Japanese speaker who still speaks English with the cadence, with the mora, right? So at some point, a Japanese person, when they're learning English, they're gonna use mora, their standard mora, to speak English. And then what happens if they like, you know, knock back a few drinks? Does it become more loose? And then it might end up sounding more English-like, because man, English is not regular. Holy heck. It's just all over the place. It's kind of in my opinion, it's the charm of English, but then Japanese has the charm of being so regular, so marked up. And then when they drink, it's kind of hard to tell because I don't understand Japanese well enough. You know, the like drinking sections, because there's a big drinking culture from the working class in Japan. I don't know if their Japanese just kind of like fall apart, or do they still sound like machines when they're drunk? It would be really funny to I would love to go to a karaoke bar and share a drink with the business class, right? The working class of Japan, and see if they're Japanese. Like the mora just goes everywhere when they're drinking. But I honestly think that's if I had to ask a Japanese person, I kind of think that's the closest thing that I could use as an example. Just imagine yourself having a few drinks and trying to maintain your mora. And that's kind of like how English works all the time. Like, how do you sound more English? Well, just mix up all your beats. Like, start emphasizing random words that you want to emphasize or something. Like, for example, I'm very interested in what that sounds. I'm very interested in what that sounds like. Like, that's kind of how it feels when you're listening to English from person to person, right? So when I think about people learning English for the first time in other languages, what kind of English person are they listening to? And we're not talking about the superficial stuff. It's like, oh, is it British English or is it American English? Like, what kind of random English person are you listening to? Because each English speaker will have different cadences. Like, they're all over the place. And if you're coming from a language like Japanese, I would say that would drive them insane. Yeah, like any language that has regular like cadence, I think that would drive them insane. Like, you start thinking, wait a minute, is that where you're supposed to emphasize that word, or is that not how you emphasize that word? And an English person would come and say, it doesn't matter. Then how do I know I'm doing it right? You don't. Like, you don't know. It doesn't matter. Like, that it makes English easier, right? You know, because it makes it appear easier, but it's just because the rules are more flexible. Like, if you say apple or apple or apple, like apple or apple, we still know it's apple. Like, you're trying to say apple. It's okay. Like, don't worry about it. But it does matter in Japanese, right? It matters in Japanese if you're holding something for too long, or you're sounding like a pep, and just adding extra sounds holding sounds everywhere and whatnot. It's great. I can't wait to I was gonna do something with like language exchange in the future with like privately, and I want to really I would love to get a perspective on a Japanese person learning English and any other language. But generally, I don't know if you ever looked at the statistics that was disclosed by Duolingo. English is still the top. So there are more people using Duolingo from other countries for English than the other way around. So there's a bigger pool of people to like ask, like, hey, can you tell me something about how you feel about English? Like, can you tell me if you can tell what kind of English speaker it is? Like, can you feel that one person is more educated than another person? Like, you know, can you feel that this person is kind of upset, but they're telling you that they're not upset? Those are the things I want to know. Like, I want to know if Japanese people who become fluent in English are able to perceive that, where like, oh dude, I had the best time of my life. Is that confusing or what? Like, man, I'm so excited right now. Like, this is the absolute best time of my life. Like, I don't know how to express this, but I can assure you I am the most excited person right now in my life. My heart is practically beating out of my chest. And this person's thinking, why does this person sound so depressed? But they're telling me in English that they're super excited and very happy. Feel sad, man. Anyways, lots of rambling. Good times.
いいえ、これはデパートです。
이에 데
デパー
데파토
ト
아
デパート
이에 데파토 데스.
です。いいえ、これはデパートです。
거래와
デパートです。
거래와
これ
거래와
デパー
데파토
トです。
this. A convenience store and a bus stop. Oh my Kana. Okay. 콤비니 또 bus dang it, bus bus day, yes, bus day. Okay. Con
니,
ni do
と
ba bus do no bustero buste bus ba
す
su ba su
て
de
い
bus day
ホテルはどこですか？
Ugh, you're so fast.
ホテルはどこですか？ホテルはどこですか？
Man, you're so fast. 호텔 wa doko desu ka? Oh man. Hotel wa doko desu ka? Hotel wa doko desu ka? Oh my gosh, I'm just tripping on how.
ホテルはどこですか？
Hotel wa doko desu ka?
ホテルはどこですか？
Man, you're so good. Where is the hotel? No bus here. Yeah.
ホテルはここです。
hotel wa koko desu? Wait, hotel wa koko desu?
ホテルはここです。ホテルはここです。
Koko desu? Okay. Oh, okay. Hotel, whoops.
で、ほ、
て、る、
こ、
こ、that's not right.
す、
No.
る、
hotel. I need to learn katakana. Holy heck. Hotel wa koko desu ka?
こ、こ、で、
です。
す、で、
あ、
で、
あ、
す、
な、
す、す。
okay.
これはバス停ですか？
これはバストですか？
これはバス停ですか？
バス停ですか？これはバス停ですか？これは this is this a bus stop? いいえ。
いいえ。
This is a department store. The
デパート
depato. 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 Des?
です
Oh.
これ
これは
は
これはデパートです。はい
はい
ここ
ここ
here ホテル
ホテル
that ends with the E. Oh, this is the bus baru no bas baste
バス停
baste, right? And then kore.
これ
Oof. Oof. This is feeling good. We're putting in lots and lots of effort here. You know, how's the leaderboard looking? Aw. I was hoping this person continues to play today. Because this is their extra day too. So, just as a thing, this person followed, you know, like there's followers and stuff, so that we mutualed, which is the first mutual. And this person's on the same streak. So today is this person's last streak day for super. So I was kind of feeling like they were gonna hit it hard too. I love knowing that other people are also working really hard and studying and stuff. It brings joy to my life when I can see people working hard and being happy. And I don't actually know if this person's happy, but I like to think that putting in like over 1k XP only starting out after a week of Duolingo is someone that's happy and enjoying Duolingo. At least that's what keeps me motivated. These animations also help. These animations definitely help. Even though they're not, you know, I'm projecting because this character is pretty funny. Okay. それ
それ
これ
これ
ホテル
ホテル
Ekinバス停
バス停
and then
ここ
ここ
駅はここですか？
駅は
駅派。
駅派 Oh no, 駅
駅
okay.
駅派。
Oh, it's the whole thing.
駅派。
Ekiha. Wait, no, it's just Eki. Yeah. Oh, I knew Eki. Right, because from the hiragana section. Eki. It's not...
駅派。
The new term is not a katakana. This is the first non-katakana.
駅派。
Eki. It was like maybe 3 or 4 days into the hiragana. So Ekiha koko desu ka? Okay. So here is the train station here. Yes.
はい駅はここです
Hi.
はい
Eki
駅
wa koko desu ka?
はここです
Oh no, just this. Right. Train station or bus station. Oh my god. Okay. Eki, right? Eki. 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 Do. Eki do. What was it? Ba. Su.
す
Su. Su. De.
て
De. I. Alright. Baste. So, ike to baste.
それは大学です。
Okay. それはwhat the 大
学。
大学大学
大学。
が大学大
大学。大学。大学。
Yeah.
大学。
大学大学 Yes, okay. So that それは大学大学大学学
駅はどこですか？
駅はどこですか? I've heard that phrase before. Now it all makes sense. Okay.
駅
駅
は
どこ
どこ
ですか?
です。
Now this is a phrase I can get behind.
駅はどこですか？
駅はどこですか? Now I finally know how to ask for where the bus stop is. Or the train station.
駅
Sorry.
はそこです。
Because the train station is more common than the bus stop, at least in the media that I'm exposed to. 駅はWhat? どこ
そこで。
そこで Okay. Oh, well, this is
そこで。
そこ Well, but okay, so 駅はそこですか? Okay. So そこ is there. So there is the train station is there. Okay. So, Soko. Okay. Doko.
Doko.
Oh, whoops.
Doko.
Is where? Sore.
それ
Soko. We just got
そ
this.
こ
Soko.
こ
Koko.
こ
Hoteru.
ホテル
A university and a convenience store. Oh, here we go again. Die something. Da.
Da.
I.
I.
Ga.
Ga.
Who?
Ku.
Daigaku? Yeah, Daigaku.
と。
Ko. Konbini.
Ko. Bi. Ni.
Konbini.
こことそこ
Okoto soko. Oh, this is like this and that. Sore, kore, kore to sore. Yeah, kokoto doko. Soko. Here and there. Koko to soko.
それは駅ですか?
それは駅ですか? それは
それは
駅ですか?
駅で
ですす
か?
か?
いいえ、それは大学です。
いいえ、no, that's a university. 駅、これは駅ですか ?or です。これ、これは駅
駅
です。
です。
コンビニはそこですか？
コンビニはここですか？
コンビニはそこですか？
そこですか？コンビニ
コンビニ
はどこ or などこどこ
そこ
ですか？
ですか？
いいえ、デパートはそこです。
いいえ、デパートはそこです。Okay. No. The department store is there. Nondescript. Why are there two departments? What the heck?
大学はどこですか？
大学どこですか？あ、大学はどこですか？ or そこ。
大学はどこですか？
どこ？大学はそこ。
大学はどこですか？
どこですか？
どこですか？
The university is there. The university is there. そこ、right? And 大学。So, 大学はどこ？
そこです。
バス停はい。
はい。
そこ。
ここ。
いいえ。We're getting to the review. Let's go. Okay. ホテル。
いいえ、コンビニはここです。
いいえ。コンビニはここです。コンビニ。ここ。Here is the convenience store. Yes. Or you can say the convenience store is here, which I should say it that way instead because it keeps consistent with the others. Where? Oh, actually, it's a flex between the two because where goes. Okay, it's fine. Fine. Where? どこ？
どこ？
はい、デパートはここです。
はい、デパートはここです。はい。The department store is Coco? Here. The department store is Coco.
コンビニ。
いいえ、デパートはそこです。
いいえ、デパートはそこです。No. The department store is there.
はい、駅はここです。
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 ここです。Okay. はい。駅は
ここです。
コンビニはそこですか？
コンビニはそこですか is the コンビニ、convenience store そこ
いいえ、大学はそこです。
いいえ、
いいえ、
大
大学
大学
大
wait,
学、いいえ、大学はそこです。
大学
大学、いいえ、大学はそこです。いいえ、大学はそこです。いいえ、大学はそこです。いいえ、大学はそこです。
Why does that sound so
いいえ、大学はそこです。
大学
いいえ、大学はそこです。
sounds so different.
は
Okay. What? Where am I going with this?
そこ
そこ
です。
です。
いいえ、大学はそこです。
Okay.
駅はここですか？
駅
駅
は
は
どこ
どこです。駅はここですか？か
Oh, I misheard it. ここ。
デパートはここです。
デパートはここです。Okay. デパートはデパートは What is this doing here?
ラーメンラー
Heckin'
メン
ramen just shows up out of nowhere.
デパート
デパートはここ
で
です。
す。デパートはここです。
ramen just shows up randomly.
駅はここですか？
駅はここですか？
ですか？
Alright, time for the challenge. Let's go! Or whatever the legend thing. Let's go!
大学
大学 University. バス停バス停バス停
バス停
はい、ホテルです。
バス停ホテル What?
はい、ホテルです。
ホテルですはい
はい、
ホテル
ホテル
です
です。
ここ
ここ
コンビニです。
コンビニです
コンビニです。
は
はいい、
ここです
ここです。
コンビニはそこですか？
コンビ
コンビ
ニ
ニ
はどこですか Oh, no, wait. どこですか
コンビニはそこですか？
Oh, そこですかWhat? Oh,
そこですか？
my
デパー
brain
トとコンビニ。
my brain just stopped there. デパートどこ Oh, no. デパートと Wow.
デパートとコンビニ。
デパートとコンビニ That's pretty. A department store and a convenient store. That's the first time this thing went to the second line.
バス停はここです。
バス停はここです。バス停
バス停
は
は
ここです。
ここ です。バス停はここです。
いいえ、ホテルです。
いいえ。It's a hotel.
それはバス停ですか？
それはバス停ですか？それは
それ
はバス停。
バス停
バス停。
それはバス停ですか？
バス停ですか？
ですか？
これは駅です。
これは駅です。これは駅です。This is a train station.
いいえ、それは大学です。
いいえ。
いいえ、
大学。
大学
大学。
いいえ、それは大学です。
それは
大学です。いいえ、それは大学です。
大学です。
デパートはどこですか？
デパートはどこですか？ Where is the department store? Where's the university? 大学は
大は
どこ
どこ
ですか？
ですか？
駅はそこですか？
駅はどこですか？ It is the train station there. It's a hotel here. ホテルはここですか？ホテルはここですか？Hooray! Now new stuff, right? Talk about countries again. Oh, okay. So now it's reviewing this, and then it's probably this is the review. Oh no, it keeps going. Actually, there's more. Aw, wait. Has there always been 3 sections? Oh no, it's much longer now. Oh, because of these things. Oh, does this personal thing go away? Are the super? The question is, should I start here? Let's continue a few more lessons. Let's cover let's remove all these mistakes. What are these mistakes? What did I
ナオ
do?
ミさんはブラジル人ですか？
Naomi-san wa Burajiru Jin desu ka? Is Naomi Brazilian?
花さんはイギリス人ですか？
Hana-san wa Igirisu Jin desu ka? Is Hana British?
アメリカ人。
America Jin? Canada Jin desu. Hana Jin desu.
カナダ人です。
はい。それは、これはアメリカです。
アメリカです。
駅はここですか？
駅は
駅
は
は
ここですか？
ここですか？駅はここですか？
Alright, cool. Alright. Let's go back to countries. Okishi. Oki. Oki.
大きい。
アメリカと日本。
アメリカと日本。日本。アメリカと日本。
日本
日本
日本。
それは小さいですか？
それは小さいですか？それはそれは
は
小さい。
おいしい。
Oops.
おいしい。小さい
ですか？
です
No one saw that.
か？それは小さいですか？
I mean, okay.
それは小さいですか？
小さい。
小さい。
はい、これはアメリカです。はい、
はい。アメリカ、これは
これは
アメリカです。
はい、これはアメリカです。
大きいです。
大きいです。
大きい。
Okay. Big. It's small. Oh, is it? 小さいです。
小さいで。
ですす。
これはアメリカです。
これはアメリカです。
これ
これ
は
はアメリカです。
アメリカです。これはアメリカです。
Okay. Had to check if it was a
日本
question.
は小さいです。
Did Duolingo cover the whole so so Soto acronym for remembering words like Coco, Soko, Soko, Soko? Yeah, those are personalized practice on your weakest words. Oh, okay, okay. I see. Interesting. Cole, what did you say? This guy. Nihon wa chisai desu. Okay. Very small. Great.
大きいです。
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 日本は小さいですか？
What's up with you guys asking if Japan is small? I mean, is Japan small? What is your problem? Just kidding. Sorry. America to Nihon.
America to Nihon.
Is America big? See, is America big? America,
アメリカ
America は
は
大きい
大きい
ですか？
ですか？
So words like ko, koko, soko, asoko, doko are referred to as Osoado Ottawa in Japan. The prefix indicates the proximity. Oh, okay. Ko, closer to speaker. So, closer to listener. Oh. Ah, not close. And do is question. Interesting. And the suffix indicates what group they belong. Whoa. Interesting. Oh, closer. Interesting. Well, I'll get there when I get there. Not yet. Not for me. Not yet. But that is really interesting. Japanese, Nihonjin, Nihonjin, Jin, Nihonjin.
日本人、
カナダ、
Canada. Sorry. America-jin,
アメリカ人、
日本人
Nihonjin.
日本人
アメリカ人、
カナダ人です
Canada-jin, Canada-jin.
日本です
I really like Canada. I really like that way of pronouncing Canada. I've had talks with my other English friends and it's the same as this, that, this, that over there. In English, you can get away with not being accurate about what you're not being accurate. Yeah. And of course, independent, right? I call you indie from now on. So indie, we spent so much time making fun of how non-specific English is. We're having fun how non-specific English is. It goes without saying, English is often just not accurate. Like, it's just not accurate. And it's kind of one of the fun things about English, if you like it to be fun. Sometimes it's frustrating. Most people find English frustrating, especially foreigners find English frustrating because when they say something, it's like, and then they get like 4 questions back. You know, when they say something, they get like at least 3 or 4 questions back because the words are not descriptive enough. The more descriptive you become in English, the more specific it becomes. And meanwhile, in Japanese, it's like, let's get as specific as possible. Or try to get specific as possible. Such a great contrast. Oops. Oh, I didn't listen to the whole thing, did I? Wait. Oh, did I pick the wrong one? It's not Nihonjin?
カナダ人です
Oh, Kanada-jin desu. Oops. Okay. Hi. Hi.
はい
アメリカ人です。
アメリカです。
アメリカ人です。
日本人です。
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 This time it is.
はい日本人です。
はい、日本人です。Yes, he's American. Oh, I almost got them backwards.
カナダ人
カナダ人。カナダ人。
ブラジル人
No one saw that.
カナダ人
いいえ、カナダ人です。
いえ、カナダ人です。No. What to pick? You can pick so many. He's Canadian.
アメリカ人です
アメリカ人です。
アメリカ人
です。
です
はいカナダ人です。
はい。What is that? That's Canada? カナダ人です。Canada is Canada is big. カナダは大きいです。カナダ
カナダ
wa
大きい
oki desu.
です。
Canada person was an option. Oh yeah, Canada person. I laugh, but I actually do that a lot. Yeah, it's the literal meaning. Yeah, so I actually do that when I talk to other people, like when you're not sure because it's like an American thing or like it's a English thing. Like, oh, so what are you kind people, like you would use the country and then just add a person because you're not quite sure if you're gonna do the Ian or an ease or n, right? The Ian and ni ease, right? It happens. I totally feel the other way around because of that. Yeah. 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 Canada wa oki desu. Yes.
カナダは大きいです。
カナダ人です。
カナダ人です。Keep trying to say something else. カナダ人です。We're going into the review? No. We got one more.
ブラジル。
ブラジル If I say that a couple more times, it might come to me.
イギリス。
That's not it.
ブラジル。
I don't want to talk about
ブ
it.
ラジル人。
ブラジル人。
はい、ブラジル人です。はい、
はい、ブラジル人。
ブラジル人です。
イギリス人。
イギリス人。
いいえ、イギリス人です。いいえ、
いいえ、イギリス人です。
イギリス人です。
アメリカとブラジル。アメリカとブラジル。And it just stops.
それはイギリスですか？
Yeah, kind of. Although Jean, that's the funny part. Jean is the one that's actually preserved for a hirakana person, if you know what I mean. Like, since I haven't learned any katakana, but Jean happens to be a nice ending. Still haven't gotten to katakana yet. Oh, I see. Oh. Do you write that usually instead? Or did they are they doing it intentionally to write Jean this way, but you eventually replace it with the kanji? Yeah, you usually use that? Okay. Yeah, because it's easier. It definitely looks like it's way easier. Like, look at that. It's practically a single stroke. It's so much less work. Yeah. It's practically a single stroke. Practically. But yeah. Yeah.
それはイギリスですか？
それは
それはイギリスですか？
イギリスですか？イギリス Where the heck is イギリス？
イギリスですか？それはイギリスですか？
ケンさんはブラジル人です。
I was making a dad joke. I don't know if people got that. Never mind. I was figuratively asking where is Britain. But I was really actually trying to find
ケ
Britain.
ンさんはブラジル人です。
Ken-san wa Brazil kin desu. Ken is Brazilian. Amazing.
ナオミさんはブラジル人ですか？
Naomi-san wa Brazil jin desu
ナオ
ka?
ミさんはブラジル人ですか？
Yeah. Okay. Um
ナオミ
Naomi-san
さんは
wa Brazil jin
ブラジル人です
desu
か？
ka?
ナオミさんはブラジル人ですか？
ブラジルは大きいです。
Brazil wa oki desu. Brazil is big. Is it? It's pretty big. Soda.
これ
I mean, it's kore. I said soda, and I click on kore. Now that is something. Yeah, they won't use. It's understandable. It's understandable. They heckin' better not. I didn't even get to sentences and grammar yet, Indy. Yo, I didn't even get to sentence and grammar yet. Come on, don't be like that. That would be kind of interesting that they would just. Well, actually, yeah, man.
これ
これはイギリスです。イギリス
イギリスです
It scares someone off if you tell them just how many kanji. Yeah. Although you are talking to someone who has like over 6,000 English, like over at least 6,000 to 10,000 English words.
イギリスは大きいですか？
There was a time that I thought going through a dictionary was fun. Yeah, it's not enough, right? Only 10,000 words? And what I mean is not outside of your normal thing. You know, like we're talking about like kanji, right? So kanji is built upon a pool. My words, I know, are at least, I don't actually know. Maybe I'll try sometime. But I would say I have some good 10,000 words. Not really 40,000. That would be a little bit over. I don't necessarily think I want to go up to the 40,000s. That would be really interesting to just try it. You know what I mean? How do you even validate how many words someone knows? Like, how do you test yourself how many words you know? Yeah, but you would have to visibly... Oh, wait. Do they do process of elimination? Do they just like queue it up? And then they just keep track of the words, so you just keep going until you don't? By presenting a series of increasingly infrequent words, and you say, yep, I know this, or no, I don't. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So here's the thing, though. And you use the statistics to give a rough idea? I see. Do you guys want to know some words to see if we are on the same page? Are you familiar with the word idiosyncrasy? Perhaps. Idiosyncrasy? That's a personal favorite of mine. Right? And then, I don't know. What's another one? Austere? Austere is a nice word. I like austere. Amenable, pertinacious, ostentatious. Superfluous is great. Perfunctory. Austere, haven't heard that one. Ooh, that one's really good. I live an austere lifestyle, largely. It's a simple life. It's just simple. So when you go out to the countryside, you think of austere. Rustic. Perfunctory. Yeah. Perfunctory is fantastic. Juxtaposition. I love juxtaposition. That is a wonderful word. Oftentimes people misuse it though, because it's not juxtaposed. It's not a verb. It's often an adverb or like a modifier. So juxtaposition. Ooh, you know what? Let's not use like long words. Another word would be like ajar. I love ajar. Ajar is great. Ajar, that's just being fancy now. Ire would be another one. Dude, ire, I really like ire. It just sounds so nice. Or ennui. Ennui is great too. Ennui. Yeah, ajar, you learn that when you read like fairy tales or poetry or something. Yeah, ire is so good. And ennui. Ennui is, can't say I know that one. H-A-N. I don't even know how to spell it. I think it's H-A-N-W-E-I. Ennui. There might be a U in there, but it's like mellow. No, ennui with a W. And I'm not sure if it's W-E-I or not. So ennui. That shows you how much I can't even spell it. Yeah, ennui. It's like mellow, tranquil, serene, I think maybe. Or it might be even more negative than that. Ennui might be like being bored. What? I don't know how to spell ennui yet, unfortunately. Oh, good night, Indy. Thanks for hanging out. It was a pleasure. Good luck with everything on Japanese and stuff. Get those. Hang on, let me check. It might be something else on. I'm probably spelling it. Yeah, it's not the right word. Maybe it's. Dang it, I like this word too, and I don't know how to spell it. What the heck? No. I'll have to come back to that word. How do you spell it? It's not an English word per se. It's adopted. It's an adopted word. Oh, ennui. E-N-N-U-I. Yeah, that's it. Ennui. Yes. Yeah, ennui. I think it's an adopted word. I really like that word. Like the way it sounds.
イギリスは大きいですか?
It's usually in like books, when you're trying to describe like a mood. French, that explains it. Oh, nonchalant, right? Nonchalant. Speaking of French, nonchalant. Technically, that's now an adopted English word. So nonchalant. I learned that in middle school. Nice. Oh, I can do this for days, but then we're not learning Japanese anymore, right? But I can do this for days. I love words in general and how you could use them, like how you can flex through meaning and stuff. Because English precision is lacking, right? The difference, me and Indy were talking about this back and forth for fun, just to celebrate the idea that English always starts super nondescript. And in order to elevate your English, you have to become more and more descript, as opposed to the other way around, where you start with heavy rules, right? Heavy rules to get the exact thing. In fact, English is really messy in the beginning. It's very flexible and receiving and tolerable. Like it tolerates a lot of rule bending and whatnot. But when you try to become more well spoken, like perceive and project a bit more well spoken, oftentimes it leads to being a better descriptor. I always imagine your precision came from writing scientific papers. Oh, you know what's funny about that, Ernest? You know what's funny about that scientific writing? Generally speaking, scientific writing violates a lot of the sophistication of precision of the rules, of the English, as in it uses less sophisticated words. It tries to distill it down to being precise, but also using words that are incredibly mundane. So when you read a science paper, it's actually quite boring. It's distilled of English's richness because it has to be very objective forward. So the ambiguity is removed for sure. Like it's focused on precision, but in a different way. Like for example, you're not trying to be expressive. So expression is lost in scientific papers. However, it's incredibly precise. In creative writing, the precision is increased, but also the eloquence of the language is elevated as well. You're allowed to be incredibly flamboyant about creative writing. So it's kind of a different kind of precision. And usually it makes you sound really boring. So my flavorful use of modifiers in my daily speech it's countered by scientific writing. Scientific writing is very boring writing. It uses a lot of passive voice, like this object is measured to be this, and then this would be like the actual measurements, right? The whatever the stuff is. And descriptors and adjectives will always remain the same. So it's like Japanesey, which is funny because it's very Asian oriented. It's like Japanese. It's very this is the way you express this. There are rules to not being ambiguous. And then we have the creative arts, the writing of English, where how do you describe a sky? You don't just say it's blue. Come on. You don't just describe the sky as blue. You might throw in a word like tranquil, overcast. Even those words are gonna be a little bit more precise in detailing. I can describe a lady with the word. Oh, interesting. I don't know that word. That's new. What does that word mean? Hang on, I gotta actually even hear that word.
Pulchritudinous.
Pulchritudinous. Interesting. Pulchritudinous. Did you really just say it's extremely uncommon? If you knew that word, your vocabulary size would be exactly. Oh. When they do the thing, right? When they do the thing, is it multiple words from its rarity? Like, just because you don't know pulchritudinous, there's probably other words just as rare in the 50 to 60k range, I would imagine. I don't think I'm in the 50 or 60k range. When I'm focusing on teaching, it usually means that my vocabulary is pretty restricted. So I don't practice sounding, verbose or esoteric in any way. I get to sound verbose and esoteric when I am among colleagues, and I get to do that thing because they're usually on the same page. But generally speaking, if my tact is in focusing, I get precision by using a level of language, of English, that will resonate with the appropriate teaching person, right? The person you're teaching. I believe compile a corpus of English text and count the frequency of all the words to generate a word frequency list. I see. So where does a serendipity fall into? Because I absolutely love serendipity. I actually use it way more than coincidence or auspicious. Serendipity. That is an incredible word. I just love serendipity. What about ephemeral? Ephemeral? That's great. Like luminous. Vicissitude. I like vicissitude. Instead of trying to like meander or list. Not list as in like listing, but listing as in like going left and right. Use vicissitude instead. Ephemeral, yeah. That's I'm so man. Turnus, you're distracting me from Japanese. Now I'm talking about English. I hope I can transfer that enthusiasm to Japanese when we get to kanji. I will be very like, this is how I feel about kanji. I'm looking forward to kanji. It's about discovering new words, like discovering new characters, and so that stuff is my favorite part. I think this part is the grunt work. Like when you're establishing foundations, that's the grunt work. And I'm still having a lot of fun, obviously, but yeah, vicissitude. Yeah, instead of like doing lists, wishy-washy, listing back and forth, indecision, vicissitude.
イギ
リスはここ No, not Coco. Oh no, this is イギリスは大きいですか? Is イギリス is Britain big? I absolutely love talking about languages. Learning and discovering languages, the techniques you learn, the enthusiasm, the psychological motivations of discovery captured in language can be incredibly powerful juxtaposed to other things, so other life skills, right? So taking a life skill and making it kind of a center, a focus of learning can really elevate other tasks, like when a person approaches other tasks like eating and sleeping and fitness. Often when you have something comparable, a skill that's comparable and universal, it can be used as a template or a schematic to reform oneself and to acquire specific life skills to apply to others. Especially like bettering yourself and using talking to other people, communication, that kind of thing. Language is a really wonderful way to bridge that. Brazil is big. Okay. Baruziru. Baroziru.
ブラジル
Baro
ブラジル
ブラジルは
は
大きいです。
大きいです。
Okay. I'm having difficult maintaining a stable connection. Oh boy. Wait. Where are you presently? What's happening? Latency? What's this about stable connection? Is Ken British? Ken-san wa ikirisu ikirisujin desu ka? Right? Ken さん wa イギリス人ですか? Is Britain big? I don't know, is it? イギリス
브라질
Well, that's
브라질.
Brazil.
イギリス
イギリスイギリスは大きいですか?
ですか?
Oh, we get to do the review now. USA, how are you having latency? Wait, is there inclement weather in the US right now? That would really explain your timing, actually. Now that I think about it, when it comes to like your schedule and stuff, yeah, you would have to be in the Western Hemisphere. At least in the Western Hemisphere, based on your timing, like when you have to go out to run errands and stuff. It does feel like our time zone, like we're relatively within the time zone. You're not like sleeping right now, per se. Or you're not starting the next new day, which is way over to the other side. Or I guess depending on your sleep, it could be the either side. Thank you, spherical Earth. Yeah, you just got me stuck in thinking about great English words that I absolutely love. It's pretty normal? Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. You know what's another one that's kind of saucy? Voluptuous. That's kind of like that's kind of a saucy word. Voluptuous. Or voluptuous? Voluptuous? I might not even have that word correct. When I see it on a piece of paper, that'd be okay, but I'm not even sure how to spell that when I think about it. Voluptuous? Voluptuous? Oh, it's voluptuous. Sorry, voluptuous. So F-A-L-U-E-T-U-O-U-S? Voluptuous? I don't think that's right. Oh, it might be O. F-A-L-O-P-T-U-O-U-S. I'm really bad at spelling. I wasn't a spelling kind of guy. And mixing it with Japanese enunciation, that doesn't help. Ephemeral. It's only 10,000, and vicissitude is only 7,000. Voluptuous. Oh, it's L-U. Not found in... What do you mean not found in corpus? It's only 10,000? Man, I have a poor vocabulary. Only 10,000. Who would have thought?
カナダ人です。
Oh, 7,000? Voluptuous? Okay. Yeah, see? I don't think I was being modest, or I was not trying to be humble or modest or humble bragging. I really think that I only have like 10,000 verbs, or 10,000 words. What is the rarest word I can think of, or like maybe a word that people don't use? Man, this is so much fun too. We're gonna be so distracted in learning Japanese if this is our type of conversation. What about sanguine? Sanguine? I don't think people use that word. Sanguine?
Canada 人です。
Canada 人です。Canada 人です。
カナダ人です。
イギリスです。
イギリスです。イギリスです。It's Britain. Oh, okay. Hold up. Let me grab this. I think this might actually... That's awesome. You know, this after this stream, I'm just gonna be doing this for the whole day, right? I'm just saying. I'm basically just gonna be doing this for the rest of the evening. It's so much fun. Like, I can't even begin to describe how important the idea of being enthusiastic about language is necessary for fostering communication, proper communication. And communication is a life skill. It's so versatile. So being enthusiastic about anything that requires a lot of practice, studying and learning to further communication, it opens up many opportunistic avenues. Especially improves one's charisma as well. Moratorium's 3,000? Ain't no way. Really? Moratorium? I feel like I have no relative basis for understanding how rare words are. What about catastrophic? I bet that's higher than I think. Or it's rarer than I think. Like catastrophic, existential, intercontinental, meltdown, opposable, orate, protractor, rookie are all in the... Are you serious? Dude. I feel like some people actually know those ones. Meltdown? Really? Meltdown? Oh, this is so interesting. I hope we can do this with Japan too. Japanese. Oh, well, maybe not. Maybe it's just us bouncing back and forth kanji now. I can totally understand why you're so enthusiastic about kanji though. At this rate, like when we first met, like when you were talking and you put in kanji and you wanted to put in kanji. That's how I feel. Catastrophic, yeah. See, catastrophic's only 4,000. What the heck? It's barely 5,000. If I had a word, or what about tumultuous? Which is also kind of like catastrophic, but I think if people know catastrophic, then tumultuous must be very low, right? Oh, very rare. I mean, why use tumultuous when you can use catastrophic? Yeah, I would imagine. So here's what I mean. I'm trying to really get into the mindset of people who like Japanese, right? Like when you talk about kanji, that's why I'm really excited about kanji. The downside about understanding kanji is I know no kanji, right? So my enthusiasm will really spike when I start learning kanji, because that's where abstraction comes in. You learn abstraction and then you try to make it salient, right? You make the abstraction of the characters salient with meaning. And that's outside of the realm of pragmatism. So if you're talking about the common sentiments about hiragana and katakana, right? You splash in kanji. But the fun part is kanji is, yeah, it's like a discovery. You know what I mean? It's like a pool of discovery. When you randomly encounter an English word you never heard, you know what I mean? That's kind of the thing. Back when I was a kid, when people just drop an English word out of nowhere, it's really fun to find in context what that English word could mean. So oftentimes you drop the English word into a sentence and you're just thinking, and that was like reading books. That was the most exciting part about reading books in English, when the author is being incredibly esoteric and then suddenly that word comes up and I figure out what this English word could mean. If you read a book by Robert Cormier or The Heart of Darkness, dude, read Heart of Darkness. And that's not a Robert Cormier book, but Heart of Darkness. every time I read like one chapter, I'm absolutely exhausted because I just don't know what this person often is trying to describe. You get the gist of the idea, but it's so difficult to read certain books, and that's kind of fun. It's exhausting, but it's fun. And kanji kind of just screams that.
日本は小さいですか?
So it's ironic. I would say it's very ironic that someone says that kanji, to me, it's ironic that kanji would be the one part that they hate about Japanese. I actually think, to me, people would like to discover things. Although now I think about it, it's not as ironic because they're thinking about pragmatism. You're looking through the word frequency list, and there's a ton of words here I've never heard of. Dang? Yeah. Sesamoid? Yes. Antipodian? Ooh, Antipodian's a good one. Antinomian? I have no idea what that is. Breme? No idea. Agnate? Agnate? Huh. Antipodian is a great word. Stang is okay. The others I have no idea. I have no idea what the other 4 words are. That's so fun. Oh no. I'm not gonna get any sleep because of you, Turnus.
日本は小さいですか?
日本は
日本は小さいですか?
小さいですか? Wait.
日本は小さいですか? 日本は小さいですか? 日本は小さいですか?
Why am I drawing a blank? Oh, 小さいですか? ですか?
ですか?
イギリスは小さいです。
I'm afraid I have to cut the wife suddenly has the urge to leave the house. Go buy stuff. Thanks for sharing with me that. That is so good. Like, yeah, I have to look at this stuff. This is great. Thanks. I'm gonna put this on the tab here. Yeah, thanks. Take care. Take care. I'll talk to you later. Next time. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Okay.
イギリスは小さいです。
イギリス
は小さいです。
イギリスは
イギリスは小さいです。
Why do you sound like you're saying it different?
イギリスは小さいです。
イギリスはイギリスはイギリスは
イギリスは
小さいです。Britain is small.
アメリカは大きいです。
アメリカ大きいです。Wait.
アメリカは大きいです。
アメリカは大きいです。
大きいです。
ブラジルは小さいですか？
ブラジルは小さいですか? Is Brazil small? Ooh.
アメリカは大きいですか?
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 それはイギリスですか?
それはイギリスですか? Is Britain that?
それはイギリスですか?
Ooh. That phrasing kind of hurts my soul. Oh, no, oops. That would explain it. I got it back. Did it in the wrong order. Is Britain big? Is Britain big? Okay. イギリス shake it off. は oops. は大きい
です。
か Is this Japan? Okay. これは日本ですか？これは
これか
か
か
は
は
日本
日本
ですか？
ですか？
No, Canada is big. Oh, really? いいえ、
いいえ、
カナダ
カナダ
は大きい
い
です。
です。
Is America big? アメリカは
アメリカ
は
は
大きいですか？
大きいですか？
それはイギリスですか？
Okay. Is Britain? Oh, is that Britain? Oh yeah, we get to do this. Okay, sure. 日本人？
日本人。
いいえ、カナダ人です。カナダ人です。
カナダ人
カナダ人で。
ですす。
いいえ、アメリカ人です。
いいえ。アメリカ人
です。
です。
カナダ、
カナダ。
いいえ、イギリス人です。
いいえ、
イギリス
イ
人
ギリス人
で
です。
す。日本とアメリカ。
日本と
アメリカ。
アメリカ。
はい。
はい。
はい、日本人です。
日本です。
アメリカ人です。
アメリカです。
イギリス人です。イギリス人です。
イギリス人。
イギリス人 actually not even a sense カナダ人です。
カナダです。
これはカナダです。
これは
カナダです。
カナダです。
And it's small 日本は
日本は
小さいです。
おいしい。
Oops
おいしい。チーズです。
小さいです。ブラジルは大きいです。ブラジル
ブラジル
は大きいです。
です。
ケンさんはブラジル人ですか？ Yeah. So, ケンはケンさんはブラジル人
ブラジル人
ですか？
ですか？
Is Britain big? イギリスは大きいですか？イギリス
は
は大きいですか？ It's Britain. イギリスです。イギリスです。
イギリス、水です。
I don't want to talk about it. I misclicked. Is America big? アメリカは大きいですか？
アメリカは
大きい
大きい
ですか
ですか
Hooray! Alright. We actually finished quite a lot of units today. Let's just go back to directions. Okay. We'll save those. 3 places. Okay. It's been a good day. Lots of good talks too, man. Oh, let's fix the mistakes before we forget.
それはイギリスですか
それはイギリスですか? Okay, is that Britain?
カナダ人です。
カナダ人です。カナダ人です。
カナダ人。
カナダ人です。How do I get that one wrong? Sage achievement? Oh, we crossed 4,000? Nice. Ah, this was so much fun. And then tomorrow, this is the end of our super stuff. There might be a few hours left tomorrow, but we'll take it easy. Go back to playing video games. Man, so much fun. Alright, folks, there you have it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Always feel free to comment, discuss about your favorite rare English words and maybe your favorite kanji. Throw in your favorite kanji, maybe. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, on learning, develop those life skills. I'll catch you guys on the next one. And how should I say it? じゃあね、また明日. Bye.